Coming into this season with a new car owner and a new manufacturer, I'm sure a lot of people didn't expect us to do so well. But after testing in November, I felt like we had a good race team and race cars, and the cars were fast right out of the box. I've had a ball this season, and there are a lot of people to thank for it.
We are back at the World Center of Racing for the start of a new NASCAR Winston Cup Series season. Today, 21 drivers, pole winners from 2001 and previous winners of the Budweiser Shootout, take on this 70-lap exhibition race. The field set by random draw is led by Dale Jarrett and Ken Schrader on the front row, with Rusty Wallace in the 14 of Mike Skinner moving to a new ride on the second row. Further back, two new rides for 2002, the number 92 driven by Dorsey Schrader today and Bobby Hamilton for the rest of the year for the team now bearing his name, Melling Hamilton Racing, and Tony Stewart in a third Chip Ganassi car. Pace car heading down pit road, field ready to take the first green flag of 2002. Jarrett leads them to the stripe and we are racing here in Daytona.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how these guys do. You know, a lot of faces and new places. See Steve Park there. It's the first one to really go 3 wide there in the back. Looks like Schrader has a slight advantage going through the turn.
Oh, and we see further up, the first car to go 3 wide near the front is our defending Winston Cup champion, Sterling Marlin.
Yeah, Sterling, you know, these Dodges have looked fast all week so far. I think they're going to be a factor today, and I think they're going to be a factor in 500 next week.
Schrader with the slight advantage as they head through turn 3 for the first time, although Marlin is coming very quickly on the bottom.
Yes, he is. He can make up a lot of time down there, although he needs to be careful. There's really nobody to draft with. Park's away back, so we'll see. Although I think it's going to work for him. In fact, Sterling might lead this first lap here.
And he does. The defending Winston Cup champion starts 2002 right where he left off, and it looks like, oh, we've got a problem on the 36 of Schrader. He is blowing up, and that's going to really split up this pack here as Skinner, Earnhardt, and others get stuck behind him. No caution. That's going to allow Marlin to get a massive lead as they head down the backstretch here.
Yeah, that's just crazy. I'll tell you what,
Marlin still leading here in the Budweiser Shootout, but he's got company in the form of his 2 teammates, Kenny Irwin Jr., NASCAR's most popular driver, and Tony Stewart making his first start on that number 41 Target Dodge.
Yeah, Stewart gets a big run there to the inside with help from his old teammate, Bobby Labonte, there in the 18. Looks like they're going to rocket past the 42 and the 40.
We'll see Mark Martin coming into view right there. Looks like we're single file up front for now, though Irwin drops down below Labonte. And want to see what will Marlin do now. Is he going to follow his teammate, or is he going to stay on the top? It looks like he will follow Irwin.
Yep, and that's going to push Irwin right up next to Stewart. And now Chip Ganassi Racing potentially looking at a 1-2-3 podium sweep in their first race of the 3-car team. Want to see as these guys continue to battle it out up here. It should be pretty exciting to see as we come down to the closing stages of this Budweiser Shootout.
Coming up on the white flag, NASCAR's reigning most popular driver is currently ahead of NASCAR's reigning champion. Kenny Irwin Jr. leads them back to the stripe now as we're in the final lap of the first race of the 2002 Winston Cup season.
See Marlin here, he's going to go to the inside of 42 to go through turns 1 and 2. That car's been fast all day. Sure, he would love to, like a statement, start the 2002 season, even if it is just an exhibition race, so that Ford team is back.
Marlin leading down the backstretch, although Irwin is going to try the crossover. 42 and 40 side by side down the backstretch. Can the 1 of Steve Park or the 41 of Stewart fight their way into this battle, or is it just going to be the 2 teammates from last year?
I don't know. Looks like Kenny Irwin Jr.'s got it pretty good off the corner. Stewart is going to get up there. Top two going to go podium sweep for Ganassi.
Chip Ganassi Racing goes 1, 2, 3 in the Budweiser Shootout. NASCAR's most popular driver, Kenny Irwin Jr., wins here at Daytona. We're here for the first of the two Gatorade twin 125-mile qualifying races for the Daytona 500, which is led off by Daytona 500 pole sitter and rookie Kurt Busch in that number 60 car. He won the Busch Series championship last year. He was outside as Dale Earnhardt running that Special Olympics paint scheme in honor of the American Games in Salt Lake City going on right now. Behind him, we see Kenny Brack from the kart series making a one-off attempt here for Chip Ganassi Racing in a fourth car, as well as the other Chip Ganassi cars there of Tony Stewart and Kenny Irwin Jr. Jeff Gordon also in a special paint scheme today, honoring his sponsor DuPont's 200th anniversary. Behind Busch, another rookie, the number 20 of Jason Leffler.
Speaking of rookies, further back, we got Shauna Robinson there in the 84, trying to become just the second woman to start a Daytona 500 after Janet Guthrie. We also see there Kyle Petty in the 44, just ran a limited schedule this year, but he's going to run this week as well as next week at Rockingham.
Two more rookies here, Kevin Harvick in the 30 and Jimmy Johnson in the 48. Those new cars for Richard Childress Racing and Hendrick Motorsports, respectively. As we take a look at this massive field here, heading around the corner, there are 56 cars trying to make the Daytona 500 today, so 13 will go home.
So I just want to point out as well, tail on the field there, you see Mike Wallace in that 33 car, Andy Pitcher Racing, unsponsored, and that team does not have manufacturer support from Chevrolet this year, as it has been confirmed they're going to switch to Ford next year and probably be bought into by Jerry Jones.
Yes, lots of storylines to follow as we come to the green here. Busch and Earnhardt lead them to the green flag in the first of the two twin 125-mile qualifying races.
Yes, good start for everybody. Looks like the first one to drop the inside there is the 21 car. Remember, that is Dave Blaney now. He had a good season last year at Bill Davis Racing, but Bill Davis needed a sponsored driver to take over that car. So that car is now driven by Buckshot Jones. And Elliott Sadler, who's been in the 21 last 3 years, had not won in that car. They decided it was time to go in a different direction. So I think Blaney's a good hire, and we're seeing why right here as he goes 3 wide, potentially for the lead.
A couple rows back, we see Kevin Harvick also taking them 3 wide. Harvick, one of those cars that has to race his way likely into the field, as that car is further down in owner points. So again, to remind everybody, the top 15 in each of the twin 125-mile qualifying races automatically make the 500. Then the next 5 are the 5 fastest in qualifying, not already in the race. And then after that, the final 8 spots are based on owner points, with the final spot being a past champion provisional if needed. If not, that will be another owner point spot. We see Jimmy Johnson there, another one of those cars that needs to race his way in, is currently running in the 15th spot, so that is the battle we're watching right now. Harvick still out front here with Jeff Burton and Kenny Irwin Jr. Taking him 3 wide here. We're midway through this twin 125-mile qualifying race. Harvick looking pretty good right now. I'll tell you who else is looking pretty good. Shauna Robinson in the top 5 there.
I'll tell you who's not looking pretty good. Jimmy Johnson back here is currently outside getting into the 500. He really needs to get a move on. The last car in the race right now, in terms of top 15, we believe, is that 11 car there, Brett Bodine. That 01 car of Kenny Brack also is not on owner points, but because he was the 7th fastest qualifier, we believe he will probably make the field, even if he finishes outside of the top 15.
Yeah, Robinson's having a great day here as we see Joe Nemechek in that 77 car has now taken the lead here. Robinson is all the way up to 2nd place, so she's got a really good gap. Again, that team really has to make this race in the top 15. There is no path on points and likely no path on qualifying speed. Further back here, we see Kyle Petty is now the one in that 15th position. Important note, Petty Enterprises said that if Kyle makes the race and Adam does not, they will swap out Adam into that 44 car. Because of the large entry list, there's a great chance that even if they make most of the other races this year better than last year, Petty Enterprises will likely have at least one car go home from Daytona here. So they really want to focus on their full-time drivers as much as Kyle would like to race in the 500.
See, we're 3 wide here for the lead. Burton going down to the inside of Robinson and Nemechek. Looks like he's going to easily clear off the corner. Lots of Fords up front.
Yes, there are. And further back, we see Jimmy Johnson in that Hendrick Motorsports 4th car, still on the outside looking in. He does have 2 teammates around him, the 5 car of Terry Labonte and the 25 of Jerry Nato. Actually, his other teammate, Jeff Gordon's there on the top, but they are not organized right now, and I think they may be way too far back to make a serious effort to race their way into this 500. Coming up on 2 to go here in the first 125-mile qualifying race. Burton still leads the Fords of Robinson and Nemechek there. Ford 1, 2, 3. Further back, it looks like Kenny Brack is right on the outside of that top 15, so he'll have to fall back on speed. Kyle Petty still the one in that transfer spot.
Yeah, and again, we said that's very important. Adam will likely drive the 44 on Sunday, as he appears to be a little bit too far back to race his way into this 500. We see here, though, lots of tight battling behind him. Tony Stewart there in the 41. Important to note, Tony does not have to race his way in today because they swapped the owner points. He has Marlin's owner points from last year, and Sterling has that past champions provision to fall back on.
Coming up on the white flag here, should be smooth sailing for Burton to win this race and get to start 3rd in the 500. His teammate Kurt Busch is locked into the front row as he runs 5th. Shauna Robinson and Kevin Harvick look to be safely in the show as well. But further back, Hendrick Motorsports just cannot get organized here, and Jimmy Johnson appears to be at risk of missing the 500.
Yeah, Johnson's at risk, the 49 there. That's Robert Presley. He's running full-time in the Craftsman Truck Series, but he's going to at least try to run as many races as possible in that 49 car. Kenny Brack, it does look like he's probably going to have to fall back on his qualifying time there, as Kyle Petty in the 44 should race his way in here. We come out the corner here.
Roush Racing has a banner day as Jeff Burton is going to win the first 125-mile qualifying race, and Kurt Busch has the pole, as Hendrick Motorsports has a devastating day as the 48 of Jimmy Johnson misses the show.
Yeah, that's, what was Hendrick doing? Come on.
And now we re-rack them for the second 125-mile qualifying race. The Dodgers continue to be fast this week. The 92 of Bobby Hamilton driving for Melling Hamilton Racing, the team he now co-owns, as the outside pole is locked into that spot. Of course, that team is in a technical alliance with Chip Ganassi Racing, the defending champions. To his outside is Ron Fellows, driving in a 4th entry for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. That 81 car will appear 7 times this year with Fellows, as well as we believe a couple times with his Busch Series teammate, Kerry Earnhardt. Further back, we see the 31 car of Matt Kenseth moves over to Richard Childress Racing with sponsor DeWalt and crew chief Robbie Reiser. Definitely be one to watch this year. Richard Childress Racing, of course, expanded to 3 cars, bringing on Kevin Harvick. Further back here, we see Ted Musgrave makes a return to the Winston Cup Series, driving that 7 car for Ultra Motorsports, the team he drove for in the Craftsman Truck Series last year. And behind him, a couple of cars desperately in need of sponsorship. The 4 of Rick Mast, associate sponsor from last year, Forward Air, has agreed to step up on the hood for these first few races, but they'd like to get more sponsors. And that 27 car of Stacy Compton is currently without any hood sponsor at all, just trying to race their way into the field.
Behind him, you'll see Elliott Sadler there. 94 car XFL has stepped up, co-owned by the same company's WWF, which of course, you know, I told you, Bill, that reminded me of wildlife. There's that whole ongoing legal situation with the World Wildlife Fund. And then we also see Buckshot Jones there in the 23 car. He driving for Bill Davis Racing Go team last year, brings his sponsor Georgia Pacific. That's why the 2017 at Yule Road Racing is without a sponsor.
Pace car down pit road. Hamilton and Fellows bring them to the green flag here. Racing for the second time today.
It's important to note, you know, Fellows there, he qualified 4th. So he is locked into the show, even if he does not make the top 15 in this race, because he will be one of the 5 qualifiers. So watch, he may sort of fall back a little bit here.
And we see Hamilton's manufacturer teammate here, Sterling Marlin, defending Winston Cup champion, just like in the Bud Shootout, is the first one to make a move to the bottom. They are 3 wide for the lead, with Fellows up top, Hamilton in the middle, and Marlin on the bottom.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Bobby Hamilton will do at 92 this year. We, believe he's a good driver. He's won Winston Cup races before, but this is probably the best equipment he's ever been in, so it should be exciting to watch, that's for sure.
Sterling Marlin is going to lead this first lap here of the 125-mile qualifier, just as he did in the Bud Shootout. Further back, looks like Rusty Wallace is the one right on that cut line there as his teammate. That team expands to 3 cars this year. Ryan Newman, who likely does have to race his way into the field, is right on the outside looking in. See behind him Kevin LePage, returning to Hank Aaron Motorsports for a second season, as well as Jeff Bodine in that number 09 for Phoenix Racing.
Oh, this could be a big story here. So the 66 and the 26 of Todd Bodine and Jimmy Spencer are kind of off the pace here. Their sponsor Kmart's having some issues and they're down on funding. But they both finished pretty good in the owner points last year. So if they're outside the top 15, that actually probably still puts them in the show, but potentially puts at risk some of those better cars that are not in the top 15 right now.
Yeah, that absolutely is going to be a storyline to watch here. Marlin continues to lead with the number 81 of Fellows in second, and Rookie of the Year from last year, Greg Biffle. 3 laps to go here for Sterling Marlin. Ron Fellows still in second, in position to race his way into the 500. His teammates Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Park surround Rookie of the Year, Greg Biffle there. We see behind them Hamilton and others. Currently on that 15th place cut line is the 95 of Hermie Sadler. That second car for Rock Racing. It's going to come out a few times this year. On the outside looking in is Ryan Newman, just 2 spots back. Right here behind Craven in the 32 and Sadler in the 95. Buckshot Jones and the 23 of the 22, his teammate Ward Burton, look to be fine. Sadly, it looks like today may be the end of the Winston Cup career of Dave Marcus, who is on the outside looking in right now.
Marcus, though, he's had an amazing career and definitely deserves all respect. So even if it's the last time we see him in the Winston Cup race car today, as this weekend's supposed to be his retirement, I still respect the heck out of him.
It looks like we may have a Cinderella story in the works here. That 27 unsponsored car of Stacy Compton is fighting to be in the top 15 right now. He's well ahead there of Hermie Sadler as he battles here with Rusty Wallace, Bobby Labonte, and Ted Musgrave. And that could be huge for that team, as Jeremy Mayfield is now the one on the cut line, we believe.
Yeah, of course, Jeremy didn't do too well in the points last year. He could be at risk, but also they want to get his teammate there, Ryan Newman, 0-2 in the 500. So Penske could be having a car sent home. We'll see. Unfortunately, looks like this Marcus a little too far back there. And we're now on the final lap here of this second 125-mile qualifier.
Mayfield potentially on the outside looking in here. We head down the backstretch for the final time. Jeff Bodine, Dave Marcus, and others at risk, as we see Matt Kenseth here making a move up front, trying to push Greg Biffle up on the inside line there. Sterling Marlin has put on an absolute clinic here, and it looks like he's going to get to start 4th in the 500, as Ron Fellows is not going to have to fall back on time and is going to race his way in. Sterling Marlin wins the second 125-mile qualifier, as Stacy Compton and others race their way into the 500. It's heartbreak for Dave Marcus. And it's the big day here in Daytona. The Daytona 500, the Great American Race, is about to begin. Kurt Busch, rookie for Roush Racing, and Bobby Hamilton lead the field to the green, with 125-mile qualifying race winners Jeff Burton and defending Winston Cup Series champion Sterling Marlin on the second row there. On the third row, we see the 77 car of Joe Nemechek and the 81 of Ron Fellows, who's running full-time in the Busch Series for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. Further back here, we go on board with Shauna Robinson, who does become the second woman to start the Daytona 500 today in that Tropicana 84 car from Michael Cranafis Racing.
Yes, excited for Shootout. Also excited here for Kenny Brack from the kart series, making his Winston Cup debut today.
Further back, we see lots of heavy hitters that did not finish well in those qualifying races, including Jeff Gordon and others having to start further back. We have a sponsor now on the 27 car of Stacy Compton in the form of the Internet Explorer browser, now owned by Sears Roebuck and Company.
Yeah, that's awesome for them. That's a big sponsor. Great sending loud story there, though we did send a lot of cars home, including, oh man, Casey Atwood, Jeremy Mayfield, looks like 71 of Marcus. Of course, a big one there, 48 of Jimmy Johnson. He shouldn't have any problem making races future weeks, but still, when you have 56 cars show up at Daytona here, it's a big deal. Also, Petty Enterprises did swap out Kyle for Adam, so Adam is in the 44 car today. Herbie Sadler did end up missing the 500 barely, so just one car for Rock Racing 94. As we look back on this field for the final time before taking the green.
Pace car headed down pit road. The fans have waited all winter for this. The first points race of the 2002 NASCAR Winston Cup Series is underway. Green flag in Daytona. Kurt Busch and Bobby Hamilton side by side down the front stretch.
Yeah, good start there by Kurt and Bobby. It looks like the first move to the inside here is a 42 car of Kenny Irwin Jr., who won the Little Shootout a week ago. He's already up to that third row there. Looks like Jeff Burton trying to decide what to do. Is he going to follow his teammate Kurt, or is he going to drop down in front of the 42 Irwin?
Looks like he was a little too late on that decision here, as Irwin all the way up almost to that front row here. Although it looks like Hamilton is going to get a single file advantage out front and potentially be the first one to get those 5 bonus points here at Daytona.
Yeah, like I said during 125, I've been super impressed with Hamilton all week here. That Kodak car is picture perfect.
And it looks like Hamilton will lead the first lap and get the first 5 bonus points of the NASCAR Winston Cup season. Lots of jostling happening further back in the pack as Joe Nemechek in that 77 car is the first one 3 wide. Hamilton with a nice little advantage now over the 42 of Irwin and the 60 of Busch, as Nemechek is still the first car 3 wide.
Looks like Shauna Robinson there in the 84 going to try to follow Joe Nemechek on the bottom there. Although that's actually going to mostly just hurt the middle lane there as Kevin Harvick falling back a little bit. You see some of those cars have started near the rear, like Jeff Gordon, Jerry Nadeau, others, starting to make their way up through here, as is Dale Earnhardt, who we go on board with here again in the special Salt Lake City Olympics paint scheme today. As the pack comes roaring down the front stretch, as Hamilton once again leads that second lap.
Looks like he's got company now, though, from that 42 car of Irwin, NASCAR's most popular driver. Fans getting very excited as potentially he's going to have the lead down the backstretch here. Remember, Irwin narrowly lost this race last February, which was his return to the Winston Cup Series after that harrowing crash at New Hampshire in 2000. Can he get redemption today?
We see Jeff Burton trying to make a move there on the bottom. What's Kevin Harvick going to do there in that 30 car? Is he going to follow Burton? Looks like he will. And looks like, yeah, that's going to help Irwin lead them back to the stripe here ahead of Hamilton.
So again, that makes Irwin be the one that gets the next set of 5 bonus points there after Hamilton, as the first 3 wide action is still Robinson there on the inside of Nemechek. Although look at this, Harvick dropping down at the bottom, and it looks like that's going to take him next to Burton and Hamilton, and potentially all the way up to Irwin there.
Yeah, that bottom line getting a lot of momentum now with got Robinson, Blaney, and Jarrett all in a line there behind Harvick. So we'll see. I think it's going to be kind of hard for Irwin to defend here as Sterling Marlin now drops down behind Burton.
Robinson moves up to the middle there, and in all this jostling, Kevin Harvick has gotten all the way up beside the 42 of Kenny Irwin Jr. Rookie impressing so far here in Daytona, as this pack still very heavy up here at the front. Harvick fighting for the lead here at Daytona. Looks like Irwin is trying to battle back on the top for now, but we'll see what happens. As now Dave Blaney mounting a charge here on the bottom in that 21 Wood Brothers car.
Don't look now. Look who's all the way up to the front, who's made his way up here already. Dale Earnhardt in that 3 car has gotten in the top 10 already. Mr. Restrictor Plate making some moves today.
Earnhardt to the inside of Jarrett and Busch. We also see that 27 car of Stacy Compton, the Cinderella story of the 500, who raced his way in and didn't get a sponsor till yesterday. We also see rookie Jason Leffler in that Home Depot 20 behind Stewart.
Looks like Compton's going to drop down behind Leffler. 2 Pontiacs there, pushing a Chevrolet and a Ford. As Blaney now looking for the lead, he's going to pull up in front of Burton here, and can he clear Harvick going into turns 1 and 2 here?
Harvick on the outside, Blaney in the middle, Earnhardt on the bottom. Through turns 1 and 2, looks like Earnhardt now surging ahead with help from Leffler. Fans going wild here as Dale Earnhardt leading at the track where he is the all-time wins leader.
Yeah, that's, I'll tell you what, that car looks like it belongs in the Olympics today. Dale's made some great moves. Look at this, Leffler and Compton, 2 Pontiacs on the bottom. They're making it work down there as well.
We see further back there also Ward Burton and Ricky Rudd, 2 names we've not mentioned at all yet today. Coming into view, as it looks like at the line here, it's going to be Blaney in the 21 car.
We also see Tony Stewart starting to move up here a little bit too through the pack. He was another one of those guys that started further back. And we haven't talked about him yet today, but 41 car on the move. Keep an eye on that.
As Stewart's moving up into the ride that he was in last year, the 20 Home Depot Pontiac is now at least momentarily in the lead, although now the 21 of Sadler, that is now Dave Blaney. Blaney's still leading here at Daytona, although we're hearing about a potential problem on the 30 car of Kevin Harvick. Yes, we believe he has a blown tire, and much like Ken Schrader blowing up in the 125-mile qualifying race last week, that's going to severely split up this pack here. So again, we believe Harvick, just a blown tire, he should be able to make it back to the pits, but because there's no caution, look at all those cars that fell back there.
Yeah, that's huge. And now Blaney, Earnhardt, and Marlin, these guys are really in kind of a group of their own, about 15 or so cars that got through that were in front or beside of Harvick. So, yeah, that really split out the pack here and potentially cut down a number of real contenders for this Daytona 500 from Blaney back there to Jeff Gordon in the 24 car.
Blaney still leading, Earnhardt in second with Compton up to third. We see the 20 car of Jason Leffler there in fourth place. We go on board with Earnhardt riding behind the 21 car of Blaney, although now Earnhardt moving to the inside of Blaney, and we're going to have to see what happens down the backstretch here as Earnhardt now has help from the 20 car of Leffler.
Yeah, Dale, that car is just super strong today. Looks like Ward Burton coming into view there, top 5 as well. That'll be exciting. He won the last.
And now leader Blaney coming up to lap the 33 car here of Mike Wallace. Looks like he's going to easily get around him, but what's going to happen with the rest of this pack? It looks like Wallace is going to interfere with some of them. That's going to slow up Earnhardt and Gordon there a little bit, allowing this breakaway to kind of form here at the front. Meanwhile, Stewart and Earnhardt Jr. dive down to the bottom to try to pass the 2 Fords of Blaney and Burton. Looks like that is going to work, as yes, Earnhardt still trying to work his way around that 33 car of Mike Wallace, as Jeff Gordon and Jason Leffler go to his inside. We don't believe this is going to split up the pack in the same way the Kevin Harvick blown tire did earlier, as the 33 car is still mostly maintaining pace. Speaking of Harvick, they're lapping him here at the front as Stewart leads his first lap of the day and gets his first 5 bonus points at Chip Ganassi Racing in a Dodge.
Yeah, that's awesome for Tony. We also see Dale Earnhardt Jr. here. Dale Jr. won the last time we were at Daytona back in July. So, he's definitely one. We haven't talked about a whole lot this speed weeks, but he'll be one to watch. As actually now he's looking the inside here. Fans getting pretty excited for Dale Jr. As 2 red cars, kind of confusing here. Tony Stewart, Dale Earnhardt Jr. battling for the lead with Jeff Burton behind him.
Again, Kevin Harvick is a lap down from that unscheduled pit stop for a blown tire earlier. So take him out of the equation here. But behind them, yes, actually 2 teammates lined up now, the 99 of Burton and the 6 of Martin, as Dale Earnhardt Jr. Earnhardt Jr. still leading here at Daytona, 5 laps to go. Last August, he did not lead the most laps, but he was able to steal it at the end here. Today, he has led the most laps can he hold on to win the race? As we go on board with his father, Dale Sr., who has made his way back up through the pack after getting separated with that slow car, Mike Wallace.
Mark Martin actually is technically the leader as they go down the backstretch here. The 3 wide with Earnhardt Jr. up top, Martin in the center, and Marlin on the bottom with help from Jerry Nadeau.
Very tight pack up here, and really all the contenders all day are in this group. We've got Earnhardt Jr., Stewart, Gordon, Earnhardt Sr., Blaney, all in this front pack. Jeff Burton also.
Looks like Earnhardt Jr. once again going to lead this lap and come to 4 to go here with Marlin in the middle, and now Nadeau with help from his teammate Gordon on the bottom. Those 2 Hendrick cars, say, where was this teamwork back in the Twin 125 when they were all back there with Jimmy? The Hendrick cars are working great together right now. Although don't look now, look who else is helping them. That 3 car, Dale Earnhardt, coming on the bottom here. Going to try to push Jeff past Jerry. So Jerry moves up to the top. And you have Jeff and Dale still on the bottom there with help from that 21 car of Dave Blaney, who's been strong all day as well.
Leffler trying to push that group through as well, as does Stacy Compton, who has stayed here in the top 15 all day. Gordon moves up to the top now, but that's going to allow Earnhardt to get to the bottom here as they come to 3 to go.
Yeah, that 3 car is super strong. Looks like he's going to lead him back to the stripe this time, although now the 21 car coming back into this race here.
The 21's car of Dave Blaney is on the bottom there. The Wood brothers going for their 98th victory as a Winston Cup team.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've won a race. So that could be a big deal for them. We also, of course, got now Jason Leffler, rookie, in 2nd place. But looks like Earnhardt at least takes a look there to the inside. Yes, he is going to take a look as we go through turns 3 and 4. Things have calmed down a little bit as we come up on 2 to go here.
Blaney still leading, looking for his first Winston Cup victory and potentially the Wood brothers' first Winston Cup victory in nearly a decade. Coming back to the stripe, 2 to go. Blaney still leads, but with Earnhardt on his inside.
I don't know. It's really just going to come down to drafting help, I think. Though overall, I think the 3 car is stronger than the 21 car, but he needs help, and he's got a great pusher right now in Sterling Marlin.
And let's just once again shout out that 27 car Stacy Compton, who again did not have a sponsor until yesterday, but now with Sears and Internet Explorer is running in the top 10 of the Daytona 500, side by side into turns 3 and 4. Earnhardt now with a little bit of an advantage as we're coming up here on the white flag at Daytona.
Back coming off turn 4 for second to last time. What is going to happen here as we come back to the stripe? White flag in the air.
Looks like Blaney barely had Earnhardt there as the stripe. Earnhardt Sr.'s son, Earnhardt Jr. now is the first one 3 wide. Is that going to kill the momentum of that bottom line? Or potentially, can Earnhardt drop down in front of his son and make a run to the front?
You know, either of these would be a huge story. 2 of the most famous numbers in NASCAR battling it out for the lead, the 3 and the 21.
Dale Earnhardt has not won in nearly a year and a half. Dave Blaney has never won. As they head through turns 3 and 4, who is going to get back to the stripe first? Can Earnhardt Jr. mount a charge?
Oh, it looks like Earnhardt has got a big advantage off turns 3 and 4. That might be the race here.
Yes, it appears to be. It took him 20 years to win the Daytona 500 for the first time. It's only going to take him 4 more to win it again. Dale Earnhardt is a 2-time Daytona 500 champion and snaps a long winless streak.
Man, I'm so happy for Dale. That is awesome. You know, maybe he needs to run more special paint schemes here at Daytona. He won that Plus car, now he won the Olympic car.
Yes, and Earnhardt will be our Winston Cup points leader as well as we exit Daytona today. And just what a run and what a race. Amazing speed weeks to start this 2002 season. I cannot wait to see what happens next. The second week of the 2002 NASCAR Winston Cup Series season takes us to Rockingham, North Carolina for the 2002 Subway 400. Several drivers that missed the 500 last week are in the field, including Jimmy Johnson. Also, Adam Petty returns to his normal ride, the 45, after driving his father's 44 in the race last week. We see Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Sterling Marlin leading this field to green. Still a lot of cars failed to qualify this week, although not quite as many as last week. There were 52 entrants instead of 56.
Yeah, that's still a lot of cars going home. It'll be interesting to see. You know, some teams just aren't going to make it. We'll have to see which ones survived.
We may have a better picture of that here in 400 miles. Green flag in the air, and we are racing in Rockingham, North Carolina.
Good start there for the 8 car. Very nicely done by Junior. You see Tony Stewart there is getting under his teammate, Sterling Marlowe, and they actually make a little contact off the corner. But it looks like Tony will probably have that second spot by the time they're through turns 3 and 4 here for the first time.
Earnhardt Jr. with a very comfortable lead is going to get those 5 Winston Cup bonus points as he leads them back to the stripe to complete the first lap, although Tony Stewart is coming.
Yeah, Tony seems to have a real fast car. Fires off good, ran well in practice yesterday. I say, speaking of good cars, behind him we see Dale Earnhardt, our Daytona 500 champion, 2-time Daytona 500 champion. Well, if he gets a little loose there on the apron, that's going to allow his teammate, Matt Kenseth, to go around the outside there.
Yes, Kenseth up to 3rd place. We go on board with the 41 of Stewart, who is now closing in on that back bumper even closer on the 8th car, and should be probably in a position to make a pass here very soon.
Yeah, Stewart really drove it in there, 3 and 4. Looks like he's going to get his nose under the 8 car here off the corner, and he didn't lead that one, but I bet he'll lead the next one.
Tony Stewart drives it in deep once again, turns 1 and 2, and off the corner, it looks like he is going to clear Earnhardt Jr. to be leading here in the Subway 400 at Rockingham.
Man, that's awesome. See Tony leading the race here in his second start with Chip Ganassi. As you see, Junior got the wall there a little bit off the corner, and that's going to allow Matt Kenseth to get up next to him. Look further back here, highest running rookie right now is that 60-car Kurt Busch. Of course, he was our Daytona 500 pole sitter last week, so Kurt's had a couple of good races to start this 2002 campaign. Tony
Stewart still leading, although Matt Kenseth is closing in on him.
Yeah, that 31 car looks really lights out, and both he and Dale look pretty good today. Kevin Harvick lagging behind a little bit, but I think that 30 car will get their stuff figured out throughout the course of the races. Yeah, Matt is already to the bumper there of that 41 car.
So here we have 2 drivers with new teams this year fighting it out for the lead. Stewart in the 41, Kenseth in the 31. It looks like Kenseth gets Stewart barely at the line there. If we go back on board with Stewart, looks like Kenseth is going to easily pull away through turns 1 and 2 in that DeWalt Chevrolet.
Yeah, that thing looks pretty awesome right now. It's just shooting right on by, and Matt's got to be pretty excited about it.
Oh, we got a caution back here. The 55 car of Kenny Wallace goes around there. Just a minor spin, but that's going to reel back in the field to Matt Kenseth, who had gained an absolutely massive advantage over everyone else and has begun lapping even some fairly good cars. You see those Hendrick Motorsports cars there. Jerry Nadeau, it looks like it's going to narrowly avoid going a lap down. And with all those lap cars, Kenseth is going to have a massive gap entering pit road here. You still cannot see that second place car coming into the pits.
Yeah, that's huge. It takes the pressure off of Matt's crew a little bit. Not having any behind them, just no mistakes. And, they can come out with the lead here again.
Kenseth heading towards his pit stall. We're starting to see some of those other cars further back making their way down pit road. Stewart, Earnhardt Jr., and others.
I think Matt's going to be about done here by the time they even reach their pit stall. Yeah, we see Tony's finally in, and there goes Junebug into his stall. Sterling entering his, and yep, Matt's already done. Goodbye, guys.
So Kenseth will lead them back to the restart. We see we have a new second place car, the 21 of Dave Blaney. He took just 2 tires under that last caution, a little bit of track position there. That puts him ahead of Stewart and Stewart's teammate, Kenny Irwin Jr. Kenseth easily clears Nadeau on the restart there to put him a lap down, as now Blaney goes to work on that 25 car as well.
Have those guys side by side back there is just allowing Matt to once again scoot away from this field. I think, as long as something doesn't go wrong on that car, he's in pretty good position.
Coming back to the white flag here, Matt Kenseth has 1 career win, the 2000 Coca Cola 600. Highly touted prospect from the Busch Series, finished runner-up in points to Dale Earnhardt Jr. in those closely fought battles in 1998 and 1999. We see Dale Earnhardt, last week's winner and Kenseth's teammate, running just outside the top 10. And today, Richard Childress Racing is going to get their second win of 2002 with Matt Kenseth behind the wheel.
Man, that's awesome. Matt winning there and just his second start with Richard Childress Racing. You say old Blaney there is going to take the points lead in that 21 car.
We're here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2002 UAW Daimler Chrysler 400 with a Las Vegas native on the pole. Kurt Busch collects his second pole of the year with Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is one of 5 drivers competing for the Winston No Bull $5 million bonus today alongside his father, Dale Earnhardt, Mark Martin, Ward Burton, and Dave Blaney.
Yeah, that should be pretty exciting. Those are all 5 pretty good cars.
Busch and Earnhardt Jr. lead them to the green here. Good start for that 60 car. We are racing in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Kurt got a real nice jump there on Dale's unit. Well, it looks like Junebug's are going to get down there in front of the 41 Stewart, though, so he may be able to battle back off the corner, although here comes Tony again.
Yes, Tony Stewart looked to be falling back there a little bit on the start, but then he got a great run through turns 1 and 2, and he is on the inside of Earnhardt Jr.
See a couple of those cars with those big low numbers, the 8 and the 6 there in the second place battle. Kurt, of course, is not in that because he was not in the Talladega race last fall. A little hard to finish top 5 if you're not in the race.
Oh, and we got trouble here on the front stretch. The 36 and the 88 of Dale Jarrett, as they are going to race it back to the caution here. It looks like Stewart got a run there on the 60 of Busch, and will likely win this race back to the caution here.
You know, we see Mark Martin again, one of those drivers going for $1 million. Looks like he's also going to pass his teammate Busch, get second. That's going to put him in a good spot here on the restart, potentially put himself in position to win $1 million.
Going back to the restart here, Stewart out front. Stewart has led in, I believe, all 3 of his starts now with Chip Ganassi Racing. Off to a fantastic start with that race team.
Yeah, I mean it is, but keep in mind, Bill, you know, Tony has not gotten the deal done yet. He's not won a race, so they've shown speed, but maybe today they can finally close one of these things out.
Stewart pulling away from Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Martin and Earnhardt Jr. really would like to pass him as they are both unlike Stewart. Oh, and Bobby Labonte hard in the inside wall. That's going to bring out the caution for his former teammate, Tony Stewart, is not going to like that too much. That's going to bunch the field back up here and give him another restart.
Yeah, Bobby is just...
Coming back to the restart here, some lap cars on the inside this time. Green flag in the air. Stewart and Nadeau still side by side. We see Nadeau's teammate, Jimmy Johnson, behind him. Those Hendrick Motorsports cars looking a little bit sluggish to start the year so far, but I imagine they've got some smart people over there, don't you think, Chip, that will get those cars up to speed here in the next few weeks?
Yeah, I'd say so. And, you know, obviously Jim missing the 500 wasn't good for them to go on board with Junior here behind Nadeau. But, yeah, they always seem to get there. Look at this. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to take them 3 wide, go underneath Nadeau and Stewart, and he's going to lead here at the stripe.
Yeah, that was a gutsy move there by Earnhardt Jr., that's for sure, to get around Stewart and Nadeau. Though, look at this. Nadeau wants to stay on the lead lap. He is back to the inside of that 8 car as his teammate, Jimmy Johnson, goes to battle with the 41 car there, Stewart.
Yeah, and of course, having the 25 on the inside here, that's just going to take the 8 all the way back to the 41. And now the 41 goes underneath the 25. And we're once again going to be 3 wide to the line here with 2 leaders in a lap car.
Earnhardt Jr. narrowly beats Stewart to the stripe, but Stewart is going to get the position as they go down the straightaway.
Yeah, look at this. Stewart trying to complete the slide job here. Looks like he's going to do that. And now Nadeau trying to get both of them. Man, he just does not want to give up being a lap down here or being on the lead lap.
Yes, Nadeau fighting very hard. They head through turns 3 and 4. Tony Stewart riding in that second lane now for the 3rd lap in a row. Chip, are we going to see them 3 wide at the stripe?
And not, well, actually maybe, yeah. Junebug's going to go there underneath Nadeau again. And see Mark Martin there, another one of those Noble $5 million drivers. As Junior, oh boy, I don't like this. Oh no, yeah, Junior and Stewart in the wall.
And same story, different week, isn't it, Chip? As oh no, the 8 car got into the 32 there as well. Tony Stewart just cannot capitalize on the speed of those Chip Ganassi Dodges. Crashes out of this race as Mark Martin wins the race back to the caution.
Yeah, I'm going to need a replay of that one here. Let's see what happened. Yeah, look at this there. Jerry clips the 8, and then Date just goes flying into the 41. And, man, that's 2 just great race cars that I'm not going to get the finish. They deliver the onboard review there. Not a whole lot you can do. I mean, that was an aggressive move. Maybe he should have dialed down a little bit. But, yep, and then he gets hit from behind with the 32 car there.
Come back to the restart. Mark Martin out front, and another one of those No Bull 5 contenders, Dale Earnhardt, in second place. That would be something, wouldn't it be, Chip, if Earnhardt could, after breaking that long winless streak 2 weeks ago at Daytona, get a second win in just 3 races?
Yeah, that certainly would be. Although, talk about winless streaks, Mark Martin also did not win a race last year, so I'm sure he would love to close this one out. That 6 car, we've heard a lot in the offseason about the potential speed they might have as a championship threat, but you got to be able to win races to win championships. So I'm sure they'd love to get that monkey off their back here today.
Nadeau appears to have not learned his lesson from that last exchange with the leaders, and is once again going to be trying to get his lap back here, heading underneath Martin.
Yeah, that's a little crazy if you ask me. I mean, I know he wants to be on the lead lap, but he already wrecked one. Maybe that's his strategy.
What's that?
Well, if he keeps battling with the leaders and wrecking them, eventually there'll be nobody left to compete with, and he'll win a race.
Again, Chip, I think you think about these things very differently than the drivers do, but as Chip and I were having that nonsensical conversation, we had a lead change here. Dale Earnhardt got around Mark Martin.
Yeah, Sterling Marlin, too, who narrowly lost this race last year to Kenny Irwin on the final lap, is now second place as well, so watch for him to be a strong car. Is now Earnhardt is going to take Park and Nadeau 3 wide here, put both of them a lap down. And that 3 car is looking pretty good.
Las Vegas is one of the few tracks on the Winston Cup circuit where Earnhardt has not won a race, given that we're only in the 5th race here at Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'm sure Dale would love to be able to say he did that, and Dale would love $1 million too.
Yes, he would, although it looks like Sterling Marlin's going to have something to say about that. We go on board with Earnhardt's teammate, Kenseth, back here in the 4th position. A little bit of contact there between Nadeau and Park.
See, I told you, Nadeau's just trying to take everybody out of the race.
Well, if that's the case, it didn't work that time, Chip. Park and Nadeau are going to continue there. As now Earnhardt battling back to the inside of that 40 car as they head down the front stretch.
Yeah, fans seem pretty excited about this. Dale's got a fast car. It's the fastest he's looked on an intermediate in a while, though he looked great at Homestead last fall, too. He finished second to the car he owns, Michael Waltrip.
We see, yes, Earnhardt up front now, and also Earnhardt's teammate, that 31 of Kenseth, who won last week, is working on Marlin for second place. So can Richard Childress Racing win the first 3 events of the 2002 season? That would be something, especially for... Coming back to the white flag here, Earnhardt and Kenseth, 1-2 teammates in great position to extend Richard Childress Racing's streak to 3 races in a row to start the season after not winning it all in 2001. Looks like Marlin is going to get to the inside of Kenseth here as they head down the backstretch, so he may get relegated to 3rd. That's exactly what Dale Earnhardt wants to see in his mirror.
We talk about somebody having a big payday, win the Daytona 500, win the No Bull 5 in the first 3 weeks. That's pretty good if you ask me.
Yes, Earnhardt is going to have a lot of money to take to the bank from this season. He wins at Las Vegas and wins the No Bull $5 million bonus.
Man, that is awesome. Dale is back. That's incredible. 2 wins in 3 weeks. 78 wins for Dale now.
Dave Blaney continues to lead the Winston Cup points narrowly, although it's still very early on. Lots of cars moving around in the standings. We're in Hampton, Georgia for the 2002 MB&A America 500. Winston Cup points leader Dave Blaney starts on the pole with Rookie of the Year leader Jason Leffler to his outside.
Yeah, Jason's been pretty quietly consistent so far in that 20 car. Not made not a lot of noise, but often not crashing like his teammate Labonte.
And coming to the green here, led by Blaney and Leffler, we are racing at Atlanta.
Now, I tell you what, Bill, I just love this place. So we had some great moments here over the years, including that epic championship finale last year between Marlin and Gordon, who both of them we see starting the top 6 today.
Yeah, we've heard in practice all weekend that Hendrick Motorsports seems to have really turned a corner this weekend. And we should be seeing those cars up front more the next few weeks after a little bit of a slow start to the season.
We see here once again Tony Stewart looking to the inside of that 21 car of Blaney. Blaney is going to lead that first lap, get those 5 bonus points, extend that points lead a little bit. But here comes Tony inside that 41 car trying to make it 4 weeks in a row that he's led the race to start the season.
Well documented that Stewart can lead, but he cannot close it out. He crashed out last week after contact with Dale Earnhardt Jr. battling for the lead. Although it looks like he is not going to get to lead this lap. Mark Martin is going to lead with his teammate, the 97 there of Greg Biffle, following him through.
And say Jerry Nadeau, just to remind you folks, he actually is on the lead lap this week, so when he's doing these stupid aggressive 3-wide moves like, oh boy, does he just did there. Good job, boys, not crashing. That is for position.
Yeah, that was a very lucky break there, as now we see Biffle going to the inside of Martin. You know, Biffle, this race last year was really kind of his breakout performance on the way to that Rookie of the Year title. Got a top 5 here early in the season at Atlanta.
You see there Bobby Hamilton, the 92 car, getting to the inside of Jerry Nadeau there, as is Jeff Burton. Burton trying to make it 1-2-3 for Ralph Racing here at Atlanta.
Yes, and Burton is the last driver to win in a Roush car at Texas last April, so that whole team is on a little bit of a winless streak. But as Richard Childress Racing has showed us, new season, teams can really turn it around. As, oh no, that other Roush car back there of Kurt Busch makes contact with Bobby Labonte. They are still rubbing fenders as they head into turns 1 and 2.
And now Burton is going to go 3 wide for the lead here, and that's going to allow Hamilton, Leffler, and Jimmy. Oh boy, we got big contact. Kurt Busch flipping wildly. The 26 car to 24. Man, that is crazy.
And looks like Burton will race back to the stripe. Quick note here, you notice that 26 car is unsponsored. Their sponsor, Kmart, did go bankrupt. So the 26 is unsponsored, and Todd Bodine's 66 team, the teammate to that 26 car, has shut down now. But yes, let's take a look at the replay here.
Man, that is just crazy how hard that Kurt did. Oh, and Tony, come on, man, you're in another wreck.
Yep, although it looks a little better than last week. And then, yeah, Adam Petty just has nowhere to go, gets into the 60 car of Busch. He goes flying into Michael Waltrip. Let's go on. This is crazy, Chip. Look at that. Joe Nemechek there in the 77 literally just went under those cars.
All right, boys, take a breather here. Bring them down pit road. Get 4 fresh Mr. Feel Goods and some 76 racing fuel, and we'll get back out there.
Burton leads them down pit road. We see Johnson there in that 48 car is all the way up to 3rd place, so impressing in what is just his 5th Winston Cup start here at Atlanta today. Or I'm sorry, 6th start. This is his 3rd start of the year in 2002, and then he made those 3 starts last year at Charlotte, Homestead, and actually this racetrack, Atlanta.
Yeah, so first track visit twice for Jimmy. Oh no, we got, looks like the 99 has decided to come back down pit road. We're hearing, they think they had a loose wheel or something, so man, that's a heartbreaker for Jeff Burton having to give up the lead there. So we'll have to see here who inherits the lead. After that, actually looks like it's going to be Hamilton in the 92 car, though. I believe he only took 2 tires.
Yes, lots of cars here taking 2 tires, including Hamilton, Terry Labonte, Bill Elliott there in 3rd place, Labonte, Kenseth, and others. We'll have to see, can those cars that were up front early battle the way back up through this pack, or will 2 tires end up being an okay decision in the long run?
I don't know, but I tell you what, Bobby Hamilton, I'm sure it just feels great to get out front of one of these races, get 5 bonus points here. Here comes Terry Labonte here to the bottom as well. Terry's had a little bit of resurgence in last year, won 2 races in 2001. Looks like Bobby's going to beat Terry back to line here, but I don't think he's going to be out front for long.
And here comes Terry's brother, Bobby Labonte up to third place there, the king of Atlanta Motor Speedway. And look at this, rookie Jason Leffler going to the inside of Terry Labonte here. 3 wide for the lead with Labonte and Hamilton. And it looks like Leffler is going to have it off of turn 2, although maybe not for long. Look at this, those cars, they got 4 tires. Mark Martin, Sterling Marlin, and others, they have made their way back up through this pack.
Well, I got to tell you what, this Jason Leffler kid, he's looked pretty strong to start the season. I mean, obviously those are some great cars. He got a great crew chief there, Greg Zippodelli, but still, Leffler seems to be something of a wheelman so far. We see Sterling going 3 wide here underneath Martin. You know, he is the defending winner here at Atlanta.
And look at this, Rusty Wallace in that 2-car looking competitive today. We've not really seen this kind of speed out of him on a 1.5 miles in a very long time. Of course, he narrowly lost that race at Bristol on the final lap to Sterling Marlin, who we see on the outside there, as now Greg Biffle, who led laps earlier today, comes back into view as well.
And don't look now, but Marlin's teammate there, Kenny Irwin Jr., coming into view as well. He's been great at the intermediates.
Marlin now with a very large lead here, although, oh no, Marlin, you saw him get very loose there off the corner, he blew a tire. So Marlin's going to have to come down pit road now for an unscheduled stop.
Man, first Jeff Burton, now Sterling Marlin. These leaders just dropping like flies.
So that puts Mark Martin back out front with the 97 of Biffle, the 20 of Leffler, and the 2 of Rusty Wallace behind him.
And all of these guys, say 2 of them are looking for their first Winston Cup win.
Mark Martin still leading here, Bobby Labonte behind him, and yes, lots of drivers hungry for a win. Mark Martin has not won in over a year. Bobby Labonte coming up on nearly a year. Leffler has never won, nor has Greg Biffle. Rusty Wallace has definitely won a race.
Yeah, come on, Bill, how could you feel about Rusty?
Yeah, Rusty did not win at all in 2001. As Labonte now goes to the inside here of Martin, although somebody who's won a lot lately, Kenny Irwin Jr., is lurking back there in 5th place.
Yeah, of course, he's NASCAR's most popular driver now. He won that award last year. Fans really seem to like him, so I'm sure they'd be excited to see him get up here and duke it out with these guys. But right now, the Gibbs cars, who had an amazing run here last year, actually that 20 car won this race in 2001 with Tony Stewart behind the wheel. So we're at the same setup, and Jason's making good use of that right now. So he takes the lead, although here comes Rusty, and here comes Kenny right behind him.
We go on board with Irwin, looking up at Rusty Wallace and Jason Leffler. Leffler on the outside now as Wallace heads to his inside. Looks like Irwin is going to just follow through for now.
But the key word is for now. Rusty washed up the racetrack there a little bit, and that's going to allow 42 to get to the inside. Got a couple lap cars coming up as well. Let's see how they get through them.
Irwin now to the inside of Rusty Wallace. Coming off of turn 4, is he going to clear him? Not quite this time, but he is going to lead that lap. I think by the time they're into turns 1 and 2, he will be clearly in the lead here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Yeah, that 42 car running on rails right now. Just
coming up on the final lap here, lap car of 22 of Ward Burton is slowing up the 42 of Kenny Irwin Jr. a little bit there, but I don't think that's going to be enough for Mark Martin to reel him in. Kenny Irwin Jr. has been the king of the 1.5 miles in the last year. He won at Las Vegas. He won at Kenseth. He won at Fontana, which is a little bit larger than this. And as they have 2 turns to go, it appears he's going to win here at Atlanta in 2002. Mark Martin tries to get to the back bumper, but it won't be enough. Kenny Irwin Jr. is going to get his 4th career NASCAR Winston Cup win here in the MB&A America 500 at Atlanta.
Man, that's awesome for Kenny. And actually, he's had a real strong start to the year, and that's going to, at least for the time being, make him the Winston Cup points leader heading into Darlington next week. So that's awesome for him. Another great run there for Jason Leffler. 3rd place, continues to lead the Rookie of the Year points. And, yeah, that's just awesome. NASCAR's most popular driver goes to victory lane.
We're in Darlington, South Carolina for the 2002 Carolina Dodge Dealers 400. Bobby Labonte and Jeff Burton, 2 drivers that easily could have won last week, start from the front row. We're hearing a couple teams potentially on the verge of shutdown or major changes, as John Andretti has collected his 4th failure to qualify of the season. prompting calls for him to be replaced. We're also hearing this is maybe the end of Robert Presley's tenure with that 49 BAM racing car. Coming to the green here with Labonte and Burton. Great start for that 18 car. He's going to be single file as they head into turns 1 and 2.
Here comes Sterling to the inside of the 99 here. He'll try to follow him through, and oh, there comes his teammate Tony following him through as well. Say, Bill, how's Tony going to figure out how to wreck this week?
Yeah, that I don't know, but his former teammate and his current teammate are the 2 cars in front of him right now. It looks like Bobby Labonte is going to lead them back for this first lap. The 7 car of Ted Musgrave gets loose, gets into Matt Kenseth, who makes hard contact there with Casey Atwood and others.
Yeah, that was nasty contact there. So let's see what happens here. Yeah, so the 7 just washed it up into 31. 31 bounced off the wall, and yeah, the 16 there, the 1, the 02, lots of great cars just piled on in there. 33 of Mike Wallace. Yeah, a lot of good cars out of the race.
Going back to the single file restart, no lap cars, so Labonte has smooth sailing in front of him with 2 team cars, Marlin and Stewart, behind him.
Well, Mark Martin there in 4th place. He's pretty hungry too. He's you know, led laps and finished 2nd last week, and you know done really well the last 2 weeks. So he really wants to win.
None of these top 4 though have a win yet this year, as Earnhardt has 2 wins. Kenseth, who crashed out, won at Rockingham, and last week's winner, Kenny Irwin Jr., is a little bit further back right now. So all these guys would really like to win.
Yeah, Atwood, Dave Blaney too. And Blaney's led the points some this year. And that 21 Woodbury's car making that team look the best it has in years. But here off of turn 2, Sterling's got to run on Bobby down the backstretch and get up to the door of that 18 car. And as he drives in turns 3 and 4, looks like he's going to take the lead here.
His teammate, Tony Stewart, is going to try to follow him through to make this Chip Ganassi 1-2 here at Darlington Raceway.
Yeah, those Dodges are just really fast right now. Of course, they got their first win of the season last week with Kenny Irwin. I'm sure Chip would love to get one of his boys another win here today, and either Tony or Sterling. As Sterling gets the wall there a little bit, so Tony is going to lead here at Darlington. So can he actually hold on this week and win this race?
Yeah, that'll certainly be a story to watch, as lots of speed but lots of aggression and mistakes has taken Tony Stewart out of the running and out of the championship conversation so far. Oh, we've got trouble further back here. Last week's winner, the 42 of Irwin, and the 2 of Rusty Wallace. Rusty Wallace gets hit hard by the 96 there of Robbie Gordon, who gets hit by Earnhardt Jr. as well.
And man, they're still wrecking into turn 3. Everybody's crashing. Oh, there's more contact flying into the wall there. Man, that's a lot of damage right there.
Tony Stewart does win the race back to the caution. Let's take a look at the replay here. See, the 96 just has nowhere to go into Rusty Wallace. He almost gets on his roof after contact with that 8 car. And then we watch Adam Petty actually did a decent job making it through there. Some minor contact with the 8 car. As Ryan Newman, Earnhardt Sr., and others, just there's nowhere for them to go.
Tony Stewart brings the entire field down pit road here. His teammate Marlon behind him, and 21 of Dave Blaney there in the 3rd position. Expect probably 4 tires of fuel for everybody here. We're far enough into this race. But we'll see, though, if there's any interesting calls here.
Now, the leader, Stewart, is going to be the first one to hit his pit here. He is in, crew servicing the car. We see pole sitter Bobby Labonte makes it to his stall now.
See, Blaine has already done it with his service, but Tony is going to beat him out. Let's see Sterling. Actually, yeah, Blaney beat the 40 car off pit road by a little bit there. So move Blaney to 2nd, Stewart out front. 2 cars taking the lead around the 55 and the 28. We are back racing here at Darlington.
Yes, lots of lap traffic here. Stewart's going to have to be patient here with the 55, the 28, and the 36 there of Ken Schrader all in front of him.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the 28 car, that team, really all of Robert Yates Racing has not looked like themselves so far. That's the team that won the races last year, 5 for Ricky Rudden and 9 total for Robert Yates, including Dale Jarrett. And they just do not look like themselves so far this year.
Yeah, we heard that Roush has really lobbied for the lion's share of the support from Ford. Going back to the white flag, In heavy traffic, Tony Stewart has learned the virtue of patience today, has not taken himself out, and as long as he can hold off that 21 car of Dave Blaney, he's going to come around to his first win with his new team.
Yeah, I'd say don't even try to pass the 16 car unless the 21 gets too close. Just follow them right back through, and you'll have yourself a win.
Coming off a turn 4. Some question whether moving to Chip Ganassi Racing was the right move for Tony Stewart. It appears to have been. Tony Stewart wins here at Darlington, his 13th career NASCAR Winston Cup Series victory.
And another close call here for Mark Martin, finishes 3rd place, but that is going to make him the Winston Cup points leader heading into week 6 next week at Bristol.
Yes, lots of exciting storylines to follow as we move on to Bristol next week. The NASCAR Winston Cup Series heads to Thunder Valley, Bristol Motor Speedway today for the 2002 Food City 500. Rookie Kurt Busch scores yet another pole in his young but so far fairly successful NASCAR Winston Cup career.
Yeah, Kurt's been good at qualifying, but not so much finishing. We'll see what happens. Speaking of not so good at qualifying, big story, Petty Enterprises this week.
Yes, Petty Enterprises has let go of John Andretti, who failed to qualify for 4 out of the first 5 races, in favor of Todd Bodine, a free agent, after his ride closed down at Las Vegas after his previous sponsor, Kmart, went bankrupt.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see what Todd can do in that 43 car, but also going to be interesting to see what Kurt can do in this 60 car today. Coming to green flag here, we are racing at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Busch gets a good jump there on Nadeau to take the lead on the start. We see Bobby Labonte and Jimmy Johnson side by side there for that 3rd position. Nadeau is going to fall in line single file there for 2nd as Busch comes around to lead that first lap and get 5 bonus points.
Yeah, great start by that 60 car. He's rolling away. Let's see, maybe today's the day we get a rookie winner. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Kurt, as we documented, been Busch still leading here at Bristol, but he's got company from Bobby Labonte and Jimmy Johnson. Johnson now looks underneath the 2000 champion. Go on board with him now as he tries to complete that pass and comes up to the bumper of Kurt Busch.
2 rookies out front here at Bristol. You know, we said at the beginning of the season that this was going to be a rookie class to remember, and they're showing us why right now. We got 2 of the rookies battling 2 of the last year's rookie there, Greg Biffle, and the champion of sport, Bobby Labonte, although it looks like Bobby Labonte has been able to slip around the outside of Kurt Busch and take the lead for himself.
Yeah, and you know, Chip, Labonte is actually on kind of a long winless streak dating back almost a year to Martinsville last spring, so he would certainly like to get back to victory lane today. We see Jimmy Johnson has gotten past Kurt Busch for 2nd. Labonte continues to lead here at Bristol, although it looks like Johnson may be closing in here.
Uh-oh, we got trouble back here. Small little crasher. Oh, it's getting a little bigger there. Brett Boudin, and there goes 27 into him. And, yeah, lots of trouble here at Bristol. Looks like Jason Leffler, as Leffler's teammate, Labonte, leads them back to flag.
A little contact there, too, between Labonte and the 23 of Buckshot Jones. We go on board here in the replay with Dale Earnhardt. Just absolutely nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, that's tough. That's the thing about Bristol. It's just so tight here. Looks like Dale got a little extra spin there on the end of that wreck. You know, if something starts happening in front of you, there's just nowhere to go.
Leaders headed down pit road now. Labonte leads them in, followed by Johnson and Gordon. Here comes the 18.
Yeah, we expect there to be 4 tires for most of these teams here today. You know, just get enough fuel to go to the end as Labonte finishes one side. Pole sitter Kurt Busch now coming to his stall, as well as 25 and Nadeau. Got some lap cars finishing their service as well. Let's see here who out of the leaders going to be the first off.
Looks like it's going to be Jimmy Johnson. That 48 car is going to get out, followed by Gordon and Bobby Hamilton. Johnson leads them back to the stripe, and we are once again racing here at Bristol. Lots of lap cars there on the inside.
See his teammate there, Jeff Gordon, is right behind him, and looks like Johnson getting caught behind Dale Earnhardt there, who's missing a hood now after that accident. That's going to allow Jeff to stay right on his bumper right now.
Great day here for Hendrick Motorsports with 2 of their cars up front, and of course Jeff Gordon is actually co-owner on that 48 car. So interesting position for him. Does he really want to pass that 48 right now?
Oh, come on, Bill. Who doesn't want to lead a Winston Cup race?
Yeah, I guess that's true, Chip. But yeah, Jimmy Johnson, great speed right now. A lot of credit goes to his crew chief, Ken Howes, who has been with Hendrick for a while, led Ken Schrader to his best ever points finish. He's back on the box this year with Johnson, and they seem to be doing some great things together.
Jimmy Johnson's got company here. One car, Steve Park, closing on his back bumper there. As the lap cars of Hermie Sadler and Bill Elliott there in front of him, slowing up a little bit. See, Park is looking, got a nose to the inside of the 48, and it looks like he's going to try to make the pass here.
Well, Park's always been pretty good on these short tracks. He does not have a win on one yet, but led a lot of laps at Richmond a couple of years ago. As he gets around, actually Johnson got the wall there a little bit off turn 2. That's going to allow Jeff Gordon to get by him as well. Perhaps, although it looks like Johnson's going to try to use that lap car of Hermie Sadler as a pick here to get back by his teammate.
Whoa, almost contacted actually. It looked like there was off the corner there between teammates. It's Park now pulling away here at Bristol. And that team we really think could be a championship contender this year. You know, they finished 5th in points last year. They just got to get a faster start. All the DEI cars were a little slow starting last year. Speaking of getting a good start, look who is up in the 4th position now. That is Bobby Hamilton in 92. That new partnership, Hamilton Mailing Racing, with support from Chip Ganassi. He's doing well as Park's teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr., battles the inside of him there, as does Rusty Wallace, who finished 2nd here last August.
Meanwhile, Park still leads here at Bristol as Jeff Gordon starts to close in here a little bit as he goes to the inside of the lap car of Johnny Benson. So that 43-2 of Todd Bodine still on the racetrack there, behind them a lap down, as now Gordon is right on the back bumper of that one car.
Go on board with Jeff here. Lots of traffic ahead. That should give him an opportunity, perhaps. Championship runner-up from last year, I'm sure, would like to get back in victory lane.
They once again work to the inside of that wounded 3 car of Earnhardt. Gordon still remains on the back bumper there of Park, single file through turns 1 and 2. You see those 2 red Dodges of Atwood and Elliott in front of the leaders, as now Gordon looks to the inside of Steve Park. He used the bump and run there, and he's going to lead this lap here at Bristol, although as the lap cars scatter in front of them, perhaps not for long.
All this lap traffic here as Johnny Benson now works back to the inside of Gordon, and Jared as well has allowed Jimmy Johnson to reel these 2 back in as well. So really all 3 leaders, all 3 of them in Chevrolets, are right under a blanket here as they work their way through lap traffic at Bristol.
Gordon now has a little bit of a gap on the other cars. Jeff Gordon is now once again having some trouble here. He's getting reeled back in by Steve Park, struggling there on the inside. Looks like that's going to allow Park to get around the outside on Gordon. And now once again, Steve Park leads here at Bristol, as Gordon really struggling, similar to Rusty Wallace last August, just to get grip on the corner. That's taking him too tight in the corners. Looks like his teammate, Jimmy Johnson, is closing in as well. We go on board with Johnson. We see the 43 of Todd Bodine, the 23 of Buckshot Jones work their way around, as all this jostling behind has allowed Park to accumulate a massive lead here at Bristol.
Yeah, that one car, he loves seeing that in the mirror. Just keep fighting, boys, and they'll be able to run away here. See him coming up here, lap car Joe Nemechek. He does need to make sure he stays on the bottom, and actually he's not able to do that there. Benson got to the inside of him to go on board Jimmy Johnson, and with Park all the way up the bank in here, Johnson's going to close back in on him mighty quick.
Yes, and that is what's happening here, Chip. You see Park way up high. He is still leading this race, but although actually he may be able to jump around the outside here as Nemechek gets a little bit loose, and he is once again single file heel, and Johnson is now the one on the outside there behind Casey Atwood on the outside.
Yeah, hey, first time we really mentioned Casey this season. It's good to see him back in Winston Cup this year. Maybe he'll do some big things.
Yeah, certainly something to see, as Park now has accumulated a great, very comfortable lead here at Bristol.
Yeah, Steve might have this one in the bag.
Although we pan back now to Johnson, he is hanging tough now. He is back to the inside, and that is crucial that he's not going to keep falling back. We think he may actually have a faster car than Park if he can get through the lap traffic.
There is a decent bit of traffic there between Park and Johnson. We'll see what happens. Although, look at this, Todd Bodine trying to get to the inside of Park here. That's going to put Park back on the outside. And now, if Atwood follows Bodine through, we go on board Johnson. That may be the way he gets the pass done here at Bristol in these closing stages.
Yes, look at this. Johnson going to the inside of Park. The rookie once again leading here at Bristol. This is only his 9th Winston Cup start. That would be a modern era record if he can hold on here.
Yeah, that certainly would be something. Jimmy Johnson's not somebody we really had our eye on out of these rookies. He's only won one Busch race. But, hey, you never want to bet against Rick Hendrick. White flag here for Johnson. He's coming off turn 2. I think he might just do this.
Yes, I think he might. It looks like Bobby Hamilton gets around Park there for second place. But coming off of turn 4, El Cajon, California's Jimmy Johnson shocks the world in just his 9th start. The rookie wins at Bristol.
Wow, that was very impressive. Speaking of very impressive, Dave Blaney now leads the points for the Wood brothers.
Steve Park, though, we also got to watch him up to second place as defending champion Sterling Marlin is now in 3rd. We're here in Texas at Texas Motor Speedway for the Samsung Radio Shack 500. Jeff Gordon leads from the pole with last week's runner-up Bobby Hamilton to his outside. Winston Cup points leader, the 21 of Dave Blaney in 3rd.
Still a lot of cars going home in these races. Really, we've got to cut down on a number of teams. One team we've heard really struggling is that 4-car Rick Mass. They've missed a lot of races so far.
And here they come to the green flag. Gordon and Hamilton, we are racing in Fort Worth.
Hamilton got a pretty good start there on the outside. I do think the inside will probably prevail through 1 and 2, but he's at least staying even with Jeff. We see there 21 has gotten a single file there, as now Jimmy Johnson, last week's winner, is up to 4th place.
Looks like Gordon's going to get a good push from Dave Blaney there down the backstretch. Although, look at this. Blaney wants the lead for himself off of turn 4. The Winston Cup points leader is going to race Gordon back to the line, be the first one to get those 5 bonus points today, and extend that lead.
Look at this, last week's winner, Jimmy Johnson, and last week's pole center, Kurt Busch, both rookies coming on through now. We go on board with Johnson. He wants the lead here at Texas.
Johnson absolutely has been the talk of the garage all week. He did not luck into that win at Bristol at all. He just drove up there on speed. And is now seen as somebody who can make a lot of noise this year, as he already has.
Look at this, Kurt Busch battling to the inside here. Jimmy Johnson got his teammate Mark Martin behind. Lots of 3-wide action up front here at Texas. This is awesome. High speeds, high banking, and high adrenaline. So NASCAR at its best.
Tony Stewart in that Chip Ganassi Dodge, looking for his 2nd win of the season, is now up to 3rd place. We see 3 wide there for the 4th position between Gordon, Johnson, and Blaney, as now Mark Martin is leading here at Texas. 5 bonus points for him.
Yeah, Mark's another guy I think could contend for this championship this year. We see Johnson got pushed way up the hill there. He's going to be back to about 10th as Jeff Burton works the inside of him. We see Labonte, Hamilton, and others have gotten by him. 3 wide for the 2nd position now as Marlin goes to the inside of Gordon off the corner. So that's going to allow Martin to continue to lead here at Texas. See a caution light there. And oh, yeah, we got a lot of trouble here. Hamilton around. And lots of trouble in front of the leaders here. Looks like Hamilton is going to be able to get back going. But, oh, boy, a lot of cars not going to be getting back going here. Carnage here on the front stretch at Texas. Johnny Benson, what are you doing, man? Did you just see uphill? Johnny just plowed right on in there.
Yeah, we're definitely going to want to see the replay on that one. So it looks like Kurt Busch kind of gets into the side of Hamilton, spins him, and then Terry Labonte gets into the back of Busch, and that's when the pileup really starts here. So we go on board with Adam Petty, who did manage to get through this. We see his teammate Todd Bodine did not. Yeah, wow, that was quite the ride that Adam went on there. But lots of good cars out of the race here at Texas Motor Speedway.
Yeah, that was, come on, man. Johnny Benson, what are you doing? Go back to the ARCA series. That was ARCA breaks. He's coming in there. Here's Johnny, and that's what happened.
You really wanted to say that, didn't you, Chip? Here's Johnny.
Yeah, I guess I did, but it's true. It's what happened. As we see, Mark Martin's going to win the race off pit road here, followed by Sterling Marlin and Bobby Labonte. Mark Martin leads them back to green here at Texas as well.
Good start for Martin. Lots of lap cars there on the inside. See, Sterling Marlin is going to stick right with his back bumper. Sterling has not led yet today, but that may be about to change as he looks to the inside off at turn 2.
He's got a teammate right there, too, Tony Stewart in the 41. Going to try to push him to the lead. A little teamwork by the Dodgers here in Texas, or maybe not. Looks like Tony wants to lead this race for himself.
We documented earlier in the season how Stewart had led almost all the races to that point, although he was struggling to win. He finally got that done at Darlington a few weeks ago. And it looks like that speed in the 41 continues today. And the question is, can the execution that they found at Darlington also come back today as well? You see Mark Martin now battling 3 wide back to the inside.
Also see there Jeff Burton coming back into view here, and Jimmy Johnson. How about Jimmy? Pretty consistent.
Yeah, that 48 car, we go on board with him as he goes 3 wide there with that 3rd position and follows Burton through to the lead. Probably not a championship threat by any means, because missing the Daytona 500 set that team back quite a bit, but could battle his way back into Rookie of the Year. Remember, there are drop weeks for how they calculate the Rookie of the Year points, so they only count your best 17 races, or actually I believe it's 18 now. Oh, and we got contact. Looks like Burton spins Johnson off his nose. Jason Leffler, another rookie in trouble. Dale Earnhardt Jr. That 71 car there of Dave Marcus' own car of that is Dick Trickle in that car. And look who got through all this, the 21 car of Dave Blaney, our points leader.
Man, this is crazy. So, yeah, once again, just like the Kurt Busch wreck earlier, off of 4, Johnson gets spun off the nose of the 99. 99 mostly gets through this. And then, yeah, just in front of the field. And Jason Leffler, did you go to the Johnny Benson School of Wreck Avoidance? You just plow. Okay, Dale Earnhardt Jr., what are you guys doing? If you put me in one of these cars, I can guarantee you I would have got through that wreck.
Chip, do you need to calm down a little bit during the next commercial break?
I'm just saying, Bill, these people do not need to be out of the race.
Well, I'll tell you who's definitely not out of the race. That 21 car of Dave Blaney, who now leads. New second-place runner there, Kenny Irwin Jr. Yet another one of these mile-and-a-half tracks he has really become known for in the past year. He won at Atlanta earlier this year. He won at Kansas last year. He won at Las Vegas last year. And look who is in 3rd place. That 27 car of Stacy Compton. Barely even made it to Daytona without a sponsor. Sears, new owner of Internet Explorer, has stepped up there as Kenny Irwin Jr. now battling to the inside of that 21 car. He leads the lap here at Texas, and now going through turns 1 and 2, he is clear for the lead.
Yep, as you were saying, Bill, mile-and-a-half, and Kenny Irwin Jr., just something about it. We also see there Dale Earnhardt up to 4th place there, a little further back. He's rebounding after that wreck at Bristol. And look at this, Adam Petty, best run of his career so far, is in 5th place in Texas here, having a great sophomore season, has made almost all the races so far. So yeah, quite the improvement for that 45 team over last year. As he, look at that, he just passed Dale. He's in 4th place now. Great job, Adam.
Of course, this track is where he made his Cup debut back in 2002 years ago. And now the 21 car of Dave Blaney gets back to the inside of Kenny Irwin and once again is out front here at Texas.
Been a while for the Wood brothers being in victory lane in points race. Of course, they won the Winston with Michael Waltrip there, but...
And look at this. Blaney still leading here at Texas, but 2 teammates from Chip Ganassi Racing might have something to say about that. Tony Stewart and Sterling Marlin coming back into view here. We go on board with Stewart as he closes in on the back bumper of that 21 car.
Yeah, I think Tony really wants to prove that he's here to play this year, and he's going to be in this championship conversation. Well, really, all Chip Ganassi Racing. 'Cause, yeah, we saw Kenny Irwin. He faded a little bit, but he was up there earlier. Sterling Marlin, of course, is back, and Tony. So.
Also want to kind of give a little shout out. A couple of those cars you see there further back in the top 5. We've got Joe Nemechek and a much-needed good run there for Jeremy Mayfield today as well, as Tony Stewart looks for the lead, although look at this, Sterling is going to go 3 wide downstairs.
Man, watch out, boys, off of turn 4. Looks like they are going to make it. They're still going to be 3 wide at the line. Sterling gets that lap. But, yeah, I think it's those 3 cars. Yeah, look at this. Jeremy Mayfield, who's actually struggled to make some races this year. Penske Racing South struggled, span of 3 cars. But they're having a good run today. Sterling Marlin now sticks on the inside. He is leading here at Texas, although it looks like Blaney has gotten around his teammate, Tony Stewart. So those may be the 2 cars here to settle it in these closing laps here at Texas Motor Speedway.
Marlin, defending Winston Cup champion, yet to win a race here in 2002, would like to get that monkey off his back. His teammate Tony Stewart looks to the inside. Are we going to be 3 wide again or just 2 wide?
I think just 2 wide for now. Looks like Tony's going to get to the inside of 21 there. Going on board him off the corner. That's going to momentarily slow him up as Sterling's now single file for the lead. But the question is, can Sterling get down here in 1 and 2? Or Tony's going to slide up in here. He really drives it in deep. Looks like he's going to be to the inside of Sterling off the corner. And ready to battle it out for the lead here. The question is, how does the 21 car regroup here?
Stewart now drives it in deep once again in turns 3 and 4. Marlin takes the high line. Looks like Stewart is going to be clear off of turns 3 and 4. He leads here at Texas once again. Now the 21 goes to battle with the 40. Man, he really drove it in deep there. Oh, there's almost contact. And now here he comes up on the back bumper of Stewart. Dave Blaney is in his 3rd season in the Winston Cup Series, has never won a race. This is his first with Wood Brothers Racing. Had a couple of pretty good years with Bill Davis Racing the past 2 seasons. But now he looks to the inside of Tony Stewart, hoping to perhaps get his maiden victory today. White flag in the air. The 41 and the 21 here to settle it. Looks like Blaney gets the advantage through turns 1 and 2. He is single file. Stewart is fading a little bit and is coming into the clutches of his teammate Sterling Marlin. That is exactly what Blaney wants to see.
Come on, Blaney, you got it. That'll be great to see the Wood brothers back in victory lane.
Dave Blaney coming off of turn 4. He is going to be the 2nd first-time winner in 2 weeks. Dave Blaney and the Wood brothers win in the Samsung Radio Shack 500 here at Texas Motor Speedway, expanding his points lead in the Winston Cup.
Man, that is awesome. It's just great to see the Wood brothers back in this. See, Sterling's up to 2nd place in points, Mark to 3rd. Steve Park stays up there in 4th place. Dale Earnhardt, too, good run for him today, back on the screen there in 7th place.
Martinsville, Virginia is the site of the 8th race of the 2002 NASCAR Winston Cup Series season, the Virginia 500. Today's field is led by Winston Cup points leader and last week's winner, Dave Blaney, with Jeff Gordon to his outside. We also see Jimmy Johnson, last winner on a short track, starting in 3rd. Lots of drivers going home today, including Kevin Harvick, as that team struggles to get high enough on owner points to get the provisionals each week. We also see that 4 car of Rick Mass going home once again. We do hear that team is at risk of shutting down.
Yeah, certainly a short line to watch. There's just been so many teams trying to go full-time this year that somebody's got to shut down. I'll tell you who's not in any risk of shutting down, that Wood Brothers 21 car. They've been awesome the last few weeks. He leads the field to green.
Gordon on the outside there got a decent start as they work their way through turns 1 and 2 for the first time, although as you see there, Chip, that outside line here at Martinsville just does not work very well.
Yeah, there's not much you can do for starting up there. You see Gordon's teammate, Jimmy Johnson, coming there to the inside, trying to get 2nd place as Blaney leads that first lap. And another rookie there behind Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch, is making his way up through there as well.
And that's an important note, of course, with Kevin Harvick failing to qualify, that once again, Rookie of the Year is based on your best 18 starts of the year. So even if you miss a few races, Harvick could still be in contention for that award. Blaney still leading here at Martinsville. Kurt Busch now up to 2nd place. had 3 poles so far in 2002, but has not yet won a race. Can he change that?
Yeah, that would certainly be impressive for Kurt. He's shown speed. He just needs to get the racecraft together. See, he gets up the outside there. Actually, he's going to make the pass on the outside as Blaney went a little too low there through the corner, got stuck in the grass. New leader here at Martinsville, the 60 of Kurt Busch.
Yeah, Kurt certainly has shown a knack for these short tracks so far. Had a great run at Bristol earlier this year, and now he's leading here at Martinsville. You see Tony Stewart in that 41 car is up to 3rd place. Jimmy Johnson back there in 4th. We look back at Tony now, say Tony Stewart is had a pretty good start to the year with Chip Ganassi Racing. Has already won a race, but certainly would like to win another one.
Yeah, Tony, I guess kind of like Kurt, showing a lot of raw speed, but just needs to put full races to go.
Trouble here in turn 4. Jeff Burton spins. That will bring out the caution as Kurt Busch had started to work his way through lap traffic. You see he got around Ricky Rudd there and was about to lap Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, that's a big break for the 31 car there, although too bad for Rudd as here comes Kurt down pit road. We expect most of the leaders are going to be coming in right now.
A good little breather here mid-race for the teams to put some Goodyear tires and 76 racing fuel in these cars and see if they can make adjustments. We see Jimmy Johnson there is up to 2nd place now with Blaney back to 3rd place, so 2 rookies leading the field here at Martinsville.
Yeah, and those are the same 2 rookies that led most of the Bristol race, so both these guys great short track racers.
See, the 60 is in his pit box now. Here comes the 48 as the 21 and the 41 make their way around the corner as well. This long curved pit road here at Martinsville.
Here comes Jeff Gordon, the 24 car, into his box. He led a lot of the early part of this race, or didn't lead, but he was up front as Kurt now is out of his box, and here comes Johnson as well.
Kurt Busch leads them back to the restart here. The 14 car of Mike Skinner on his inside. Another lap car there. Elliott Sadler, who used to drive the 21 car there in 3rd place until last year, is right behind Skinner. As Busch has not yet gotten to the inside, but Jimmy Johnson in 2nd has. That's going to be something to watch here as they complete this first lap back under green. Busch still side by side with Skinner. You have to wonder, should he just let Skinner go?
Yeah, I mean, he could, but there's not really a hole on the bottom for him to jump down in with Elliott Sadler right there behind him. I think he's just got to kind of try to fight him off for a while.
Off of turn 4, it looks like there may be an opening now for Busch. Is he going to take it as they go into turns 1 and 2? No.
What's he doing, man? Come on, Kurt, get back to the inside. Don't battle that 14 car.
And Busch does finally get in line here down the backstretch. So he is safely back out front once again, although Johnson... Busch once again stuck on the outside here. That 94 car of Elliott Sadler has gotten to his inside, and that may allow Jimmy Johnson to reel him in here.
Don't look now, there's a 3rd car coming into the mix. That 6 car, Mark Martin, been quietly consistent all year. See him going to the inside of the 84, Shauna Robinson. He's going to be in this battle pretty soon.
Now Johnson looking to the inside of Busch as the 94 has cleared the 60. As they head down the backstretch, is there room for Busch to pull down in front of Johnson? Not this time. They're going to be side by side through turns 3 and 4.
Looks like Jimmy's going to have the advantage here, and he's going to lead his first lap of the day here. Say, can he go 2 in a row on the short tracks to start 2002 in his rookie campaign? That would be quite impressive.
He's not clear yet. Busch still to his outside as we see Martin continuing to close in just 1 lap car, the 96 of Robbie Gordon, between him and the leaders.
That 96 car, though, has allowed Johnson to pull away a little bit.
Coming back to 2 laps to go here. Jimmy Johnson has a massive lead now. Several lap cars between him and 2nd place. He pulls away now. We look back as Mark Martin is now that 2nd place runner. 3rd place is the 21 of Dave Blaney, although Tony Stewart takes a look to his inside. White flag in the air as Jimmy Johnson looks to win for the 2nd time in just his 11th start.
Yeah, that would be quite the start to this kid's career. I mean, he missed the Daytona 500. That certainly set him back a little bit, but, man, he is rolling right now.
Off of turn 4, Jimmy Johnson is going to win here at Martinsville and get a grandfather clock in just his 11th Winston Cup start.
Yeah, that is Martinsville, a tough place to win. You see, Blaney continues to lead the points, so Mark Martin, that strong second place run, puts him up to second in the standings. Watch out for him.
Welcome to Talladega Superspeedway for the 2002 Aaron's 499. Mark Martin will lead this field. Today he's up to second in Winston Cup points with Tony Stewart to his outside. Two teammates in the second row there. Martin's teammate Jeff Burton with Kenny Irwin Jr. there starting on the second row. Also today, Robert Presley is making his first start of the year in a third car for Everham Motorsports. A BAM Racing, his regular team shut down, but he is competing full-time in the Truck Series. Lots of cars failing to qualify today, including John Andretti trying to make a one-off start for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated.
Yeah, and we are hearing that will be the end of that four-team Rick match there.
And here they come to the line. Mark Martin and Tony Stewart. Looks like Martin got a better jump, although they are all just 2 by 2, 22 rows deep here at Talladega.
Martin getting a good push right now from his teammate Jeff Burton there. That's really going to push him out front. As we see two more of their manufacturer teammates here, the 21 of Dave Blaney and the 60 Kurt Busch working behind them, although it looks like Burton now is going to the inside. He wants to lead this thing.
Looks like he's going to get hung out to dry there, though, as Blaney is going to follow Martin on the outside, and Burton does not have any drafting help right now.
I'll tell you who's coming up pretty quick, that 40 car Sterling Marlin. Watch out on the inside. He decides to jump up to that second line there. Is now the 5 car Terry Labonte and the 97 of Greg Biffle are on the inside.
Looks like Martin is going to lead this first lap as Marlin pushes Burton there on that second lane. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Biffle and Labonte continue to push their way up. And defending Talladega winner Ward Burton there, he is up to third in line on the inside as well.
Don't count out old Michael Waltrip. Oh, we got a trouble here. The 6 car, Mark Martin, is blown up in front of the field. That's really going to split up this pack quite a bit. Looks like, man, he barely made it to the inside there in front of Robert Presley, but he is going to do that. And, yeah, man, tough break for Mark. And now that's going to put Terry Labonte out front here at Talladega. And this smaller pack should be able to pull away a little bit from all those leaders or all the other cars way back there. Looks like we got a 7 car breakaway here due to Mark Martin blowing up here at Talladega.
That 7 car breakaway still out front, but we've got caution on the racetrack. Ooh, a massive wreck here in turn 4. Looks like we got 2 cars upside down, the 27 of Compton and the 2 of Rusty Wallace. Terry Labonte will win the race back to the caution, but let's see what happened here.
Typical, boys, you just cannot go 4 wide at Talladega. They got to put me out there. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, that certainly did not end well, did it, Chip? So yeah, the 27 goes for a long ride on his roof, and it looks like the 2 car, as you can see there in the bottom right, almost stays on his 4 wheels, but then gets hit by Matt Kenseth in the 31, and that sends Rusty Wallace tumbling. We go on board here with Kevin Harvick in the 30, who managed to get through all this, although that was quite the frightening view in front of him.
Yeah, you never want to see a car on its roof in front of you, but yeah, good job on Kevin. Heads up driving. That looks like a veteran move right there to get through that wreck.
Single file back to the green here. Terry Labonte leads with Biffle in second and Biffle's teammate Burton in third. And just like on the initial start, Burton is the first one to make a move.
Yeah, Jeff Burton, you know, it's been over a year since he won a Winston Cup race, Texas last year. I think he's feeling hungry today as he jumps around his teammate there for second place and is looking for more as he gets next to Terry Labonte for first.
He's got help on the inside there from Michael Waltrip. We see 3 wide, potentially starting back there with the 91 of Robert Presley. 2 rookies there running in the top 10 right now. Kurt Busch followed by Jason Leffler in the 20, as Jeff Gordon now is also creeping into view.
Yeah, it looks like Jason takes a look at the inside there, but they're going to be 2 by 2. Gordon, the first one now, 3 wide. And now Ward Burton makes a bold move there to the middle as his brother Jeff leads them back to the line here at Talladega.
That crash has not tamed them down at all, has it, Chip? As they're 3 wide throughout the pack, potentially 4 wide here as both Kurt Busch and Jeff Gordon take a look to the inside of Michael Waltrip there.
Yeah, they thought better of that. Probably smart after what we just saw there. We see Jeff's got help now from his teammate, Jimmy Johnson, who's won 2 out of the last 3 races. As now their other teammate, Terry Labonte, dives to the inside of Jeff Burton, and he wants to lead back here at Talladega.
Yeah, Labonte seems to be on a bit of a career resurgence right now. He won 2 races last year, the first time he's won multiple races in a while, and the 1996 champion appears to be getting back into it here as he leads them to the line at Talladega, though he's going to swap places again with Jeff Burton, it appears, as Jeff Burton drops down to the inside. It really is impressive, Chip. These cars can just get a run on their own and drive all the way up to the lead.
Yeah, although Jeff Burton's not on his own this time, he's got help from his teammate Greg Biffle. As you saw, they did go 4 wide there for a second with Jimmy Johnson and those guys. As now Biffle wants to go to the lead for himself.
Biffle, yes, hanging his teammate out to dry as now Jeff Gordon, Bobby Hamilton, and Jimmy Johnson creep into view as well.
Hamilton going to take them 3 wide here through turns 3 and 4. That 92 car, haven't talked about a whole lot this year, but he's been mighty consistent so far. And, you know, he could be a winner as well. That was a daring move by Terry to go top to bottom downstairs. Now Jimmy's going to take up 4 wide. And Burton leads them at the line here, but here comes 2 Hendrick teammates, Terry Labonte, Jimmy Johnson.
And now the 48 looking for the lead here at Talladega. Could he go 3 for 4 today? That would be very impressive for the young rookie.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson, like we said a couple weeks ago, he's only won 1 Busch race, and now he's tearing it up here in the Winston Cup Series. That's awesome.
That bottom lane now led by Johnny Benson, who takes them 4 wide briefly with Hamilton, Gordon, and Marlin. Benson, one of the guys in the field who has never won a Winston Cup race.
Yeah, I'm sure he would like to win one, although they're going to have to get through that 48 car. As look at this, Earnhardt Jr. now goes to the inside. He's going to take up 4 wide. Of course, he won Daytona last summer, and so he's good at these restrictor plate racetracks. See Kenny Irwin behind him, and 4 wide into turns 1 and 2. Johnson trying to defend those top 2 lines as Irwin, Earnhardt, and Stewart go by on the bottom. Stewart 4 wide now with Johnson, Benson, Biffle. This is crazy here at Talladega today.
Now we are 3 wide for the lead. Stewart hangs his teammate Irwin out to dry as Earnhardt Jr. goes up to that high line to lead the pack here at Talladega. Oh, and we got contact behind him. Johnson, Benson, Biffle, Terry Labonte. Lots of cars in this crash. Ooh, that 23 of Buckshot Jones gets into him hard. As now we watch the race back to the caution here. It looks like Kenny Irwin got around Dale Earnhardt Jr. for the lead. NASCAR's most popular driver is going to lead them back to the stripe.
Yeah, that was a good heads-up move by Irwin, but somebody was not heads up in the pack here. Oh, come on, boys. 4 wide into turn 3 is a recipe for disaster. Look at this. You got the 48 cars done, probably. Some damage on the 99, the 5. All the cars have been up front all day, all torn up because some idiot went 4 wide. Yeah, look at that. And Buckshot Jones went to the Jason Leffler School of ARCA brakes right there.
Chip, you need to take a breather here next commercial break.
Hey, they're wrecking lots of expensive race cars. There's no reason for it.
Well, Kenny Irwin has not wrecked his race car today. He's having a great run right now, and it looks like his teammate Tony Stewart there was trying to follow him through to second place. And their corporate teammate Bobby Hamilton there in the 92 is also up there now. He's working on Earnhardt Jr. on the inside for second.
And look now, making his first start of the year, that 91 car, Robert Presley. He's got some good experience drafting the trucks this year. He's running top 5. And look at this, too, the 16 car, Kevin LePage, looking for his first Winston Cup win going to the inside here. What an upset that would be. Hank Aaron Motorsports, Kevin LePage, as he comes to the inside of the 42. And it's going to be close coming back to the stripe here at Talladega between the 42 and the 16. Let's see who gets there.
Looks like it was the 42 that time by, but this 16 is certainly turning into a formidable opponent here in the closing stages of this race. Another driver looking for his first Winston Cup win, Mike Skinner in that 14 car on the inside. So you've got Kevin LePage and Mike Skinner, both two somewhat tenured veterans of this series looking for their first career wins. As here comes that 91 car of Robert Presley, also looking for a first victory. And it looks like Irwin is having an issue now. Not blowing up like Martin, it seems, but flat tire we're hearing. And that is going to split up this pack immensely. And that's going to allow 3 underdogs there. The 91 car of Presley. And look at this. It's the day of the underdogs. Robert Presley in second place. Kevin LePage leading here at Talladega. That 7 car of Ted Musgrave and also the 14 of Mike Skinner all up here. But Tony Stewart and Dale Earnhardt Jr. are looking to crash their party.
Yeah, those 2 red cars coming on the inside there. Although, I'll tell you what, that 16 car, he's been holding court out front for a while now, doing pretty good. Here comes Tony to the inside with help from Musgrave. Is Musgrave going to follow his Dodge teammate, or is Tony going to stick with them here? Or is he going to push Tony? Looks like Musgrave tried to stay to the inside there, and that's going to cost him. As here we go, white flag in the air. LePage leading at the line.
What an upset that would be. Kevin LePage getting help from part-time driver Robert Presley. Meanwhile, on the inside, also 2 drivers that have never won a Winston Cup race, Ted Musgrave and Ricky Craven. Tony Stewart already has a victory this year. He has 12 wins in the prior 3 seasons. Who will win? David versus Goliath here at Talladega.
I don't know. It's really just going to come down to who can get a better push. That 7 car on the inside could affect the draft here a little bit. Looks like coming off a 4, Tony's got the advantage. Remember, the finish line is all the way down towards turn 1.
They head through the tri-oval. Will LePage be able to get one last push? Earnhardt Jr. pulls out of the line. That could hurt Stewart, but I don't think there's going to be enough time. Tony Stewart, he wins the Aaron's 499, his second victory with new team Chip Ganassi Racing, and oh so close for Kevin LePage.
Dave Blaney continues to lead his points, but just by 79 points now over Tony Stewart. Lots of Dodge up there. Stewart, Marlin, Bobby Hamilton in 4th, Kenny Irwin Jr., first Chevrolet, Steve Park in 8th place, and no Pontiacs on the board.
We're here in California at California Speedway for the 2002 Napa Auto Parts 500. Jeff Burton leads the field to green today with Jerry Nadeau to his outside.
Yeah, and we also see a good qualifying effort there for the rookie Kevin Harvick. Say some drivers that struggled in qualifying, including Mayfield, Spencer, and the Wallace brothers. We're hearing that 33 car Mike Wallace. That may be the end of that team, and it may just go down to 1 car with Andy Petrie Racing.
The pace car heads down pit road, coming to the green flag. Field in the hands of Jeff Burton, and we are racing here in the Napa Auto Parts 500.
And we see already his teammate Mark Martin there looking to the middle there between Jeff and Jerry. Lots of movement. These wide straightaways going to get pretty crazy here today.
Now look at this. Mark Martin goes to the inside of his teammate as they head down the backstretch, and they are 4 wide there for the 4th position. We look on board Bobby Hamilton almost making contact there with Matt Kenseth as they head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, they better watch out heading here into turn 3. That could easily turn into a 4-car crash. We are 5 wide. Luckily, Harvick and Nadeau decide to back out of it there. And look at this, Hamilton coming up the inside. He might be almost in the lead by the time they get to the stripe.
Mark Martin will lead that first lap as Hamilton and Earnhardt Sr. come on the inside there in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Earnhardt Jr. creeps into the picture there further back as now Earnhardt goes to the inside of his teammate Kenseth and now to the inside of Hamilton. Oh, we got trouble here in turn 1.
Yeah, 4 cars in this crash. We got the 77 Nemechek, Atwood, over there, not Casey again. We come here through turns 3 and 4. It looks like Kenseth now battling back to the inside of his teammate. Going to be a drag race here between those 2 Richard Childress Chevrolets, but it looks like Kenseth is going to win the race back to the caution.
Absolutely frantic racing here at California Speedway so far today.
Yes, it is. This track is just wild.
It looks like this early caution is going to cause kind of a split decision here in regard to pitting. We see Earnhardt, Kurt Busch, Jerry Nadeau, and other leaders coming down pit road as Earnhardt's teammate Kenseth and others stay out.
Yeah, I want to see which strategy ends up working well here. I'll tell you what, though, those cars at pit are going to be deep in the field on the restart.
Actually, not as deep as we thought they could be, Chip. We see there Earnhardt behind Nadeau is only 6th in line there as his teammate Kenseth, followed by Mark Martin and Earnhardt Jr. lead them back to the green. Perhaps staying out was a risky move that will not pay off.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I mean, we saw earlier, obviously it's pretty easy to pass here at California Speedway, so would not be surprised if Dale, some of those guys make up those spots rather quickly.
We see here with that single file restart, a little bit calmer out front than it was at the initial start of the race. Mark Martin takes a look to the inside of his former teammate Matt Kenseth, but not going to make any further progress. Now, one thing important to note, so Earnhardt only took 2 tires. That's how he restarted 6th. We go all the way back here to Jeff Burton, Bobby Hamilton, some of those other drivers that are up front. They took 4. So they are much deeper in this field. They have a lot of passes to make to get back to the front. Speaking of getting back to the front, Mark Martin does go to the inside of Kenseth. A little bit of contact there in turn 2. Now Nadeau to the inside of Earnhardt Jr. Earnhardt Jr., man, they are all making contact here as they head down the backstretch.
And look at this. We said it wouldn't be long. Dale Earnhardt Sr. now to the inside of his son and Mark Martin. Going to be in the 2nd position, assuming he clears them here in turns 3 and 4.
And don't count out Michael Waltrip there coming on the inside as well. He's looking to make it 3 wide for the lead here. Looks like Nadeau will get back to the stripe first this time around. But Waltrip quickly coming on the inside there with help from Bobby Labonte and Jeff Gordon.
Here we go on board with Waltrip here. We see a few cars decide to go down pit road this last time by. Waltrip clear track in front of him. Let's see if he can run away with it a little bit here. Looks like he's going to move up in front of his boss there, a 3-car Dale Earnhardt. As, this is not a great merge point. Adam Petty going to come out right in front of this lead pack. That may actually allow Mikey to get away from this group a little bit, or not. Looks like Adam's going to be right in his way. That's going to allow Bobby Labonte, Jeff Gordon, and actually Terry Labonte there coming into view as well.
And coming back to the stripe here, it looks like Jeff Gordon is going to lead and get those 5 Winston Cup bonus points. As now Kenseth and Jason Leffler, contact back there. We are 4 wide once again. Gordon's still leading here. We see his teammate Terry Labonte and Leffler. Oh, and there goes the trouble. Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jerry Nadeau. 3 great cars today, all with damage.
And now they head down the backstretch. Looks like Jeff Gordon in good position to win this race back to the caution. How about Jason Leffler? They're battling up with Terry Labonte for 2nd place. We see Kenseth appears not to have learned from that crash. He's still going 3 wide, coming back to the caution here, as Jeff is going to easily get back to the stripe first.
So restart here. Jeff Gordon in 1st. Jason Leffler in 2nd, followed by the Labonte brothers.
You see lap cars on the inside there include our defending champion Sterling Marlin is now a lap down. He made an unscheduled pit stop under green there. See, Gordon's able to get out in front of Adam Petty. That gives him a little bit of a gap with the field. As Marlin, again, that's lap down cars, goes to the inside of Adam.
And we see the pack appears not to have learned from that prior crash. They are already 2 and 3 wide heading down the backstretch. Gordon continues to pull away with those lap cars holding up Jason Leffler. We see Leffler's teammate, Bobby Labonte, appears to be the first one making a move to get around those cars.
Yeah, that's just a rookie move there. Jason just does not know how to get around those cars as well as Bobby, former champion, does. We see Bobby trying to clear himself, almost makes contact there with Sterling. Oh, and he does. He made contact there with Adam Petty. Bobby is upside down, as is Adam. And, man, they are wrecking here in turn 1. Big crash.
Yeah, that has certainly been Calamity Corner today. Let's take a look at the replay here. Bobby just gets in a little bit too hot, gets into the 45 car, and they both go over.
Yeah, that was a nasty hit for Bobby. You see, Adam almost goes into the fence there, and Warburton just loses it. And look at that, Adam actually drove away. That's impressive.
So that split decision earlier coming back to bite Jeff Gordon. He is going to be a very lonely driver heading down pit road here as he did not pit earlier. And that is going to hand the lead to, it looks like Kevin Harvick here, the rookie from California. in his first Winston Cup start at this track. Can he perhaps win his first Winston Cup race today? Harvick leads them back on the restart, followed by teammates Terry Labonte and Jimmy Johnson, who are racing once again at California Speedway.
Good start there by Kevin. He is going to clear the lap car there of Ricky Brutt. We see it looks like Terry is going to easily stay to the outside of Rudd and get a good run off of turn 2. We see a car we haven't really talked about much yet today, Tony Stewart there coming into view for the first time. So it's pretty easy to come into view at this point when half the field is crashed out.
Not quite half, but yes, there have been a lot of accidents today, Chip. Terry Labonte has managed to get past Kevin Harvick for the lead of this race, but Harvick is still in this lead group. We also see rookies Ryan Newman and Jimmy Johnson coming into view, and second-year driver Greg Biffle.
And say, look at this, after being stuck in the back all day, Bobby Hamilton has managed to creep back up into view as well.
Yeah, he got sent back there after taking 4 tires on that first caution. Perhaps that was the right strategy play, as he, as well as Jeff Burton, who also did that, are now in the lead pack with 2 laps to go.
Hamilton to the inside of Biffle and Terry Labonte. Can he get his first win as a owner-driver here? So coming back to the white flag.
There's been so much passing today, Chip. I think I would want to be about 10th in line coming to the white here. This is going to be wild. White flag in the air for Bobby Hamilton and that 92 Dodge for Melling Hamilton Racing.
So look at this, Greg Biffle coming into view here, hoping to maybe get Roush Racing's first win of the year, as does his teammate there, could also get that Jeff Burton.
Biffle with a good run down the backstretch. Can he capitalize on that going into the third turn? Meanwhile, Terry Labonte goes back to the inside there. He's able to clear Jeff Burton going into turn 3. And can Kevin Harvick do anything in 4th place?
Oh, here comes Terry to the inside here. I don't think Hamilton's going to get there. Can Harvick go 3 wide? It looks like he's going to push Terry to the line. It's going to be awfully close. Man, that is crazy. And I have no idea who won that.
Neither do I, Chip. Let's wait for the call from the booth. It might have been Biffle. It could have been Labonte. And yes, Terry Labonte wins here at California Speedway in what is officially the closest finish in NASCAR Winston Cup history. Say, look at that replay, Chip. I mean, it is impossible to see who won.
Yeah, that's as close as it gets right there. Look at that. Terry, yeah, gets the shadows a little bit further out than the 97, but I tell you what a race, and heartbreak for Greg Biffle, but congrats to Terry, that's amazing. And I'll tell you what, Bobby Hamilton, he didn't win a race, but he is now the Winston Cup points leader. That's something right there.
Richmond Raceway is home to the Pontiac Excitement 400. In a special Spider-Man paint scheme, the 42 car of Kenny Irwin Jr. leads them to the green today. Actually, Chip Ganassi 1-2-3 sweep of those first 3 starting spots. We see 5 cars getting sent home today. The 26 of Jimmy Spencer continues to struggle after the bankruptcy of their sponsor Kmart.
Man, that Spider-Man paint scheme in that 42 car tonight looks awesome. Say, Bill, would you like me to sing the Spider-Man theme song?
You know, Chip, I think we're all right with that.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever a spider can.
Chip, thank you very much for that. That was not something I knew I needed to hear.
Well, thank you very much. Maybe I could sing another verse under the first caution.
And with Chip's distraction, we appear to have missed a call on the green flag of this race, but that Spider-Man car is out front right now. Looks like his teammate, Tony Stewart's going to clear Sterling Marlin for that second position.
See, I tell you, he does whatever a spider can. Looks like a spider can lead the race.
Man, you're really trying to tie that into this race, aren't you, Chip?
Tie that in. I see what we did there. It's like tying a web.
Yeah, you know what, Chip? Enough with the spider puns for tonight. Anyway, further back we see Rusty Wallace in that 2 car is having a good run tonight. You know, he's always great at these short tracks, Chip. Of course, had that second place finish at Bristol back in August. Irwin now having to work through some lap traffic. That has allowed his teammate Sterling Marlin to reel him in here. We also see in that 3rd position is rookie Kurt Busch.
Go on board with Marlin here, taking a look up at the back bumper of that 42, just looking for the right opportunity to get around him.
And it looks like the 42 gets pushed up the hill a little bit there. Marlin drives it in deep. That's going to allow him to get to the inside of his teammate, and he is going to clear him off the corner. Marlin now leading here at Richmond. Of course, he won this race last year. Can he win the spring race here at Richmond once again?
Yeah, I don't know. Of course, their teammate Tony would love to make it 1-2-3 for Ganassi, although look at this. That lap traffic's allowing Irwin to hang tough there on the outside, although it looks like Marlin's finally going to clear him as they head down the front stretch this time.
Irwin still trying to make it work on the outside there. Not clear. Now Marlin's clear. And actually, he needs to get down quickly as Kurt Busch in that 60 car is approaching fast.
Yeah, although look at this. Tony wants to look under Kurt, and maybe they can make that 1-2-3 happen for Chip Ganassi here at Richmond. Those Dodgers are on fire tonight. Although I'll tell you what, as we see Jerry Nadeau does get back to pit road there, saw that car smoking earlier. Kurt is going to get some good points in that Rookie of the Year battle tonight, no matter what.
Yes, clearly the top rookie right now. And here we are in the final laps at Richmond. We see those three Ganassi teammates are 1, 2, 3. Looks like Stewart is going to get around Irwin. That 42 car was great earlier, but has started to fade.
Yeah, I guess a Spider cannot do anything a Spider can. Or I guess maybe Spiders just aren't good NASCAR drivers. I don't know. Have you ever seen a Spider drive a race car, Bill?
You know, I can't say I have, Chip. But one thing I can say I've seen is Sterling Marlin leading here at Richmond. He has been great tonight. He was great here last year. Although, look at this. The 41 of Stewart has him pinned in a good spot there. Those lap cars have forced Marlin to the outside. Can Stewart make a run at his teammate here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Stewart's being held up by these lap cars, too. See, he's behind a 23 car, Buckshot Jones there. Sterling continues to battle the outside of Adam Petty, although it looks like there may be a gap here to get down if he wants to take it. Although he seems to think the lap cars are so slow that the outside line is better. I don't know if that'll work. As we see, 23 is close to getting the inside of the 40, and that could allow Tony to make a run as the white flag is now in the air.
One lap to go here for Sterling Marlin. The defending Winston Cup champion has been consistent so far in 2002, but has not won a race yet. Adam Petty holds him up a little bit down the backstretch. Will that allow his teammate Tony Stewart to get to his inside off of turns 3 and 4? Stewart gets close, but it won't be enough. Sterling Marlin wins at Richmond.
Yeah, great run for Sterling. That team continues to be consistent this year and is up to third in the standings behind his teammate Stewart and their manufacturer teammate Bobby Hamilton. I think that 40 team going to once again be a threat for the Winston Cup this year.
And last week's winner is this week's pole sitter. Here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, Sterling Marlin will lead them to the green with his teammate Kenny Irwin Jr. to the outside. Once again, Chip Ganassi Racing locks down a 1-2-3 sweep on the starting positions.
And we see the 55-26, usual suspects struggling to qualify.
And here we come to the green. Chip Ganassi qualified 1-2-3 last week. They finished 1-2-3 last week. Can they do it again?
Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see. Jeff Burton, mighty good here at this track. Of course, he led all 300 laps a couple years ago. And look at this. He already's breaking up that Ganassi party. He managed to pass Stewart on the outside. And he's looking to the inside of Irwin on the inside here down the back stretch.
And Marlin loves to see this in the mirror. It looks like that side-by-side action will probably allow him to lead the first lap. Although that 99 car is absolutely rolling right now. He gets a look to the inside of Marlin as they head back to the start-finish line for the first time.
Yeah, that 99 car looks mighty good right now. I'll tell you who else looks mighty good, that 30 car, Kevin Harvick. Running in the top 5 right now, looking for 4th position on Kenny Irwin Jr.
We see Harvick's teammate, the 31 of Matt Kenseth, further back. And yeah, how about Kevin Harvick? He's struggled to qualify a little bit more than some of the other rookies, not having those owner points built up. But the races he has made, he has been absolutely fantastic. Oh, we got trouble here. Earnhardt gets wrecked by his driver, Steve Park, and Park nowhere to go. We saw the 28 of Ricky Rudd gets in there hard, and that's just what happens with these narrow straightaways here at Loudon.
Yeah, the 40 car Sterling Marlin going to lead them back to the caution here with Jeff Burton in second. Tony had to look to the inside. Let's see the replay here. Yeah, Dale gets spun by Park, and there's nowhere to go for Rudd. And the 16 LePage gets into it. We see good job by Nemechek there getting through via Mast, Robinson. Those drivers just had nowhere to go.
So with several good cars out of the race, and we see there as well Bill Elliott a lap down after coming in for repairs, this thinner field goes back to green flag racing. Another great start for Jeff Burton. He almost passed Marlin there on the outside heading down the front straightaway.
Yeah, I think that 99 car could really pull away if he could get in clean air, but getting there is the hard part.
That it is, Chip. We see Tony Stewart holding pretty well on the back bumper of that 99. Marlin continuing to put on an absolute clinic here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Can he go for 2 wins in a row? That would be something. The first time that would happen all year. Marlin still leading, but here comes his teammate Stewart, and we are once again with the Ganassi 1-2-3 here at New Hampshire.
Yeah, Kenny Irwin faded a little bit. Oh, Marlin gets the wall there off of turn 4. Tony Stewart's going to easily scoot by, and it looks like Irwin will as well.
Can Stewart go for his 3rd victory of the season? That would be another first on the year, as we see Kevin Harvick continues to run in the top 5 there in the 4th position. Right in front of the 36 of Ken Schrader. Good run for him. And yeah, Harvick continues to just absolutely impress here in 2002.
Yep. Very consistent. We don't see him in a lot of wrecks. Hasn't been super flashy leading laps like Kurt and Jimmy, but very consistent. And that'll get you that Rookie of the Year award, especially with how the rookie point system works. It takes your best 18 races. So
Stewart leading here still at New Hampshire, but here comes his teammate Kenny Irwin. You know, this track is a significant site for Kenny Irwin Jr. It's the track that nearly claimed his life back in 2000. He had to miss the rest of that season after being in that accident, but now he's back here in 2nd position looking for more. Speaking of 2000, we see the driver that led every lap in 2000, Jeff Burton, is battling his way back into this as Irwin now going for the lead.
And the crowd here in New Hampshire is absolutely going wild, both because Kenny Irwin's NASCAR's most popular driver and because of what this track means to him.
And now Irwin with clear track in front of him down the back straightaway as Burton has gotten around the 30 of Harvick, as now Hamilton tries to battle his way into the top 5 as well.
Yeah, good battle here. Oh, and we got the caution out for the 96 car. This could be the race.
And Irwin did get back to the stripe before the caution, he did not get back to the stripe before the caution, so we believe this will be the end of the race here. In 1994, Ernie Irvan nearly lost his life in a crash at Michigan. 2 years later, he took that track back with a victory. Today, Kenny Irwin Jr. is going to do the same thing. 2 years after his accident here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, he wins under caution for his 5th career NASCAR Winston Cup win.
Man, that is just so special for Kenny. I'm so happy for him. Moves him up to 6th in the standings as Hamilton continues to lead.
And we are here for NASCAR's All-Star Night, the Winston and the Winston Open. We start with the Winston Open. The drivers who have not won a race in the last year and a half and are not former Winston Cup champions. We see this field led by Kurt Busch and Greg Biffle.
Yeah, some decent cars here tonight that have not won. So want to see who can get in. Coming to the green, Busch with an awesome jump there in front of his teammate, Greg Biffle.
See Hamilton there in 3rd place with Mike Skinner to his outside.
Yeah, looks like Busch, good run down the back straightaway. Although look at this, Biffle is closing in a bit. Let's see what happens here. Although also look at that, Jason Leffler in the top 4 right now, and Rick Mast trying to battle his way into the top 5 in that 71 car.
And now Busch to the inside, or goes to the outside of his teammate Greg Biffle. Biffle is going to lead that first lap. And Hamilton, this is a short race. He knows he does not have much time. He goes 3 wide for the lead with help from Jason Leffler.
Yeah, Busch, or Biffle, gets the wall there and gets pushed all the way back behind his teammate Busch and Leffler. And that's going to give Hamilton a healthy lead here. Looks like Leffler drives in pretty deep there. Two rookies battle for the second spot, but Hamilton out front right now. Some contact further back. Leffler looks to the inside.
White flag here in the Winston Open. Bobby Hamilton with a healthy gap between himself and Jason Leffler. Coming around turns 3 and 4, it looks like Hamilton is going to race his way into the Winston. Bobby Hamilton wins the Winston Open, and Jason Leffler will start on pole for the sprint. 3 rookies, 1, 2, 3 here in the no bull sprint. We've got Leffler, Harvick, and Busch, along with second-year drivers Adam Petty and Greg Biffle.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see. I think we're going to have a first-time driver in Winston out of this group. The question is, who will it be? You see Kurt Busch goes to the inside here of Jason Leffler. His teammate Greg Biffle looking to follow him through. You see those 2 Petty cars, Adam and Todd, running in 4th and 5th right now. Can they do something with this group?
Kurt Busch gets the wall there a little bit. That's going to allow his teammate Greg Biffle to scoot away. Biffle and Harvick now clear for the first and second positions. Biffle appears to be on the fast track to advancing to the Winston, but can Harvick do anything about it? Going back to the stripe, Greg Biffle is going to race his way into the Winston as well for his first appearance in the event.
And speaking of first appearances, we're getting word from NASCAR that out of the remaining drivers that have not advanced, Kevin Harvick got the most votes in fan votes. So he is going to also make his first appearance in the Winston and join Jimmy Johnson as one of 2 rookies in the field. That's pretty exciting for Kevin.
And here we are for the big show, the Winston. Defending Winston Cup champ Sterling Marlin had the best qualifying run yesterday with Steve Park to his outside. 2000 winner Dale Earnhardt Jr. starts 3rd. We've got a star-studded field with some special rules.
We've got 3 segments tonight. First segment, you have to make a green flag pit stop for 4 tires. We're also going to cut this field down to 20 from 25 at the end of this segment. Second segment, we're going to cut the field down from 20 to 10 and invert it. And then the final segment is the dash to the win.
So we do want to highlight here, Ron Fellows is making his first appearance in the Winston after winning at Watkins Glen last August. And once again, the 3 drivers that raced their way in were transferred through the Open and Sprint. We got Bobby Hamilton won the Winston Open, Greg Biffle won the No Bull Sprint, and Kevin Harvick won that fan vote.
Yeah, I'm really happy for all these guys, but especially Kevin. That's really cool to have, again, 2 rookies in the field, because Jimmy Johnson won his way in with those wins at Bristol and Martinsville. But I think we got a good race tonight. We're going to have to see who can survive this first segment. Again, the bottom 5 go home, and they're going to have to make a green flag pit stop. So coming here to the green flag, it looks like Marlin and Park pretty even to the stripe. As, yeah, lots of side-by-side action throughout the field.
Marlin is going to clear Steve Park going into turns 1 and 2. See, Park's teammate, Earnhardt Jr., is rocketing to the front as well. He may actually clear Park down the backstretch.
Yeah, let's see what Dale can do with Sterling now. Yeah, he had no contest with his teammate. Sterling up the hill a little bit. Looks like Dale Jr. going on board with him is going to be looking to the inside here as they complete lap 1.
And further back, it looks like lots of 2 and 3 wide action throughout the middle of the pack as things have thinned out up front and out back. Earnhardt Jr. leading. We see Jeff Burton goes to the inside of Sterling Marlin for that second position. It looks like 2000 Winston Cup champ Bobby Labonte. We're at the halfway point of segment 1. We hear a lot of drivers are going to be coming down pit road this time.
Say a lot of drivers. Heck, it looks like we've got the whole field coming down for crying out loud.
And want to see which pit crew can work the fastest, and you don't want to be too fast driving down pit road either, but you do want to get off as quick as possible. Leader Earnhardt Jr. makes it to his pit box. We see the pole sitter Sterling Marlin goes to that final box. Every car is in their pit stall right now. They've already completed those right sides on Earnhardt Jr. Here they go around to the left. The jack is about to drop. We'll have to see who can win this race off pit road. Looks like it's going to be Earnhardt Jr. Followed by Labonte to second. And it looks like Mark Martin got out around Sterling Marlin.
It looks like good clean stops for everybody. We'll have to see if there are any penalties. And we'll also have to see who those bottom 5 are once things get sorted out here after the pit stops. As now look at this, Labonte is hounding Earnhardt Jr. So it looks like currently, Harvick is advancing, as is looks like the 22 car there. The battle for that final spot right now appears to be between the 81 of Fellows and the 21 of Blaney. That'll be interesting to watch. As we come around, and actually this could change things. Bobby Hamilton gets the wall, spins out. No caution for that, but that's going to put him way back, so he's almost certainly going to be one of those eliminated drivers. As Bobby Labonte's gotten around Earnhardt Jr. for the lead here. And we'll have to see what happens further back. They hit through that smoke from the Hamilton spin. Again, no caution. But what's going to happen? Oh, no, this is terrible. Kevin Harvick and Jerry Nadeau speeding on pit road. They had to serve a pass-through, and, man, that is heartbreaking for them.
Yeah, especially Harvick after getting transferred in through that fan vote. That makes it look like that Harvick, Hamilton, and Nadeau are almost certainly going to be among those 3 going home after this first segment. This is the battle for the final spot here. Rusty Wallace has it currently, but here comes Ricky Rudd to take that spot.
Yeah, Rudd's just going to blow by Rusty here. We'll have to see, can Rusty get back by him as they head through turns 1 and 2. But yeah, this battle is heating up for that final spot. Speaking of which, battle for the final spot, battle for the lead here. We got Earnhardt Jr. coming back to the inside of Bobby Labonte, trying to win segment number 1.
Again, no invert after this segment. They will start in the order that they finish. So if Earnhardt Jr. wins this segment, he'll start on pole for segment number 2. But the real interesting battle right now is near the back of the pack. Looks like Ricky Rudd is likely to hold on, as Earnhardt Jr. is going to hold on and win this first segment.
Yeah, great job by Dale Jr. We pan back to Rudd here. Looks like no contest. He's screwed away from Rusty Wallace a little bit. So Rusty is going to join those other guys and heading home after this first segment as we trim the field down to just 20 cars.
So now 20 cars here to contest the Winston's second segment. Again, we're going to take the top 10 after this segment and invert them. So you would like to be in 10th position, but if you fall back to 11th, you're out.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting calculus on these drivers. Personally, if I was out there, Bill, I would just, slam on the brakes off of turn 4 and, hope maybe that I finish in exactly 10th and nobody flies over the back of me.
For some reason, Chip, I don't think anybody's going to attempt that. Seems a little risky, but I tell you what else is kind of risky. Tony Stewart taking him 3 wide here as Mark Martin has passed Earnhardt Jr. And Stewart now with help from Kenseth trying to get up to Martin.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely frantic knowing that there's not too many spots in that final segment. And if this is a short segment, no pit stop this time. We'll have to see what happens.
We see Martin has gotten back down in front of Stewart here, although he does slip up the hill here a little bit off of 3 and 4. Stewart goes to the inside of Martin, but now Kenseth goes to the inside of Stewart. 3 wide for the race lead.
And looking at the 1 car there, Steve Park trying to follow Kenseth. And, we got contact there. Looks like Stewart, Marlin, Martin, and, poor Mikey got some damage there. So all those cars probably not advancing, and they're also slowing up a bunch of other cars that didn't get damaged that are also going to struggle to advance. But I tell you, the lucky duck out of that is Mr. Matt Kenseth. He's got a very comfortable lead here.
White flag in segment number 2. Matt Kenseth and Steve Park have driven away from this field. It appears they are going to be starting 9th and 10th respectively in the final segment. Meanwhile, look at this, an underdog story. Ron Fellows is poised to race his way in. As we look back to the last 3 spots, they will start at the front of this segment. Earnhardt Sr., the 21 of father-son front row here in the Winston. As it all comes down to this, the final segment. Earnhardt Sr., Earnhardt Jr., Blaney, and Fellows. Your top 2 rows right now.
Not much time here. It's really just whoever's got the best short-run car. We see Ken Blaney and the Wood Brothers perhaps win that big check. That'll be big for them.
Look at this, Ron Fellows. We normally think of him as a road course specialist, but he's had a lot of experience on ovals this year in the Busch Series, and that's showing right now. He is looking for the lead here in the Winston against the best in the business.
Yeah, that's incredible for Ron. Certainly something to put on his resume, no matter what happens tonight when it comes to thinking about promoting him to full-time Winston Cup action next year. He is going to the lead here in the Winston.
Although we have a former winner of the Winston, his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to follow him through past Blaney as well. As one of the drivers that transferred their way in from the Open, Greg Biffle got that last spot here in the Winston by racing his way in through the sprint. He is potentially going to contest the lead as well. What a story that would be.
Worst to first right now. That's pretty impressive for Greg trying to do that, as Dale Jr. has gotten around his teammate Fellows and is leading here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. You see, looks like Blaney is going to get back to the inside Fellows too. Can he make another run at it?
Meanwhile, it looks like Earnhardt Jr. got a good run there through turns 3 and 4. He's distanced himself a little bit from Biffle as he's coming back to the white flag. Dale Earnhardt Jr. won this race 2 years ago as a rookie. Since then, he has become a very formidable competitor in this Winston Cup Series. He has not yet won a race yet in 2002. This would be quite the place to do it, wouldn't it, Chip?
Yes, it would be.
Coming through turns 3 and 4. For the final time, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to join an exclusive club as a multi-time winner of the Winston. Becomes just the 5th driver to do it. A list that includes his father, Dale Sr.
Yeah, that's impressive company right there. I tell you what, impressive company as well. That 81 car, he didn't win, but sign of things to come, perhaps, if he moves to Winston Cup next year.
A shocking development here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Ricky Rudd, who came in 33rd in owner points, crashed in qualifying yesterday and missed the field, prompting many questions about NASCAR's provisional system. As we mentioned before the break, tonight's Coca Cola Racing Family 600 will not feature one of the Coca Cola Racing Family drivers, Ricky Rudd. On the front row, we do have another Coke driver, Tony Stewart, alongside his teammate Sterling Marlin. Marlin starting from pole. Marlin is also one of 5 drivers competing for the Winston No Bull $5 million bonus tonight, a group that also includes Las Vegas winner Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, we'll see if Dale can pull off another $1 million. Of course, he won that in Las Vegas. That'd be big for him. As we mentioned before, Ricky Rudd missed the field tonight. A lot of controversy about that. Adam Petty will also drive the number 44 car, as his father Kyle made the race. He did not. Speaking of people who did make the race, Ron Fellows here had a great run in Winston last week. Will make his 2nd start of the season. He's 9th in the Busch points right now. We look at the front of this field right now at Sterling Marlin and Tony Stewart. See 3 teammates, Marlin, Stewart, Irwin, starting 1, 2, 3 once again. These Ganassi cars are just absolute rockets right now in the qualifying session.
Pace car headed down pit road. This field ready to contest NASCAR's longest night, the Coca Cola Racing Family 600 here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Coming to the green, Marlin gets them started.
Good start for both those guys on the front row. They're pretty even. They come down the front stretch for the first time. We'll see as they go through turns 1 and 2 here. It looks like Sterling gets the advantage over Tony. Although look at this, Kenny Irwin, who started 3rd, is now already going to the inside of that 40 car.
Teammates Irwin and Marlin side by side down the backstretch. We go on board with Irwin through turns 3 and 4. It looks like he's going to clear Marlin off at turn 4 and lead this first lap. Oh, and we got contact there between teammates Stewart and Marlin. Marlin off the road. Marlin merges back on the track, although, caution is out. We got a big crash behind the leaders here. We got Ted Musgrave involved, the 23 of Buckshot Jones, and yeah, just absolute chaos coming through the quad oval there for the first time.
Look at this, though. Marlin was able to merge back into 2nd place. Let's see what happened to him here. See, he gets kind of clipped by Stewart into Mark Martin, and that actually hitting Mark is kind of what saved Sterling from going around there. And then he's just able to merge back onto the track right behind his teammate.
So coming back to the green here, the field with a few less cars in it than the initial start of the race. They Chip, this Coca Cola 600 really is a test of survival.
Isn't it? Yeah, they say you got to finish the race to be able to win the race, and Anyway, Ted Musgrave, Buckshot Jones did not know that. Like calling a restart here, we see the three Ganassi cars. Single file, 1 through 3, led by Kenny Irwin here. Looks like that first side-by-side is back there for the 4th position.
Irwin drifts up the track a little bit. His teammate Marlin takes a look to the inside, but is not able to make any more progress as Irwin continues to lead here at the Lowe Motor Speedway. We see there Steve Park in that one car up to 4th position, followed by Jeff Burton.
Marlin with another look here to the inside of Irwin. Let's see, nope, still can't get anything out of that. We see Park coming into view there in the back a little bit. Once again, Marlin going for that clean air. Looks like it's going to work this time. He and Irwin will be side by side off of turn 4.
And the three Ganassi cars absolutely under a blanket right now. Tony Stewart looking to push his teammate past Irwin. As we mentioned earlier, Steve Park is up to that 4th position, the highest non-Dodge and the highest non-Ganassi car. We also see Kevin Harvick, another Chevrolet, behind Steve Park. He's currently the highest rookie in NASCAR's longest night as Tony Stewart goes to the inside of his teammate Sterling Marlin. The three Ganassi cars are going to lead 3 consecutive laps, 3 different drivers, as Tony Stewart leads them back to the stripe here in that Target Dodge.
Of course, Tony was not in this race last year. He won a Indianapolis 500 with Target last year and did not run a 600, so it's cool to see him out front in the 600 now that he said he's retired from the Indy 500 after winning it last year.
We've heard, though, some interest in his teammate, Kenny Irwin Jr., who looks to the inside of him here, that Kenny Irwin, who's from Indiana, like Tony, might want to run the Indianapolis 500 in the future years. So, let's see, Chip Ganassi owns teams in both NASCAR and the kart series, so he might be able to make that happen. That's who Tony Stewart competed with last year. As these Chip Ganassi drivers continue to go at it at the front, Irwin led that lap, and now Marlin, once again, looking to the inside of Irwin, although he's got help from Steve Park, who has caught this group.
Yeah, they've been battling out with each other so much. That's allowed Steve to reel him in here. Steve looking to the inside of Tony, looking to the inside of Kenny now, as Sterling continues to lead this 600. What to see, Ken? He crashed the Ganassi party up front.
Marlin still leading. His teammate Irwin still in second, but Tony Stewart has fallen back a bit. We see Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Dave Blaney have gotten past Stewart. Greg Biffle in that 97 car also looking to the inside. We got a little contact there off of turn 4 as we're going to go 3 wide for second place here. Blaney to the inside of the 2 beer wagons, Marlin and Earnhardt. Oh, and we got trouble here. It looks like Biffle got his teammate, actually, Mark Martin, once again involved in a controversy on the front stretch.
Yeah, Mark was in that earlier crash that nearly took out Sterling Marlin. And yeah, now his teammate Greg Biffle involved. We see they did not make it back to the stripe before that caution, so Irwin is going to be the race leader here. Yeah, Tony's fallen back quite a bit there to the 6th position as his 2 Ganassi teammates, the 2 that are eligible for the No Bull $5 million bonus, are out front. And
here they come down the pit lane now. Irwin going to lead them down. We see most of these drivers have pit stalls near the pit exit, so it's going to be a while till they get to their pit stalls. It looks like Blaney's going to be the first one out of the leaders to hit his. We expect 4 tires all around. It's going to be a long, grueling night here, a long ways to go, so they're definitely going to want to have those 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles.
Marlin gets down to first pit stall. Let's see if that is enough of an advantage for him to beat Irwin off of the pit road. Looks like Earnhardt Jr. and Blaney are the first 2 out. Here comes Irwin. Looks like they're holding Marlin on fuel a little bit. Going to be kind of a slow stop for him. Going to put him back a ways, but maybe that'll pay off over the long run here.
Yes, we see Marlin now deep in this field outside of the top 10 coming to the restart, but he has a fast car. Can he make his way back up there as his teammate, Kenny Irwin Jr., leads them back to the green?
Well, we see lap cars there, Joe Nemechek and Dale Jarrett. Man, Robert Yates Racing Miserable weekend continues. They had 1 car miss the show yesterday, and now their other cars are lapped down. But Chip Ganassi's great weekend continues. Kenny Irwin leads there. And we look behind him, we got Dave Blaney in second. Earnhardt Jr. drops down behind that lap car, Dale Jarrett, trying to see if he can maybe get around Blaney on the inside there. But Irwin is just absolutely pulling away from this field right now, so those lap cars are holding up the other lead lap cars right there.
Kenny Irwin still leading. His teammate Tony Stewart back up to the second position. We see Steve Park takes a look to the inside of Stewart for that second spot. And Sterling Marlin, despite starting all the way back outside the top 10 there on the restart, had the long pit stop, he has battled his way back to fourth place as the two Ganassi teammates once again side by side for the lead. Here comes Stewart to the inside of his fellow Indiana native Irwin.
Yeah, and sort of like when Park caught these guys earlier, it looks like the battle for the lead is going to allow that fourth place car, Marlin, to sort of reel him back in here a little bit. Park will follow Stewart through down the backstretch there. And here comes Marlin looking to the inside of his teammate Irwin, trying to make a pass for the third position.
Once again, Stewart did not compete in the Coca Cola 600 last year due to the Indianapolis 500. What a redemption arc that would be for him to win this race. He's also the most recent winner at Charlotte Motor Speedway when he won the UAW GM Quality 500 back in October.
I don't know, though. I think we all got to watch out for this 40 car. Defending Winston Cup champion, he's up to third place, taking a look to the inside of Steve Park for the second position. Tony's got to watch out if Sterling gets to the inside of Steve Park. I think getting set back on that restart kind of lit a fire under him, and he is rolling right now as he side by side with Park. Looks like he's going to clear him into turn one.
Chip Ganassi Racing is absolutely dominated tonight. We see Park gets the wall a little bit off the corner. That makes them 1, 2, 3 again. Meanwhile, now in the fourth position is rookie Kurt Busch. He's had an absolutely phenomenal night. His best career finish so far is a fourth place run at Richmond a few weeks ago. He's looking to tie that again right now. Been a great qualifier this year with 3 poles, has just not got the finishes. As that Ganassi trio continues to lead here at Lowe's Motor Speedway, Sterling Marlin near the back bumper of his teammate Tony Stewart. What a comeback for him. He's been driven off the road. He's had slow pit stops, but now, as we near the close of NASCAR's longest night, he potentially could come away with the big prize and $1 million bonus.
Yep, here he goes to the inside of Tony. Looks like it's going to be almost no contest. He's already side by side with that 41 car. Looks like Sterling's going to clear him. And now he is once again leading here at Lowe's Motor Speedway, as now his teammate Kenny Irwin's going to follow him through as well. So we got those two No Bull 5 contenders there, running 1-2 here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Can Tony Stewart regroup? Meanwhile, we see Mark Martin is still running here in the top 10 after he's had a couple of altercations on the front stretch.
You know, I keep telling you, Bill, just wreck people. It's a great strategy.
Under 5 laps to go here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Sterling Marlin has managed to pull away a bit, but he has a new second-place challenger, Matt Kenseth. And that 31 car, another No Bull $5 million bonus contender. He has finished top 5 in both of his Coca Cola 600 starts, including a win in his rookie year 2 years ago. Looking to make that 3 in a row with top 5s and potentially 2 for 3 with a win.
Yeah, we looked there up at Sterling, say, can Matt get anything done here? He's running out of time, but he certainly has a fast car right now. We think Sterling maybe burned up his stuff a bit, and yeah, this could be mighty interesting here as they come down the back straightaway. Marlin
now rounding turn 4 and heading back towards the home stretch. Does Kenseth have enough time to make something happen? We come to the white flag here.
Yeah, Matt's got a fast car. I just don't think there's enough time left with only 1 lap to go. We'll see here, though. He chases them through turns 1 and 2. But yeah, Sterling's got clear track in front of him. I think he's just going to drive away with this thing.
Sterling Marlin, as we mentioned earlier, on lap 1, had an altercation with Mark Martin and Tony Stewart. Went through the grass, had a slow pit stop. But against all that adversity, has managed to come back and is going to win on NASCAR's longest night and be $1 million richer. Sterling Marlin wins the Coca Cola 600 and the Winston No Bull 5 here at Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Yeah, that was a great performance for Sterling. Moves on to second in points. So his teammate Tony Stewart takes the points lead. Bobby Hamilton, the previous points leader, drops down to third place. 4 Dodges now, all 1 through 4 in the points.
At Dover International Speedway, 2 Chevrolets on the front row. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Terry Labonte. 2 Fords on our second row, Kurt Busch and Mark Martin, with Jason Leffler, the first Pontiac, there on the third row. Say one of the starters we're definitely going to be looking at today is the 28 of Ricky Rudd. He's back in the field today after missing last week. NASCAR said they are looking at their provisional system and ways to revise it. but said they will not make any changes immediately.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I mean, obviously you don't want good cars going home, but it does make qualifying exciting. So, but especially Rudd finished third in owner points last year and driver points, so having to miss a show was certainly shocking last week. So we're happy to have him back in the field. Too bad about his consecutive start streak, but probably wasn't going to catch Dale Earnhardt for that Ironman anyway as he continues to wrap that up. Speaking of Earnhardts, here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. to lead them to the green here at the Dover International Speedway.
Earnhardt and Terry Labonte take the green flag. We are racing in the MB&A Platinum 400. Good start there for Mark Martin. He gets to the inside of Terry Labonte, kind of shot out of a cannon there from that fourth starting position. Managed to get to second there on the restart.
Yeah, it looks like his teammate Kurt Busch kind of led him in line there a little bit. As Mark now potentially going to be looking at the lead here pretty shortly. Dale Jr. is going to get those 5 bonus points for leading the first lap, but you better watch out for that 6 car in the rearview mirror.
Mark Martin really hugs the bottom there off of turn 2. In fact, that's going to allow him to get side by side with Earnhardt Jr. down the backstretch. And almost no contest. Earnhardt Jr. is just going to let him go. Mark Martin takes the lead here at Dover.
Well, yeah, he probably didn't want to get driven into the grass by Mark like he did last week.
Oh, come on, Chip. That was just 1 week.
Yeah, hey, you know what? You never know. Maybe Mark Martin's decided to start being the first driver.
Oh, we got trouble behind the leaders here. 2 Pontiacs. We got the 14 of Mike Skinner there, the 27 of Stacy Compton. And, the 96 there, Robbie Gordon got into the car there right in front of the leader. Mark Martin was very lucky not to get caught up in that. He does win the race back to the caution. And Mark Martin, followed by Matt Kenseth in the 31 and Dave Blaney in the 21, lead them down pit road. We see some lap cars, Tony Stewart and Ken Schrader there staying out to get the wave around. It's going to be interesting here. Mark Martin's got that big gap between the other cars coming onto pit road, so that should allow him to easily exit with the race lead.
Yeah, I want to see if there's any jostling for positions behind Mark. That big gap will definitely help him get down the pits here as 4 tires were affected all around for everybody. We see Dale Jr., the pole sitter there, and number 1 pit stall. Mark is already out. Here comes Kenseth. Can anybody beat him out? Yeah, he's going to beat.
And green flag once again in the air here as lap cars. Kenny Wallace, Tony Stewart to the inside of Mark Martin. He's going to easily pass them on this restart. Kenseth looking at that higher line, although maybe not so easy for Mark Martin here coming off of turn 2. Stewart's at least going to put up a fight. That keeps Martin on that outside line heading into turns 3 and 4. And actually it looks like Dave Blaney's going to try to use that lap car Kenny Wallace as a pick. Going to take Mark Martin 3 wide, and Blaney is going to lead us back to the stripe here.
Well, see, it looks like Kenseth's going to try to follow Blaney through there to the inside of Kenny Wallace. Now Tony Stewart giving Blaney a little bit of trouble here up front, although now he's going to get to the inside of Stewart and has Stewart track in front of him.
Like Kenseth did clear the 55 there. Mark Martin has fallen back quite a bit now. Kurt Busch got past him. Now also fellow rookie Kevin Harvick looking to make a move here. And Mark Martin's teammate Jeff Burton, followed by Steve Park there, also trying to get positions on him. The race leader potentially going to be all the way back to 7th place. And look at this. Rookie Kurt Busch had a great career run last week at Lowe's Motor Speedway. And now usually another career run today as he's gotten up to the back bumper of race leader Dave Blaney. Blaney is our most recent first-time winner in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Kurt Busch wants to change that.
Yeah, Kurt really shown some strength the last few weeks. Also, look at this. Steve Park has gotten into the front here at Dover up to 3rd place. As Kurt now goes to the inside of Blaney, and it looks like off of turn 2, he's going to beat a race leader.
Definitely going to be interesting to watch down the stretch here. This fierce Rookie of the Year battle between Busch, Harvick, Johnson, Leffler, and others.
Yeah, overall, I think Johnson's looked pretty strong with those wins, but Harvick's been strong. Speaking of strong, look at this, Jeff Gordon. Not talked about him much yet this year. Runner-up for the championship last year, still has not won a race this year, and he's into the top 5 now, right behind Mark Martin, who led for a while.
Busch drifts up the track a little bit off of turn 4. That's going to allow Blaney to reel him back in. Actually, to correct Chip there, it looks like Gordon is in the 6th position there. Mark Martin still in 5th. as the 21 now once again looking for this race lead. Hugs a very tight line there off of turn 2. That leaves him right on the back bumper of that 60 car down the backstretch.
Yeah, Blaney clearly has a fast car. Say these two Fords here, though, if they get to battling, Steve Parker's ready to pounce there in that third position.
And Park had a great run at Lowe's Motor Speedway last week as well, so that team really starting to put something together here as, they finished 5th in points last year and trying to build off of that here in this 2002 season.
Yes, Park got around Bush there, and actually Blaney drifts up the track there a little bit. That's going to allow Park to get to the inside. If nothing else, he's going to get those 5 Winston Cup bonus points here. That'll help him towards that championship fight.
And look at this. Mark Martin has managed to get back up to the 3rd position, looking for more now as he goes to the inside of the 21 of Blaney. Park coming up on the lap car of Ward Burton. And oh no, Ward Burton gets in the way of Park and gets spun off his nose. Potentially damage to that one car. That makes Mark Martin the race leader.
What were you doing? Ward just merged right into traffic. That was stupid.
Park does come around in the 4th position. We see the replay here. Yeah, Ward Burton just merged right in front of the leader. Those 2 black and yellow cars get into it there. That sends Ward into the wall.
Steve Park shockingly did not come down pit road. He stays out in that 4th position. We'll see if there's any damage on that one car as Mark Martin leads them back to the green.
Tony Stewart, the lap car, once again to the inside of the leader. He held up Mark Martin on the last restart. What's going to happen this time?
Yeah, I don't know. We see a new second-place runner there, too, Jeff Gordon. Looks like Mark Martin's just going to let Tony go so he can get to the inside. But, yeah, Jeff's really come through the field today. See, it looks like Park is a little bit slow there, perhaps with some damage as the 99 of Jeff Burton easily gets around him for that 4th position.
Mark Martin still leading, but stuck in some traffic, and that's allowed Jeff Gordon to catch up to him. Gordon goes 3 wide up the middle there, down the front stretch, and he is now the race leader. Can the 2001 championship runner-up get his first win of 2002?
Don't count out old Dave Blaney, though, on the inside there. He's running right behind the 55 of Kenny Wallace. Have to see if he can catch up, although looks like Kenny's going to hold up Blaney a bit and allow Gordon to pull away here.
Jeff Gordon looking for potentially his 57th career win. Look at this, Dale Earnhardt Jr., the pole sitter, also trying to battle his way back up here. Earnhardt Jr. goes to the inside of Mark Martin for the 4th position. And oh no, here comes Ward Burton again. It looks like he's going to stay out of the leader's way, but that's got to at least be a little bit nerve-wracking there after what happened with Park earlier.
Yeah, Ward's just got to get off the racetrack here. They look at this. Tony held up Jeff a little bit. That's going to allow the 21 to get back to Jeff's rear bumper there. Jeff is to the inside of Tony now, but we'll have to see what happens here. Another lap car coming up, Bobby Hamilton, the 92 for Jeff.
Jeff Gordon, as we mentioned, going for his 57th career win. Dave Blaney going for just his 2nd. Closing laps here at Dover International Speedway. Mark Martin is caught back up to Jeff Gordon. Mark Martin going on a long winless streak right now, did not win in 2001. Gordon on a relatively long winless streak for his career. Who is going to snap their streak today? As now Gordon drifts up the racetrack, that's going to allow Martin to get to the inside.
Yeah, we'll see. Mark, is very hungry for a race win here. He's drove a great race today. Didn't run anybody into the grass like at Lowe last week. Kept a clean car, and now he is once again leading here at Dover. Gets the inside of Jeff Gordon, although they're not out of the woods yet, as that lap car there, the 92, Bobby Hamilton, is still lurking in front of them.
Do you think Dave Blaney still has a chance?
Yeah, I don't know about Dave. He's definitely slowed up a little bit over this long run. He was right there with Jeff a little while ago, but seems to have faded a little bit. But still, 3rd place, great run for that Wood Brothers team. Speaking of great runs, see Dale Earnhardt is up to the 4th position there behind them. So good for Dale, great run there.
You see also behind Earnhardt, that 25 of Jerry Nadeau having a great run today. Jeff Gordon's teammates at 2 Hendrick cars currently in the top 5.
Yeah, Jerry's had a decent year so far, but just a quiet year. But yeah, top 5's great. As we mentioned, Dale up to the 4th position. Good for him. Putting together another consistent run here at this track that seems to favor veterans. Speaking of veterans, 2 of them battling it out for the lead right here. As Mark Martin's caught some lap traffic. He's got it in both lanes. Rusty Wallace up top, Bobby Hamilton down low. He's going to try to follow Hamilton through Lowe, but he doesn't quite close the door on Jeff Gordon. That's going to allow Jeff to get side by side with him down the backstretch here. And here comes Ward Burton again. Come on, Ward, don't take anybody else out. See, he almost got Blaney there, but they all escaped. And Jeff Gordon is now our race leader once again, gets around Mark Martin, but still has Bobby Hamilton in front of him.
And now the white flag is in the air. Jeff Gordon just has to hold Mark Martin off for 2 more sets of corners. We are happy to say that Ward Burton has made it back to pit road, so no more trouble from him. It's just going to be, does Hamilton hold Gordon up enough that Martin can catch him? I don't think so. They come around turn 4 for the final time. Jeff Gordon is headed back to victory lane here at Dover International Speedway, the 57th win of his NASCAR Winston Cup career.
Yeah, great drive for Jeff there, although solid run from Mark Martin. That moves him up to 3rd in Winston Cup points as Sterling Marlin continues to lead this championship.
And the 2 drivers involved in last week's down-to-the-wire fight for the win are our front row this week. Mark Martin on pole, Jeff Gordon to the outside. Winston Cup points leader Sterling Marlin starts on the outside of the 2nd row there, with a solid start there for Dale Earnhardt to his inside. Only 3 drivers getting sent home this week: Casey Atwood, Kenny Wallace, and Robbie Gordon.
Hey, we've heard that Robbie's team not too happy about these DNQs.
And now Martin and Gordon lead them to the green flag here at Pocono Raceway. We are racing in the 2002 Pocono 500.
Good start for Mark. Also good start for Sterling there. He's surging in front of Dale a little bit down the front stretch. Not a whole lot of movement. Looks like Mark is going to clear Jeff going into turn 1 here. Dale drives him in deep 2. And Jeff way up the hill there. He's all the way back to 5th position. And now Kurt getting to the inside of Dale for 2nd place.
Oh, we got contact there. Dave Blaney goes spinning off the track off the nose of Steve Park. He's going to save it, and we are going to stay green here at Pocono. What a save there by Blaney.
Yeah, what a save, although he probably would have liked a caution there to not lose all that time to the leader. See, Park slowed up there quite a bit. So he recovers, and Roush 1, 2, 3 right now, Martin, Bush, and Jeff Burton as they come to finish this first lap. That's quite impressive by them. You know, Roush Racing, they've been very consistent, but still have not won a race yet in this 2002 season. Certainly would like to change that today.
Mark Martin still leads. We go on board, though, with his Roush Racing teammate Jeff Burton, who has stayed on his back bumper here. Martin drifts up the racetrack a little bit off of turn 1, and that's going to allow Jeff Burton to take a look to his inside, with Dale Earnhardt and his teammate Kurt Busch keeping a close distance there to his rear bumper. That's going to give him a little bit of a draft, allow him to get to the inside of his teammate Mark Martin. Does Earnhardt try to make a 3 wide here? It looks like he's not close enough.
Yeah, great drive there by Jeff Burton. He's now the race leader, and once again, Kurt Busch continues to impress in these races. He goes to the inside trying to follow Mark Martin through for the 3rd position, as Burton gets those 5 Winston Cup bonus points.
Oh, we got trouble here and off of turn 1 as Shauna Robinson has been spun around. That's going to bring out the caution for the first time today. Jeff Burton trying to hold off his teammate Mark Martin as they fight their way back to the caution. Mark drifts up the racetrack quite a bit there, and it looks like it's going to be no contest there for Burton, as now Jerry Nadeau goes to the inside of Mark Martin.
Yeah, we talked about Jerry at Dover last week having a good run, looking to follow that up here again at Pocono. Looks like he's going to get Mark to the line. Kevin Harvick going to be 4th coming back to the caution.
So it looks like we may have kind of a split decision here on whether to pit. Jeff Burton takes a look down pit road, but it looks like it may be rather lonely for him as Nadeau, Martin, Harvick, and others are all going to stay out here. So can Jeff Burton rebound with fresh tires? We'll have to see what makes the difference here at Pocono Raceway. Yeah, look at that long line of cars all staying out. So was this the right decision by Jeff Burton's team?
Yeah, I don't know if that was the right decision. Look how deep in the field Jeff Burton is right now, starting in around the 20s. Jerry Nadeau leads them back to green flag. First time we've seen him leading a race in a while. His last win almost a year ago at New Hampshire. So, yeah, great to see Jerry out front.
Yeah, and all Hendrick Motorsports seems to be firing on all cylinders right now. You know, Jeff Gordon got that win last week. Jerry got a top 5. Look at this, though. two Richard Childress racing cars going to the inside of Mark Martin's Roush Ford. We've got Kevin Harvick and his teammate Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, RCRs.
And look at this. Rookie Kurt Busch headed to the inside of Nadu, looking to lead yet another race here in 2002. Yeah, Kurt, I think that first win is just a matter of time for him. Looks like Nadu's going to beat him back to the stripe this time, but he probably will not be out in front for long, as Kurt Busch as well as Dale Earnhardt Jr. are all right behind him. And don't forget Kevin Harvick still in the 5th position there too. Two rookies once again in the top 5. Johnson has had the wins, but these two have had the consistency, Harvick and Busch, and that's what's going to win this Rookie of the Year title if they can keep that up.
Look at this, Dale Jr. coming to the inside there of Kurt. He's going for more. He's going to the inside of Jerry, and it looks like coming into the final turn here, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to be leading here at Pocono Raceway.
Earnhardt Jr. won the Winston a few weeks ago, but has still not won a points race in 2002. He wants to change that today, as Mark Martin now follows him through with Kevin Harvick up to 3rd place. Of course, Martin also still looking to snap that winless streak. Came so close last week. Runs 2nd once again here. Will he finish 2nd as Chevrolet again, or will Earnhardt Jr. fade? White flag in the air for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Kevin Harvick, the rookie, in 2nd place. Another rookie, Kurt Busch, in 3rd. His father, Dale Sr., in 4th. Two Earnhardts bookend a pair of rookies here at Pocono Raceway. Can Dale Jr. hold them all off?
I don't know. That 8 car's been pretty good lately. We see his teammate Steve Park up to the 6th position there, so DEI good all around. And we'll see Jeff Burton have rebounded quite a bit from that decision to pit, but not enough to justify it.
Coming off of turn 3 here, Kevin Harvick takes one last look to the inside of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes down the front stretch to a thunderous roar of the crowd. He is going to get his first points win of 2002. He wins the Pocono 500.
Great job there for Kevin and Kurt, though. That's a very impressive run for both of them. And let's take a look at the new point standings. So Sterling Marlin and Mark Martin are now tied for the points lead, but Sterling gets the tiebreaker as he has 2 wins to Mark's 0. But still, Mark Martin continues to be very consistent here in this 2002 season, even without a win.
We head up north to the Michigan International Speedway for race 16 of the 2002 NASCAR Winston Cup Series, the Sirius Satellite Radio 400. Dave Blaney gets another pole here at Michigan with Matt Kenseth to his outside. Greg Biffle starts 3rd, and Mark Martin, who's been the story the last couple weeks, is 5th. Still looking for that first win of 2002, but now tied for the points lead. Ted Musgrave, Jeremy Mayfield, and Kenny Wallace are the 3 headed home. Coming to the green flag here, we've got Blaney and Kenseth. Now looking at the flagman, they are racing here in the Irish Hills.
Kenseth got a good start there. He actually beat Blaney to the line. Let's see what happens as they head down here in the turns 1 and 2. Pretty even so far. Blaney holding the bottom, Kenseth to the top. Looks like that bottom's going to prevail. And Blaney now clear Kenseth.
Biffle takes a look to the inside of that 31 car now. 3 Fords there on the bottom. Blaney, Biffle, and Martin. Again, Kenseth dropped down in front of Biffle. He gets a good run down the backstretch. Looks like he will not, and that's going to allow Biffle to stay to the inside there of the Kenseth. And he at least has a look to the inside there of Blaney.
Yeah, I think Blaney will lead this first lap here, get those 5 Winston Cup bonus points. But, yeah, watch out for Biffle here in a lap or 2.
Mark Martin, still searching for that first win of 2002, takes a look to the inside of his former teammate Matt Kenseth now. He's trying to get 3rd position. As Bobby Labonte, somebody we've not talked about a lot this year, goes up for that 5th spot on Jimmy Johnson, as last week's winner Dale Earnhardt Jr. tries to follow him through as well.
Biffle is there. He goes to the inside of Blaney here into turn 3. And let's see, can he clear him? They both drift off the racetrack. Biffle is clear.
And that aggressive slide job to clear Blaney there is going to slow up Blaney a little bit. He actually gets the wall. That will allow Mark Martin to get past Blaney as Biffle gets those 5 Winston Cup bonus points.
Of course, Biffle, he's great at these 2-mile tracks, it seems. He finished 2nd place at California Speedway back in April, which was that closest finish in NASCAR history to Terry Labonte's. So he continues to impress here at these 2-mile racetracks. Speaking of Labonte's, here comes Bobby to the inside of Mark Martin.
Bobby Labonte, like Mark Martin, on a long winless streak, not quite as long, but that goes back to April 2001 at Martinsville. The 2000 champion, trying to change that here at Michigan today. He's up to second place, and now taking a look to the inside of Martin's teammate Biffle for the race lead.
And don't count out Dale Jr. there. The last time that he won in 2001, that was back-to-back wins at Daytona and Chicagoland. And he's trying to do that once again here in 2002 as he looks for that second position here at Michigan.
Labonte now, he likes to see this in the rearview mirror, them battling for second place as he continues to pull away from this field. Earnhardt Jr. heads to the inside there of Biffle as Matt Kenseth tries to follow him through.
Yeah, Bobby's looked really impressive so far, but yeah, we'll see what he can do with Dale Jr. here as Biffle gets the wall there a bit off the corner. We go on board now with Earnhardt Jr. looking up there at Labonte. Seems to be fast, but Bobby's holding a pretty good gap right now as they head through turns 1 and 2. Definitely be interesting to watch these two compete in battle.
Bobby Labonte still leads, but there's a new second place driver. It's not Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8, it's his DEI teammate, Michael Waltrip, who heads to the inside.
Yeah, Bobby better watch out for Mikey here in Michigan. This is where Mikey wrecked Jeff Gordon last year.
Oh, come on, Chip, that was a year ago. Mikey's not going to do that again.
Yeah, you never know what Mikey's going to do, but yeah, he did pass Bobby clean there, and now leads this race. Another great run for Kevin Harvick there in the 3rd position. Of course, speaking of similarities last year, that 30 car ran great last year with Rick Mast here. Earnhardt Jr.'s falling back here a little bit. We hear he might have a loose wheel or something. He actually battles the inside of Rick Mast in that 71 car right now. As we see Kevin LePage and Sean Robinson battle out in front of him.
Meanwhile, his teammate Waltrip continues to lead Bobby Labonte as teammates Kevin Harvick and Matt Kenseth run 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, RCR, it was great. They had a 4th place finish with Dale Sr. last week. Now they got their other two cars running in the top 5 this week. Michael Waltrip takes a real wide line there off of turn 4. Bobby gets a look to the inside, but Michael continues to lead here. We go on board with Kevin Harvick. As we mentioned, that 30 car nearly won this race last year with Rick Mast, and we've heard they're using the same chassis they did then. So Kevin, could he break through today?
Harvick takes a look there to the inside of Labonte. No pass yet as he continues to follow with his teammate Kenseth actually going the lowest here in turns 3 and 4. Will that allow Kenseth to get a run on Harvick?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes that low line doesn't work real good because they get the...
Look at this. Bobby Labonte looking back to the inside of Michael Waltrip here down the backstretch. Michael actually gets the wall slightly. That's going to allow Labonte to get a great run here down the backstretch.
And look at this. Kevin Harvick looking to follow him through here now. Bobby's going to drive Michael really wide of the wall. Actually, he's going to be generous here, not slide up and take that spot like Greg Biffle did earlier. Michael takes himself out by scraping a wall, and Bobby leads Kevin Harvick now up to the 2nd position.
You see the field mostly single file here down the front stretch. Michael Waltrip continues to lose spots. You see Matt Kenseth go by him. As Labonte now, decent gap there, a couple car lengths to Kevin Harvick. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has battled back from that loose wheel earlier as he's now on the back bumper of Jerry Nadeau. We see another rookie there, Jason Leffler just in front of them, and a decent run today for Adam Petty in that 45 car as well. Another legacy driver there, like Earnhardt Jr.
Let's say, look at this. Kevin Harvick has caught up to Bobby Labonte here for this race lead. What's Kevin going to do? Looks like he's just going to follow Bobby into turns 1 and 2. But yeah, that's how you do it. You go high on entry, you go low on exit. And what a beautiful pass there by Kevin Harvick. Looks like he is going to clear Bobby, or almost, down the back straightaway. He definitely will going into turn 3 here.
And now the rookie Kevin Harvick is out front here at Michigan. Can he hold on? Jeff Burton also trying to make a pass there on Bobby Labonte. And look at this, Steve Park coming into view as well as Harvick's teammate Matt Kenseth and Park's teammate Michael Waltrip stay in the picture there as well in 5th and 6th.
Harvick's not going to be leading for long. He did get those 5 bonus points, but that's opened the floodgates here. Jeff Burton is now headed to the inside of Harvick. Burton's going to drive both of them up the racetrack there quite a bit off of turn 2, and that's going to allow Steve Park to come with the head of Steve down the backstretch.
Harvick still hanging strong there on the outside, but I just don't think that's going to be enough. That line is not the preferred one. Burton goes to the inside of Harvick, as now Park tries to follow him through as well. Jeff Burton, again, one of those Roush racing cars looking for their first win as a team in 2002. Park and Harvick going to be very even at the line here as Burton continues to lead.
Yeah, I think Park will probably win it out here in turns 1 and 2. I think he's got a good long-run car. These guys have kind of used up their stuff here at the front, and that's what's allowing Park to make all these passes right now. Look at that. No effort to get past Harvick. He makes it look easy, and he is now right on the heels of Jeff Burton.
Once again, single file here up front. 1 Ford being pursued by 4 Chevrolets. 2 from Richard Childress Racing, 2 from Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. As Kevin Harvick gets passed by his teammate Matt Kenseth, who made a very aggressive move there off of turn 4. As Burton continues to lead here at Michigan, he's pulled away a little bit. Steve Park has finally caught up to Jeff Burton. He takes a look to the inside here, going through turns 3 and 4. Burton drifts up the racetrack a little bit, going to get a good run off the corner, but will that be enough to hold Park off? As Matt Kenseth also closes in on the leaders. He's right on the back bumper of Park.
Going to be close here at the line this time. It looks like, yeah, Park is the leader now of this race. What can Matt Kenseth do with him?
Burton still fading on the outside there. That side-by-side action will slow up him and Kenseth and allow Park to drive away a little bit. Meanwhile, can Michael Waltrip battle his way back into this? Or could Kevin Harvick, the rookie, get his first win here?
You also want to give an attaboy there. That 77 car, he is on the lead lap there. Joe Nemechek for Jasper Motorsports, the underdog here in this big battle of Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, Richard Childress Racing, and Ralph Racing here at the front.
And here they come to the white flag here. Steve Park still leads. Does Matt Kenseth have anything for him? Or is Matt Kenseth, like at Lowe's Motor Speedway, going to have to settle for second?
Yeah, Kenseth, he's been consistent, but has not been able to get these wins yet. He slips up a little bit off of turn 2. That might have been the race there. It's actually Michael Waltrip's going to get to his inside. Yeah, we can just not say enough here about that 77 car, Joe Nemechek. He's beating Jeff Gordon and Bobby Labonte right now. That's incredible.
Looks like Michael Waltrip is going to get past Matt Kenseth for that second place. That may allow Jeff Burton to get all the way up to third, as that's going to slow up Kenseth. Dale Earnhardt Incorporated going to go to victory lane 2 weeks in a row. Steve Park is going to get his first victory of 2002 and the 4th of his career.
Yeah, great job for Steve today. That was very impressive. Actually 1-2 there for DEI with Michael Waltrip in second. And, yeah, just a great day all around.
Now let's take a look at the Winston Cup standings. Mark Martin now in sole possession of the championship lead. Marlin down to second place. Steve Park's win vaults him up to 8th place as the Winston Cup Series heads to a track that he won at last year, Infineon Raceway in Sears Point, California. The newly renamed Infineon Raceway here in Sonoma, California is host to the 17th race of the 2002 NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Coming in today, third in points is Jeff Burton, who starts on the pole with Jerry Nadeau to his outside. There are 4 road course ringers today, including Dorsey Schrader, making his first point start of the year and a second car from Melling Hamilton Racing. All of these extra cars in the field meant some usuals had to go home, including familiar road course race Robbie Gordon.
And we're hearing him failing to qualify may have been the last straw in a relationship between him and PPI Motorsports.
We'll have to see what happens with Robbie Gordon in the weeks to come. But first, we have a race today. Jeff Burton and Jerry Nadeau lead them to the green flag, and they head up the hill. Field tightening up single file as they go up the hill for the first time. Nadeau gets around Jason Leffler, and oh, look at that, Burton off track a little bit, and that is going to allow Nadeau, as they come downhill, to get a lead.
Yeah, great start for Nadeau there. Although here, now he goes off the track a little bit too as they head up here for this very tight turn at the far end of the racetrack.
Leaders get through cleanly, some trouble behind them. Several cars around, Johnson, Busch, Biffle, and others. Meanwhile, look at this. The 43 car of Todd Bodine has gotten all the way up to 4th place after making it through that melee on the far end of the racetrack, as it's all Jerry Nadeau out front right now.
Bodine's looking for more. It looked like he was looking the inside of Jason Leffler for that third spot. Things seem to have calmed down a bit, these front five here.
Nadeau, putting on an absolute clinic, has driven away further from Jeff Burton, and look who he has caught to lap. Steve Park, who won this race last year.
Yeah, Park was involved in a small altercation. You see his back end's all torn up at the far end of the racetrack. So, yeah, but man, it's shocking to see him getting lapped here as Nadeau continues to just absolutely dominate there. And there he goes around the outside, puts Park a lap down.
And as that occurs, we do see Burton there in the back of the frame, keeping somewhat decent pace with Nadeau. Meanwhile, Todd Bodine has fallen back to 6th place, but that's still a very impressive run for that Petty Enterprises Dodge. He is currently the highest running Dodge in the field right now. You see Kenny Irwin in 7th behind him.
Speaking of impressive underdog Dodges, take a look at this. Ted Musgrave in the 7th car running in the 8th position. You see behind him my boy Casey Atwood having a nice run today too in 9th.
One driver doing a little worse than we expected, though, is Ron Fellows in that 81 car. You see him running there behind Ryan Newman. Has not really been a factor today, well outside the top 10. So the road course ace. And coming to the white flag here, Jerry Nadeau has not won a road course race in the Winston Cup Series before, but his road course prowess has long been known to us.
Yeah, he certainly got a knack for these types of racetracks. You see, he put 2000 champion Bobby Labonte a lap down there. You see Jeff Burton there is holding on to 2nd place. We believe that this will vault him over his teammate Mark Martin for the Winston Cup points lead after today, potentially. So he's not going to be too unhappy with that run. And say, look at this, Todd Bodine has held on to the top 10. Man, that's just what that Petty Enterprise team needs as they continue to build. They're having a much better year here in 2002 than they did in the 2001 season.
Yes, that is for sure, Chip. Meanwhile, we see Ron Fellows. Yeah, he's had a rough day, getting impatient there. Spins the 16 of Kevin LePage around. Yeah, he just wants to limp it back. Not the day he's wanted. But I can tell you who did have the day they wanted, Chip. That would be the driver of the 25 car, Jerry Nadeau. As he comes around the final corner here. It's been smooth sailing for him all day here at Infineon Raceway. Coming off the corner, Jerry Nadeau is going to get his 4th career Winston Cup win and first on a road course and first in 2002 here in Sonoma, California.
Yeah, what a great run for Jerry. So, yeah, I'm interested to see here the point standings. You look at that, yeah, Jeff Burton takes the points lead. Mark Martin falls to 3rd. And defending champion Sterling Marlin there up to 2nd place.
Last week's winner, Jerry Nadeau, has the pole for the Pepsi 400 tonight, but that's not the qualifying storyline we're focused on, is it, Chip?
No, it is not. Say, Bill Elliott missed this race. There were tons of entries. He missed it. His teammate Casey Atwood's going to have to swap into the 91. We're hearing this may be the last straw for the current provisional system after what happened with Rudd at Lowe's as well.
Speaking of implications of D&Qs, Robbie Gordon did lose his ride in the 96 car after failing to make his road course race last week, so Jimmy Spencer takes over that ride tonight.
We also have 5 drivers going for $1 million bonus, those top 5 from Lowe's.
And Nadeau and Kenseth lead them to the green flag. We are racing here at the World Center of Racing.
Good start for Kenseth there on the outside. He's got his, well, not exactly teammate, but they have an alliance there with that DEI car, a 15, a Michael Waltrip. So they're going to get a good run on top. I'd say the other Dale Earnhardt Incorporated car starting up front there. You got the one of Steve Park, and actually the 81's in the race tonight too now. That is not Ron Fellows, is it, Chip?
No, that is John Andretti. He's running all the super speedways for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. This is his first start for them. He missed Talladega back in April. See 3 wide here at the front, and that's going to allow Kenseth to, is he clear of Nadeau to get single file? Not quite as they head into turn 3 for the first time.
You say, you know, we mentioned in the pre-race, Bill, that the 96 car there, that is now Jimmy Spencer in that McDonald's machine. He, of course, won here with McDonald's back in 1996 at Daytona. As we complete this first lap, looks like it's going to be Kenseth, but perhaps not for long.
Yeah, here comes Steve Park on the inside, one of those No Bull 5 contenders. Another No Bull 5 contender we go on board with right now, that's Sterling Marlin. who came in tonight second in the point standings to the man right in front of him there, Jeff Burton.
And now we're going to head down the backstretch. We see, looks like the one car going to go top to bottom, and it's going to clear these guys. Although, watch out, teammates Jimmy Johnson and Terry Labonte are coming on the bottom there, passing their other teammate, Jerry Nadeau. 300 cars up front right now.
Yeah, where's Jeff Gordon? As you see his protege, Jimmy Johnson, is going to clear just like Park did down the backstretch, coming off the corner here, and he is looking to lead this second lap. While his teammate Labonte and the 21 there of Dave Blaney are in hot pursuit.
Yeah, meanwhile, what can we expect there? Sterling, of course, the first mover there further back all the way on the bottom. Jimmy's holding pretty good.
Johnson continues to lead, although Matt Kenseth has caught back up. And look at this, that 96 car of Jimmy Spencer in his first Winston Cup race since April. He is certainly proving to live up to his nickname tonight, Mr. Excitement. He's bringing lots of excitement right now as he is going for the lead. We go on board on that McDonald's machine.
Yeah, that's probably the furthest out front we had a McDonald's car in a long time. I tell you what, my buddy Grimace has to be jumping up and down right now.
You're friends with Grimace, Chip?
Yeah, I'm great friends with Grimace. Yeah, we love Grimace.
Anyway, back to the race. We see the 96 car. If Chip really is friends with Grimace, he probably is excited right now. It's the McDonald's machine almost out front here at Daytona.
Kenseth did lead that lap, though. We look further back here. So remember again, Casey Atwood is in the 91 car tonight. We look at him. He's made some progress through the field. So he had to start at the back after the driver change. That was supposed to be Robert Presley, but Casey failed to make the show, as did his teammate Billy Elliott, who decided to prioritize Casey. And look at this, McDonald's car up to second place. And here comes our Winston Cup points leader, Jeff Burton, on the bottom with his teammate Greg Biffle in the 97 in tow.
You know, and Biffle is really having a quietly consistent sophomore season, isn't he, Chip?
Yeah, he is. You know, in the top 10 points, hasn't won a race yet, but yeah, very consistent. Roush as a whole, very consistent, but they still have not won a race in 2002, despite having two guys in the championship fight.
Somebody who has won a race in 2002, that's that 8 car on the inside. Dale Earnhardt Jr. got his first win of the year a couple weeks ago at Pocono. And here he comes, another 2.5-mile track. Of course, he is the defending winner of the Pepsi 400. He goes top to bottom, goes around the points leader, no problem. The crowd rises to their feet here in Daytona. And, yeah, he's looking for a second consecutive win in the Pepsi 400 and yet another Winston Noble $5 million bonus. A little bit of a breakaway here at the front. Say Earnhardt Jr., Kenseth, Leffler, Martin, the 81 of John Andretti, and look at that behind him, Adam Petty. They have broken away from the rest of the pack. Use some lap traffic to get away.
Yeah, look at this. Jason Leffler going to the inside of Earnhardt Jr. Looks like he's going to try to use his lap car 23 Buckshot Jones as a pick and take the lead here off of turn 2.
What a win that would be for the young rookie. Leading here in the closing laps of Daytona. So we look back here, Petty Enterprises. And Adam Petty having a great night, and we cannot say enough about John Andretti. As we mentioned earlier, he's running just the restrictor plate races for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, and now he's up to third place there as he looks to the inside of Mark Martin there for second in the 81 car.
Meanwhile, our rookie leader, yeah, we were saying earlier, Jason Leffler, he's second in the Rookie of the Year standings, been pretty consistent. Kevin Harvick's been a little better, but still, Jason's been pretty consistent. Jimmy Johnson's been flashier, he's won 2 races, but the point system definitely awards consistency. So Jason, though, could potentially do something flashy now, though. Look at this. John Andretti is going for the lead.
Yeah, Andretti, you know, he lost his ride back in March. He used to drive that 43 for Petty Enterprises. His former teammate Adam Petty is behind him there in the mirror. He's trying to prove he belongs in this series and these limited starts. Although his teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr., is now going to the inside, and you have to imagine that he'll just be a good wingman if Earnhardt Jr. gets out front.
Yes, certainly he'd like to win, but he also wants to get invited back for Talladega. And part of the reason the 81 is here is to build up honor points and to help out those other DEI and Richard Childress cars. So I think he'll play along.
Earnhardt Jr. side by side with his teammate Andretti there. We see Leffler is pulling away a little bit on the outside with help from Martin and Adam Petty. Although here comes Earnhardt Jr., another good run there on the bottom as they head down the backstretch.
And what's Kenseth going to do? He's got in the lines with both those cars. Who's he want to help?
Yeah, I don't know. Adam Petty takes a look there to the inside. And of course, that Petty team really having a good couple of weeks here because his teammate Todd Bodine got a top 10 at Infineon now last week. We look back from the leader Leffler here at the group of cars behind him. Say Mark Martin potentially in position to retake the Winston Cup points lead depending on where his teammate Jeff Burton finishes, or at least eat a big chunk back into that tonight.
Yeah, good run for Mark. Continues to be consistent in one of those Rouse cars. Say, look at this, the 81 once again for the lead, and the 3 DEI Childers cars lined up right now, the 8, the 31, and the 81.
Although not for long, is it, Chip? Earnhardt Jr. does pull out of line once again. So he figures not too many cars in this lead pack, not a ton of risk of that. What kind of hay can he make on the bottom there?
Yeah, if there's anybody I don't want to see in the rearview mirror on these plate tracks, it's that 8 car. Of course, you know, his father won here back in February, Daytona 500 winner. And, they're going to use their teammate Steve Park as a pick. And, yeah, so now it's just the 3 DEI Richard Childress cars set to settle it here. Way to go. Good teamwork there by Steve.
So that puts Andretti out front once again, but perhaps that's a bad thing. The 3 DEI and Richard Childress racing cars here to settle it, coming up on some more lap traffic. The 12 of Jeremy Mayfield, the 92 of Bobby Hamilton. Earnhardt Jr. trying to use them both as a pick. His teammate follows him through. But now that Mayfield is holding both of them up, that's keeping Kenseth in the fight.
Yeah, I don't know what to see. Can Junior go 3 wide around these 2 lap cars and run away with it? Like I said, I think these closing stages, we're going to have that 81 car, but just be a good wingman here. They're coming down here the front stretch. Looks like Mayfield is going to pull out a line. That should be good news for Junior right here.
Mayfield pulls up as they come to 2 to go here at Daytona.
Yeah, that's exactly what Dale Jr. wants to see right now. Of course, we've got a teammate behind him now, too. Andretti's just going to ride the line. And now Kenseth's going to follow him here as they head through turns 1 and 2.
All 3 of those cars in line. They're going to easily get around that lap traffic. And now Dale Earnhardt Jr. is less than 5 miles away from his second victory at the track where his father is the all-time win leader.
Yeah, Junior's certainly looked like his father tonight, and that'd be pretty cool to have an Earnhardt sweep here at Daytona. Dale Sr. in February, Dale Jr. in July.
Though Matt Kenseth appears to have something to say about that as he goes to the inside of John Andretti. Let's see, can he get in line here? Is he going to stay on the bottom? Looks like Kenseth will stay on the bottom as Dale Earnhardt Jr. takes the white flag here at Daytona. Crowd is absolutely electric right now.
Yeah, and meanwhile, it looks like that second group back there have got Leffler, Martin, Harvick, and Adam Petty coming back into view a little bit, but I don't think there's going to be enough time here as Junior comes off of turn 2 for the final time.
Andretti being a great teammate right now to Dale Earnhardt Jr., blocking Kenseth, keeping him behind him.
And that's all Dale Jr. needs right now, although we got to give it to John Andretti. He's had a great drive tonight, and we're excited to see him back at Talladega. And, you know, he'll be eligible for the Noble 5 at Texas. Who knows? Maybe they'll throw that car in the race.
I tell you, though, who's going to win the Noble 5 right now? That's the man out front, Dale Earnhardt Jr., coming for his second victory at Daytona International Speedway. Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins the Pepsi 400, the 6th win of his young Winston Cup career.
And I tell you, there's been 6 big ones, and I think that's he's just getting started.
Jeff Burton does narrowly maintain his Winston Cup points lead over teammate Mark Martin by 6 points. Here we are at Chicagoland Speedway for the second running of the Tropicana 400. Several drivers, including the 2 on the front row in Muppets cars today, Tony Stewart and Kenny Irwin Jr., but the front row has not been the big focus in qualifying. That has been a new provisional procedure that came into effect today.
Yeah, I think Bill Elliott's D&Q last week put him over the edge, so of course he had Rudd at Lowe's as well. So yeah, let's talk about this, the new provisional procedure. So now the top 30 drivers get in on speed. It used to be top 35 got in on speed. Then it's the 6 highest in 2002 owner points. That's the same as it used to be, although it's position 31 and 36. But then the 6 highest from 2001 owner points also get in.
Then that 43rd position still goes to the most recent past champion or the 7th in owner points in 2001, not in the show. So again, this would have solved some issues, would have gotten Rudd in the field in the 600. would have gotten Bill Elliott in last week because Dale Jarrett would not have needed that Champions Provisional last week that took Elliott out of the show. So it'll certainly be interesting to see what other effects this has, but in general it appears to benefit long-running teams as opposed to newer teams, as they get that owner points from last year as well.
Yeah, for sure. Although I tell you who didn't need a provisional, that's these two guys on the front row. Let's get ready to go racing here at Chicago. And of course, we got Muppets on the cars. We love Muppets.
Yes, you know, Chip, the man on the hood of that 41 car definitely reminds me a bit of you, Animal.
Yeah, no, I love to drum. You know, Bill, I got to bring my drums in here sometime.
That's not exactly why I was making the comparison, Chip, but you know what, we'll just roll with that.
But yeah, Tony Stewart and Animal having a great day so far. You see Jerry Nadeau had that win a couple weeks ago. And Mark Martin, second Winston Cup points there up in the third position. No problem, though. Tony Stewart is going to lead them out the line here.
Yeah, that 41 car was really making all the headlines at the start of the season, getting those first two victories in the first 9 races, but has not done a lot since as they come down the backstretch here for the second time. Meanwhile, it looks like Mark Martin is going to look to the inside out there of Nadeau as they go into turn 3. And Stewart going up the racetrack a little bit here. Nadeau wants the lead here at Chicagoland for the second lap.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get there at the line, too. So Nadeau to the lead. Good job for Jerry. And oh, no, we got smoke coming out of the 41 car. Animal, what'd you do to that thing?
Man, this is just heartbreaking for Tony Stewart. Blown engine from second place there, watching this whole field of cars go flying by. Meanwhile, Mark Martin and Terry Labonte have gotten around Jerry Nadeau here, and Mark Martin will lead this third lap.
Man, what a crazy turn of events here. So we got a whole new cast up front now. Martin, Terry Labonte, and then Jeff Burton coming into view. Say also, Jimmy Spencer back for a second week in that 96 car. You know, he's having a good run right now in the top 10. And
Mark Martin still leading here at Chicagoland Speedway. But here comes his manufacturer alliance teammate, the 21 of Dave Blaney. Take it away from him, and looks like Terry Labonte and Rusty Wallace are going to follow him through past Martin as well.
Yeah, how about old Terry out front here with a new racetrack? That's pretty exciting. Also, Dave Blaney, you know, he's good these mile and a half. He got his first career win at Texas back in April, a mile and a half. This is another mile and a half. So Wood Brothers seem to have something going on there right now. How about old Rusty up to third place right now?
Yes, Rusty Wallace and the Terry Labonte still in second place here, getting passed by Rusty Wallace as the 21 there of Blaney continues to lead. What a great battle we have going on for the second position right here at the Chicagoland Speedway. And of course, when we talk about Rusty Wallace, you know, he's on kind of a long winless streak right now, dating back to the 2000 season. Of course, he almost won at Bristol last August. And Penske Racing, a lot of rumors going on around that. They might switch manufacturers for the 2003 season, and they may downsize. There's currently rumors of Jeremy Mayfield moving to a third Evernham car next year. So, yeah, Penske may just be Ryan Newman and Rusty Wallace next year. You see Mark Martin now going back to the inside of Rusty Wallace there, the Viagra car, and head of the Miller Lite and Budweiser cars there for the second position. 3 things that Chip should never consume. And Mark Martin, of course, entered today second in Winston Cup points, only 6 behind his teammate Jeff Burton. He also has not won a race since 2000, but he has a bigger prize in mind, the Winston Cup points lead.
Yeah, you know, these Roush boys are really making me question, do you even need to win races in order to win the championship? Because Jeff Burton and Mark Martin are leading the points right now, and they're both winless.
We go on board here with Terry Labonte, still in the third position behind Mark Martin and Dave Blaney, who still leads this race. Although, look who is coming into this battle for the lead, that 96 car of Jimmy Spencer. Of course, McDonald's corporate headquarters is just down the road here in Chicago, so they put extra emphasis on having that 96 car have a good run here today. But look at this, he is going 3 wide. As Wallace got the wall there a little bit off of turn 4. He slows up there. But yeah, look at this. Terry Labonte still trying to hold off both these guys for the second position. And here comes the 96 to the inside. Here comes the 96 to the inside for that second position.
This is exactly what Dave Blaney loves to see, all these guys battling out behind him, although he's got to watch out. Look who's going with the head of steam. It's, that's Pepe on the 18 car.
Pepe, but yes, you would be correct, Chip. Another one of the Muppets machines. Bobby Labonte there. You know, Pontiac is yet to win a race here in 2002. Oh no, the 96 of Spencer. We're just talking about what a good run he was having against the wall there. And yeah, here comes Labonte. It looks like it's going to be just a matter of time here before he gets past Blaney and absolutely sails away from this group. We've not seen anybody with this kind of speed throughout this race. Bobby Labonte is driven away from Dave Blaney and the rest of the field. He takes the white flag here at Chicagoland Speedway. We look ahead for the 99 of Jeff Burton. It looks like he will hold on to the points lead. You see the 21 getting through that lap traffic, but there's no way he's going to catch up to Labonte in time. Through turns 3 and 4. Earlier today, we talked about several drivers who could break winless streaks. Bobby Labonte appears to be the man to do it. He comes to the finish line here. Is going to be the second victor at Chicagoland Speedway. Snaps a 47-race winless streak dating back to Martinsville in April of 2001.
And Jeff Burton holds on by 1 point over teammate Mark Martin.
Tony Stewart's going to get his second chance to start from the pole here at New Hampshire after blowing a motor last week. Well, last week's winner, Bobby Labonte, starts to his outside.
Of course, these guys are former teammates. And we do have some cars going home today, too. Again, second week of the new rule for provisionals, including the 81 car. Ron Fellows going home, so I'll have to find another track to run one of his 7 starts this year at. That rule generally hurts newer teams like that 81. And speaking of teams, it helps. So this 26 car has kind of come back from the dead.
Yes, 26 team of that's Haas Carter Motorsports is back these past 2 weeks. Jeffrey Bodine driving today. They finished 21st in owner points last year, so they're semi-locked into the field. So they figured, why not come back, even though they don't have their sponsor Kmart anymore. Discover card on there this week.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be an interesting side effect. See, Tony Stewart takes a green flag here, gets a great jump on Bobby Labonte heading into turns 1 and 2.
You see there, Labonte slips in behind Stewart, and here comes Jimmy Johnson to the inside of points leader Jeff Burton there, trying to get that third position as Stewart drives away there from the pack off of turn 4 to complete this first lap.
Look at those 2 Hendrick cars, Jimmy Johnson and teammate Jeff Gordon having a great start there. Speaking of great starts, once again, 96 cars in view. He got a top 10 last week. Maybe he can get another one this week. Really try to keep rebuilding there at PPI Motorsports.
Yeah, jettisoning Robbie Gordon appears to have been the right call over there. Change is, oh no, peril for our Winston Cup points leader. Jeff Burton is around in front of the field. He appears to get going again without too much damage. Oh no, and the 71 car, Rick Mast, pile drives the back of that 99 car. That could be terminal damage for today's race.
Meanwhile, Tony Stewart's saying, hey, at least it's not me this week.
Yeah, Tony Stewart has put on a great show so far here at Loudon, although he's probably sad that he's going to have to give up that massive lead. So let's take a look at what happened here. So Burton just kind of gets loose there going to turn 1, gets hit in the back there. And, yeah, appears to get going again, and that 71 just comes flying in, and there he goes into the 42. So Stewart leads them back single file to the restart here with Johnson now in second, although his teammate Jeff Gordon takes a look to the outside there, and they both slide up the racetrack a little bit, heading through turns 1 and 2.
It's a Bobby Labonte there in the 4th, last week's winner, and
Stewart still leading here at the Magic Mile, but coming up on some lap traffic here, including, watch out, that 71 car, Rick Mast.
Yeah, Rick Mast wins the ARCA Brakes Award of the day here. Speaking of brake issues, what the heck happened with Tony there through turns 1 and 2? He got loose, and Jimmy just went flying around the outside.
Johnson and Gordon both get by, as Johnson now in a perilous spot on the outside of that 71 car. Almost gets hit, as now here comes Gordon to the inside, trying to use that 71 as a pick. He's going to be side by side with his teammate at the line here, and potentially having the advantage going into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, Gordon looks ahead, although look at this, he slides up the racetrack a little bit. Now Jimmy slides a little bit, and they're coming up to lap their teammate, Nadeau. Who's Nadeau going to help out?
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like Johnson could be the beneficiary here as Nadeau goes to the inside, kind of in front of Gordon. Although that's partially just trying to keep his position. As Johnson looks to the outside of Nadeau and sets his sights on Shauna Robinson there.
Yeah, Shauna's had a good few weeks, at least for that team standards, making the races. That's good. She gets kind of loose there in front of the 25 to 24, and that's going to allow Jimmy to pull away here a little bit. And how about this kid, Jimmy Johnson? We didn't really know who he was before this year. He's won 2 races and potentially going to win a 3rd. And speaking of people we're learning more about, Jason Leffler having another good run today up there in the 4th position, passing his teammate Bobby Labonte.
Yeah, and Jason, as we mentioned, he's not been as good as Kevin Harvick, but very consistent, very quiet, not a lot of crashes, and that has put him in 2nd in the rookie points. Well, Jimmy Johnson has just been all over the places, winning races, but also crashing out a lot as that 26 car back in the field today of Jeffrey Bodine is going to slow him up a little bit and bring him back into the clutches of Stewart and Gordon.
Yeah, Tony's really crept back up in here. Whatever was going on in the car a few laps ago seems to have resolved itself. He's now on the back bumper of that 48 car as Jimmy comes up on Joe Nemechek in that 77 car. Man, what the heck happened to everybody's hoods? Did everybody just start driving like Rick Mast and they lost their hoods or what?
Yeah, I don't know about that, Chip. But, yeah, that 77 car is certainly proving to be an obstacle for the 48 right now. It's allowed the 41 to get all the way to the back bumper, although here comes Johnson with a look to the inside. Not going to make the pass at least yet as we go on board with Stewart, right on the back bumper of that 48 Chevrolet.
Yeah, Jimmy drives in deep there and clears the 77, and that may allow him to drive away from Stewart here a little bit. Got some clean air in front of him now before he gets to Adam Petty in the 45 car there.
Yes, Stewart now cleared the lap car, though, as Gordon is going to have to fight Nemechek now. Let's see what happens. Tony drives it in deep there. Johnson coming up on Petty and Hermie Sadler here, but he gets a good run off the corner there and is going to be a couple car lengths ahead of Stewart as they head into turns 1 and 2 this time.
Yeah, here comes up on the back bumper of Petty. Petty's going to slow him up a little bit here. We go in the helicopter. See, now they're going to be 2 wide in front of Jimmy Johnson. Petty the inside of the 95 of Hermie Sadler. And then, of course, we got, looks like the 15 of Michael Waltrip as well as the 92 of Bobby Hamilton. Lots of lap cars coming up here.
Johnson goes to the inside of Sadler. Here he goes on the 45 car. Stewart has stuck right magnetically attached almost to that back bumper of the 48 car as they head through turns 1 and 2. Johnson clears Petty. Now he sets his sight on Hamilton.
Yeah, Stewart's really putting up a good fight here through this traffic. We'll have to see here what happens when Jimmy catches Hamilton and Waltrip. Waltrip gets a little loose there off the corner. That's going to allow Stewart to get to the inside here. Although it looks like Jimmy may be able to use Hamilton as a pick here as they head down through turns 1 and 2 and maybe finally get away from Stewart here. Let's see. They're side by side. But what's going to happen with Hamilton and Michael Waltrip here coming off the corner? Let's see. Still side by side. But let's see what happens here. Turns 3 and 4. Mikey gets a little loose again. And it looks like Jimmy's going to go flying around the outside.
Yes, great run off the corner for Johnson. Gets a little loose once again, though that's going to bring Stewart back into the fray here. Lots of lap cars here. Earnhardt's finally the one that gets loose. And now Johnson has a big gap between himself and Stewart. Several cars.
Yeah, he's got to be thanking Dale for that. Dale basically gift-wrapped him that big lead he's got right now. That's huge for Jimmy. Got that lap car Hamilton between him and Stewart now.
Coming back to the white flag, Tony Stewart has caught back up to Jimmy Johnson, but there's still a lap car between him and the leader. That's that 92 of Hamilton. Jimmy Johnson trying to tie a record that Stewart set, and that is the most wins for a rookie in a season. Tony Stewart won 3 races back in 1999. Jimmy Johnson going for his 3rd victory of 2002 here at New Hampshire. Coming off of turn 4, lap traffic in front of the leader, but it's not going to interfere. Jimmy Johnson is going to get his 3rd career win, become the first driver of 2002 with 3 wins.
Man, that is absolutely impressive. A little more consistency, and he's absolutely Rookie of the Year. Say Jeff Burton's bad day hands the points lead to his teammate Mark Martin. As we see there going down to points. Leffler, highest rookie in points right now, but Harvick has had better luck, just has failed to qualify for some more races.
Week 21 of the 2002 NASCAR Winston Cup Series season takes us back to the Tricky Triangle, Pocono Raceway. Roush Racing teammates and championship leaders Jeff Burton and Mark Martin lead this field, while 4 cars head home.
Yeah, all these guys and girls showing up to qualify every week, making things rather interesting. Of course, we've got that new provisional system now, but yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to watch these coming weeks, who makes the show.
Coming green here. 3 out of the top 4 from those Roush Racing stables. We are racing at the Tricky Triangle, Pocono Raceway.
Pretty even start, looks like, for Jeff and Mark there. Yeah, of course, we got their teammate Kurt Busch, rookie, there on the second row. Looks like Jeff is going to surge ahead here a little bit into turns 1 and 2.
And Martin goes way up the racetrack there. Marlin gets past him, and it looks like he's soon to be under attack from Stewart and Park as well. Oh, we got a car off the racetrack spinning through the grass on the backstretch. He saves it. That's that 96 of Jimmy Spencer.
Yeah, what a save by Jimmy there. Good job. We see Jeff Burton continues to lead here, but Sterling Marlin and Steve Park there right behind him on the inside. Going to be right there as we head here into turn 3.
See Marlin's teammate, Irwin Jr., also passing Mark Martin there. Also coming into view back there is Kevin Harvick, as Jeff Burton comes by to lead this first lap here at Pocono Raceway and get those 5 bonus points, but not for long. Here comes that 40 car, the Silver Bullet, Sterling Marlin, coming on the inside.
Yeah, Sterling was real fast in practice here yesterday. Certainly going to be interesting to watch him on a long run. Oh, look at this. He makes an aggressive move. Gets washed up the racetrack. Here comes Steve Park and that 1 car in the bottom of the lead.
Park, of course, has a victory this season already. That was at Michigan back in June. And is currently in the top 10 in points. He was 5th in points last year and hoping to maybe improve on that this year. Although, look at this. He slides up the racetrack in front of Marlin. Marlin gets the wall a little bit. And will that open the door here for Irwin as they head down towards turn 3?
Yeah, these dive bomb moves, they help him make the pass, but then they open the door for the next guy, it looks like, as Irwin stays right on the heels of that 1 car. Although it looks like Park will hold on to lead this lap here at Pocono.
Steve Park still out front here. Kenny Irwin finally has a run to his inside, and he's got help from his teammate, Tony Stewart.
Yeah, Tony giving Kenny a real good push here down the straightaway towards the tunnel turn here. They go through there. It looks like both these Ganassi Dodges can easily clear Steve Park. They head towards turn 3.
And Park is about to get railroaded there on the outside. He's got Jeff Burton, Kevin Harvick, and others looking to pass him there.
Meanwhile, Irwin gets a pretty healthy gap here in front of his teammate Stewart. Looks like he's going to come down and get those 5 bonus points. And we'll have to see, can he hold the lead, or is his teammate going to try to make a challenge here?
Park is still there on the outside, and here comes rookie Kevin Harvick to the inside. Say, Kevin Harvick is currently 3rd in the Rookie of the Year standings, but he is the highest of drivers without 19 starts. Again, your best 19 starts count towards the Rookie of the Year award. Harvick has failed to qualify for 3 events so far this year. So he could continue to move up in those standings, and certainly is in position to do that right now. The highest running rookie in this race, 4th place. Meanwhile, Ryan Newman, who's 5th in the Rookie of the Year standings, also currently running in the top 10. His best finish of the year is 8th back at Bristol in March. Could potentially best that today.
Yes, he could, and we see he's catching up there to our front row starter Mark Martin and Bobby Labonte, who won Chicagoland a couple weeks ago. Meanwhile, Kenny Irwin continues to lead here, although perhaps not for long, as his teammate Tony Stewart's right on his back bumper right now.
Yes, Stewart is hungry for a victory. He looks to the inside here to his teammate going through turn 1. Looks like he has a run. We go on board with him and down the short straightaway towards the tunnel turn. Looks like there might be a chance, although Irwin is going to get a good run off the high side there, and he's going to stay in front of Stewart for now.
Well, it looks like Marlin's getting back to the inside of Harvick there, as Tony takes another run at Kenny here down the straightaway towards turn 3. And, yeah, looks like Dale Earnhardt Sr. there going to follow Marlin through, as once again a good run for Tony here through turn 3.
Stewart once again making progress here. Irwin still leads at the stripe this time, but what's going to happen as they head towards turn 1 this time?
Yeah, I know a lot of good cars in this front pack here. We see Jeff Burton still up there, Dave Blaney, the 21 car coming into view, up to the 5th position, working on Kevin Harvick. And here he comes, another run for Tony Stewart. Looks like he is to the inside of his teammate, and should clear him here with some help from his other teammate, Sterling Marlin, down to the tunnel turn here.
Yes, the 41 Target Dodge now out front at Pocono Raceway. 1, 2, 3 for Chip Ganassi Racing, as Marlin now goes to the inside of Irwin as well.
Watch out, though. Dale Sr.'s looking to break up this party here at Pocono. Of course, he almost won here a couple years ago. We got wrecked by Jeremy Mayfield in the back corner. I'm sure he wants redemption for that as he works on Irwin for that 3rd position.
And our defending champion now is in 2nd place and potentially looking for more right on the back bumper of his teammate Stewart. They go over the bumps now down into turn 1. Stewart, the leader, slides up the racetrack a little bit, but looks like he will hold on to it, as now Blaney is up to 4th place, and Earnhardt Jr. looks for 5th on Irwin.
It looks like Dale Sr.'s going to go to the inside, potentially Sterling here down into the tunnel turn. Nope, actually Sterling's going to come down to block, it looks like. And now actually Dale Sr. slides up the track a little bit. That's going to allow the 21 car there, Blaney, to get to his inside.
Which is exactly what Tony Stewart wants to see in his rearview mirror right now. All of the drivers that could try to pass him jostling for position. Tony Stewart still leads here, but his teammate Sterling Marlin still right on his back bumper. In fact, it looks like he's going to get a run to the inside here as they head down this straightaway. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. now, we talked about his father earlier, is going to give Sterling some help.
Yeah, we go on board with Tony. There's nothing you can do. You get stuck on the outside. You don't have much for draft. And, yep, looks like the 8 to 40 and potentially the 99 are all going to pass him as they head down this short straightaway towards turn 3.
We should have some pit stops coming up here soon as well, as these drivers are reaching the midway point of this race. We see Marlin goes up high there off of turn 3. Is that going to potentially open the door for Earnhardt Jr.? It looks like Marlin still leading, but look at who's challenging him. Rookie Kevin Harvick. Jimmy Johnson has won 3 races so far this year, but has been far more inconsistent than Harvick and some of his fellow rookies, Leffler and Kurt Busch. But Harvick wants to change that today and win a race for himself. So he passes our defending champion Sterling Marlin and takes the lead here at Pocono Raceway.
Man, yeah, that's incredible for Kevin Harvick. Get him out front here in that 30 car. And, of course, both his teammates, Matt Kenseth, Dale Earnhardt, won earlier this year, so he's the only Richard Childress Racing driver not to win yet in 2002. So he'd like to get that monkey off his back as well.
Meanwhile, our front row starter, Jeff Burton, gets to the inside of Sterling Marlin, is back up to 3rd place. Marlin will duck in line there between Burton and Earnhardt Sr. as Tony Stewart holds on to the back of this 6-car breakaway.
Looks like Jeff Burton's looking for more here. He looks to the inside of Irwin. We see they're coming up on Mark Martin. Say Mark already pitted. He pitted a lap early. We hear the leader is probably coming this time by, so we'll have to see where will Mark cycle out in all this.
If you're running near the back of the top 10, you might as well roll the dice, right, Chip?
Yeah, certainly. That's a smart move by Mark's crew chief, Pat Tryson. So we'll see what happens here as we expect Kevin Harvick to bring most of these leaders down pit road this time as they head through turn 3. Let's see what's going to happen. Will they pit? Looks like it.
Yes, Harvick, Irwin, Burton, Marlin, and others. It's going to be a land rush down here on pit road.
Yeah, we see here they come down towards us here at the start-finish line. So again, the question will be, where's Mark Martin going to cycle out? We see also good entry there for that 21 car of Blaney, kind of catching up to this lead group here a little bit. Here comes Burton and Marlin. They're just now getting to their spots, and Bill Elliott almost a lap down exiting the pits. Looks like it's going to be four tires and 76 racing fuel all around. And the first one out is going to be that 30 car, Kevin Harvick.
We see his teammate Dale Earnhardt had a good stop. He almost beats Irwin out, not quite. So it looks like it's going to be Harvick, Irwin. Here comes Earnhardt Jr. on the racetrack. Actually, Earnhardt Jr. is going to blow past Irwin there for that second position. He also pitted earlier. The question is, where is Mark Martin right now? As, yes, here comes with a head of steam Earnhardt Jr. towards Harvick, who leads the race.
Yeah, that's good for Junior, and yeah, look at this, too bad. Mark Martin must have had a slow stop or something. He is behind all those leaders, going to stay around that 10th position. So, not a catastrophe, but certainly not today. Mark probably won, especially with his teammate Jeff Burton running so well.
Kevin Harvick still leading at the tricky triangle, but there's a new second-place runner, that 21 car of Dave Blaney. He got Wood Brothers Racing their first win in several years earlier this season. Can he potentially get them a second win in 2002? And of course, also looking for his first victory in 2002 is Jeff Burton.
Yeah, lots of guys up here we haven't seen a whole lot this season, but I tell you what, that kid in the 30 car is doing pretty good today. But here comes the 21 to his inside. That going to be pretty hard to defend, especially with that Ford teammate there, the 99 of Burton's pushing him through.
Yeah, Harvick gets relegated to that outside line here through turn 3. And looks like that's going to probably put him back at least 2 positions, maybe more, if Earnhardt Jr. can stay close to the back bumper of Burton.
Yeah, and, we haven't seen Dave Blaney up front a whole lot lately, but certainly that'll be impressive if he can get another win, especially, that's a satellite organization of Roush Racing. And Roush Racing's not won at all yet this year. They've been awfully consistent leading the points with Jeff Burton, Mark Martin, but they've not won, so if their satellite team gets 2 wins before they get any, man, that's a heck of a season for the Wood Brothers right there.
White flag in the air. Dave Blaney and Wood Brothers Racing just have a couple of corners to go here at Pocono Raceway as they head towards the tunnel. We go on board with Tony Stewart. He led for a while earlier. He's going to get one more chance here as they head through the tunnel turn, but it looks like Blaney is pulling away.
Yeah, that's going to be a big victory right here. We head towards turn 3. One last shot, Tony. What are you going to do? Looks like just riding line.
And we got to give an attaboy, even though he's not going to win. It looks like Kevin Harvick's going to come home in 3rd place. Definitely the highest finishing rookie today. That'll give him 10 rookie points. But Dave Blaney wins here at Pocono Raceway. His 2nd career victory and his 2nd of the season.
Yeah, what a win for old Dave Blaney. Look at that. He's up to 3rd in the points. Granted, quite a ways back from Mark Martin and Jeff Burton. Jeff Burton makes up a few points on his teammate Mark Martin today with that 4th place finish there. So good job by Jeff. And, we'll just see where this points battle goes next week.
We're at the Big House, the Brickyard, Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 2002 Brickyard 400. Rookie Kurt Busch gets yet another pole this season, and it's an all-rookie front row with Jason Leffler to his outside. 8 cars getting sent home today. And this massive event here gets a lot of turnout. One of the one-off drivers in the race today is Kenny Brack. He was in the Daytona 500, and the 1999 Indianapolis 500 winner is going to make a cup start here at the Brickyard today as well. Also in the field, we've got John Andretti in that 81 car for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. Of course, he finished 2nd a few weeks ago at Daytona International Speedway. 2 rookies lead them to the Yard of Bricks here. We are about to go racing in Indianapolis. The 2002 Brickyard 400 is on.
Yeah, Kurt got an amazing jump there on the start. It looks like Jimmy Spencer on the outside there trying to make a pass on Jeff Burton for 3rd. Although, look at this, Burton awfully aggressive there as they head down a short straightaway. And Leffler going to try to cross over Busch. Looks like coming off of turn 2. Oh, they both get the wall a little bit, but Leffler's going to come away with the lead.
Yes, what a great start for Leffler there. They're single file down the backstretch. The first 2 wide action. Yeah, it is 3 wide all the way back there with Harvick inside of his teammate Earnhardt and the 96 of Spencer. Meanwhile, Leffler drifts up the racetrack a little bit through turn 3, which we head down towards turn 4. Can the rookie lead his first ever Winston Cup lap here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Well, actually, first ever lap period, Bill.
We go on board with Jeff Burton, who narrowly lost last week, finished 4th place. He wants the lead here at the Brickyard. He heads to the inside of Leffler, although he may not be in the lead for long, as Sterling Marlin, Greg Biffle, and Steve Park all try to follow him through.
And watch out now, we got Dale Earnhardt back there too. Of course, he's won this race before. Also, we got to give an attaboy to that 01 car, Kenny Brack, running in the top 10 right now. Only his second Winston Cup start. Of course, he does know his way around Indianapolis. He's won the Indy 500, but still, great job for this guy today. He's looking the inside of our pole sitter, Kurt Busch, right now. And, yeah, he just looks very solid right now as Jeff Burton continues to lead here at the Brickyard with our defending champ, Sterling Marlin, running in second right now.
Yes, this is definitely a racetrack that Burton leading, although look at this. Behind Burton, Earnhardt Sr. gets the wall, and he is spinning. That's going to bring out our first caution of the day. Jimmy Spencer collected as well. Looks like most of these cars are going to keep going. Brack also had a close call there. Had to get to the inside to dodge that, but it looks like most of these cars are just going to turn around, get going, and they're unscathed from this incident. Meanwhile, Jeff Burton's going to have to hold off his teammate, Greg Biffle, here to race back to the caution. It looks like he will, with Steve Park coming home in third. Go on board the replay here of Jimmy Spencer. Yeah, Earnhardt gets spun in front of him. Spencer just has nowhere to go. Probably has a little bit of right front fender damage there, but should be able to continue. Meanwhile, Jeff Burton leads this field back to green. He's got Kevin Harvick, the lap car, there to the inside. Harvick had to make an unscheduled pit stop. It's got to be a disappointment for that 30 team after the great run they had at similar Pocono Raceway last week. Looks like Harvick's going to race Burton pretty hard on this restart to get his lap back. Burton gets the wall, and that's going to allow Greg Biffle, the sophomore driver, to be leading here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Although Biffle gets a little bit loose there off the corner, as does Steve Park. And that's going to allow Kenseth and Earnhardt Jr. get past Park there and allow Biffle to fall back in line. If you're actually going to be in second there, Burton got the lead back. Uh-oh, we got another spinner here off turn 2. That's that 28 car of Ricky Rudd. And that's going to bring the caution out. Rudd into traffic. Oh, no, and a hard hit there for the 71 of Rick Mast. Looks like Kurt Busch, our pole setter, is in it.
Come on, man. Rick Mast, you got to learn how to not have the ARCA brakes. You just keep plowing into cars. He did that at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway a few weeks. Look at this. He just goes right into Ricky Rudd, and then, yep, nowhere to go for poor old Kurt Busch. Leffler, good heads-up driving there, as well as Jeff Bodine in the 09 car. Jimmy Johnson's in it. Looks like the 94 of Elliott Sadler's got some serious damage.
And an interesting strategy call here under caution for Jeff Burton. He is going to pit, and it looks like it's going to be kind of a lonely pit road. Michael Waltrip there from the 8th position is going to be the second driver to pit. Some other drivers further back there, Bobby Hamilton, Johnny Benson, Brett Bodine going to follow him down. But that will likely leave Burton deep in the field with Marlin, our leader, after the restart.
Yeah, that's a risky call right there for Jeff Burton's team, that's for sure. We'll have to see if it works out or not. Yeah, you see a lot of cars going by.
So Jeff Burton and Michael Waltrip deep in this field. We see he's going to restart there outside the top 15 behind that 43 car of Todd Bodine. Meanwhile, we head back to the front of the field. The race leader is now Sterling Marlin with Matt Kenseth in second place. And of course, Kenseth's teammate, Kevin Harvick, once again going to have to restart there on that inside line.
Yeah, hopefully Kevin doesn't try to wreck the leaders again here. About to go back green here at the Brickyard. And good jump there for Sterling. Hopefully he can clear Kevin going down into turn 1. And looks like he very well might.
Say that second place runner right now, Matt Kenseth, a guy we've not talked about a whole lot as of late. And yes, Harvick makes an aggressive move on Marlin, gets his nose to the inside, and going to see if he can get through and potentially, yes, allow his teammate, as Harvick and Marlin both get the wall off of turn 2. And now Matt Kenseth is leading at the Brickyard. Kenseth has 2 career wins, last one at Rockingham back in late February. Has had a consistent season in the top 10 in points. Matt Kenseth now has 2 Chevrolet teammates behind him, Steve Park and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Park looks to the inside of Kenseth here into turn 2, makes an aggressive dive bomb in there, but it looks like they're going to clear. Although Earnhardt Jr. is going to get a good run here down the back straightaway. Several cars get the wall there off of turn 2 where that safer barrier sticks out. And meanwhile, we want to highlight running in the 4th position is Shauna Robinson.
Yeah, you know, she is a Midwestern native from Des Moines, Iowa, and her best career finish was 17th in California. So if she can hold on for 4th place here at the Brickyard, that's going to be a mighty impressive run. She is last in Rookie of the Year standings right now, but still 4th place. Certainly going to turn some heads if she can stay there. Especially, you know, she missed the race at Pocono last week. So what a turnaround for that Michael Francis racing team.
Meanwhile, also in the top 10 is John Andretti in that 81 car, making his 4th start of 2002. Got a 2nd place finish at the 2nd Daytona race. So good job for John there. Meanwhile, off of turn 2, it looks like Earnhardt Jr. is going to get a run on his teammate Park down the backstretch with help from Kenseth and Robinson.
And of course, Earnhardt Jr., his father won here back in '95. Could we see father-son winners here at the Brickyard? That'd be pretty cool. Park is putting up a good fight there on the outside, but I just don't think he's going to be able to hold on here through turns 3 and 4. And, well, actually got a good runoff there. Let's see what happens as they head back up towards the start-finish line here.
Park gets the wall there off the corner a little bit. That's going to allow Earnhardt Jr., Kenseth, and Robinson all to clear him and relegate him back to the 4th position. The 8 car now out front here at the Brickyard. Nearly 350,000 people on their feet for Little E, leading here at the Yard of Bricks.
Yeah, this place is just absolutely electric.
Going back to the white flag. In 1995, Dale Earnhardt Sr. won the 2nd running of the Brickyard 400. Can his son hold on? Meanwhile, Shauna Robinson trying to get the best ever run for a woman in this event in 3rd place and the best finish of her career as she runs in front of defending champions Sterling Marlin and Steve Park. Also, it looks like Jeff Burton's strategy of pitting has not paid off as he and Bobby Hamilton still work their way through heavy traffic there. Coming off of the corner here, we see this big pack around them. Meanwhile, on the other end of the speedway, just 1 corner left for Dale Earnhardt Jr. It looks like he's going to have no problem holding off Matt Kenseth. And as that 8 car comes down the front stretch to a shower of praise from the crowd, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to join his father, and they become the first father-son duo to win the Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Man, that's awesome. 3rd win of the year for Dale Jr. And great run for Kenseth there, too. Sterling Marlin overtakes Dave Blaney for 3rd in the standings as Burton shaves Mark Martin's lead down to just 14 points for the Winston Cup points lead.
Yes, definitely going to be interesting to see how this championship fight continues in the coming weeks. We're at Watkins Glen International for the 2002 Sirius Satellite Radio at the Glen. Kenny Irwin Jr. has the pole with defending race winner and yesterday's Busch Series winner, Ron Fellows, to his outside. Another road ringer right there behind Ron Fellows. That's that 29 car of Dorsey Schrader. We see lots of cars going home today, 9 cars in total because of all these road ringers. And let's take a look at who we've got in the field today. See, Robbie Gordon returns to the Winston Cup Series today. He lost his ride after failing to qualify at the other road course, Infineon Raceway. He's in that 01 car that Kenny Brack ran last week. We also got Boris Said with us, Tom Hubert, and Wally Dallenbach.
Yeah, what a great crowd.
Coming to the green here, Irwin to the inside of Fellows. And we're going to go left and right here in the Winston Cup Series today. Green flag at Watkins Glen International.
It's a good start for Fellows there. It looks like he's going to be able to pull down in front of Matt Kenseth. Well, or maybe not. Matt's going to drive the heck out of that into turn 1 and come away with 2nd place.
Heading up the hill here, an absolutely beautiful shot as this field comes up through the upstate New York countryside here. Kenseth and the Fellows still side by side. It looks like Kenseth's going to win out as Irwin is just absolutely pulling away from this field right now.
It looks like Dorsey Schrader, that 29 car, is going to get to the inside of Fellows, heading to the bus stop here as well. Schrader, of course, that 29 is a 2nd car for Hamilton Melling Racing. So good run for him. His 2nd point start of the year. Of course, he also ran the Bud Shootout after winning the pole here last year in the third car for Chip Ganassi Racing. We also got Kevin Harvick, name we've talked about a lot the last few weeks, running in the 5th position right now as Irwin continues to lead.
Matt Kenseth has caught up to the back bumper of Kenny Irwin. He's going to pressure him down the long straightaway here as they head into the bus stop. Who can break each other heading into this little chicane here. And it looks like they all slide out there a little bit. Several cars going off track, but Irwin is able to hold off Kenseth for now. Although Kenseth gets a good run through the inner loop here.
Yeah, Kenseth's really been on a roll the last 2 weeks. Finished second at the Brickyard last week, running second right now. Meanwhile, we see Jeff Burton's up to the 5th position there, hoping to maybe take the points lead away from his teammate Mark Martin today. We see Sterling Marlin is behind him as now Kenseth goes to attack Irwin. Irwin almost gets the wall there off the corner, but Kenseth's going to lead them back to the line here.
Meanwhile, we also see Wally Dawn back there is running in the 7th position behind the other 2 road ringers we have up front, Schrader and Fellows. And Irwin now going to see what he can do coming up the hill here. Can he fight back? Although it looks like he may actually just be a roadblock right now for Schrader in that 29 car.
Yeah, although he stayed pretty good on the back bumper of that 31. He may be able to get him back here heading down. And actually, it's going to be Schrader in the 29 that's going to pull out of line heading to the bus stop. Let's see what happens here. He drives in deep to the inside of the 42, and the 42 is spinning off track into the sand trap. What an embarrassment for our pole sitter there.
Yes, certainly heartbreak there for Kenny Irwin as Kenseth drives away. He's got some breathing room now in front of those 2 road course ringers there. We also see it looks like Marlin is going to attack Jeff Burton there for the 4th position. Matt Kenseth coming up to lap Kenny Irwin, who made a pit stop after spinning off the track earlier. We see Dorsey Schrader and Ron Fellows, those 2 road course ringers still behind Kenseth. Kenseth is currently 14th in the Winston Cup standings with his lone victory this season coming at Rockingham. Schrader gets a good run out of the inner loop and is now right on the back bumper of that 31 car. What is he going to do here as they head down towards the finish line here?
Well, it looks like actually that backfired a bit. It got him loose as they head in the final corner. That's going to allow Fellows to get a great run, and he's going to make a pass on the outside. Man, he is just absolutely the master of Watkins Glen.
Yes, Ron Fellows now up to 2nd position, and of course running a limited Winston Cup schedule this year. Is widely believed to be heading full-time in this 81 car next year. But he certainly is just the master of Watkins Glen. He won the Winston Cup race here last year as a part-time driver. He won the Busch race yesterday, the series in which he competes full-time in 2002, and is now 2nd place to this man, Matt Kenseth, in the Winston Cup race today. Kenseth looking to lap Irwin here, and he gets slowed down a little bit, and look at this, that's going to allow Fellows to make another daring pass. Ron Fellows is now leading here at Watkins Glen. Can he go 3 events in a row? Last year's Winston Cup race, the Busch race, and now today's race.
I don't know. That's I certainly would not be too happy if I was Matt Kenseth having him in front of him now. Really, he just has to get around this 42 car. He may very well just drive away here.
Go on board with Kenseth. Does he have anything for this 81 as they come off the final corner?
That's 2 spots and 1 lap right there for Fellows. That's awfully impressive to look back as we go down the hill. That 31 car getting smaller and smaller in the mirror.
Kenseth makes a dive in, but it doesn't look like it's going to stick as Fellows continues to lead. But what is he going to do with this 42 car in front of him as they head up the hill?
Looks like Irwin gets a little loose there, and that's potentially going to give the 81 a run here as they head on the long straightaway towards the bus stop this time.
Yes, now we got Fellows looking to the inside of Irwin. Looks like he's going to easily outbrake him. Irwin's going to race him, and same mistake, different lap. Irwin goes off into the sand trap.
Come on, man, you can't learn from that.
Yeah, certainly not the brightest shining moment of Irwin's career. White flag in the air. Ron Fellows leads them up the hill. He's got several car links on Matt Kenseth as the 29 of Dorsey Schrader runs in the 3rd position. Meanwhile, the highest of our championship contenders is Jeff Burton. He may very well take that points lead from Mark Martin today. He was only 14 points behind coming in. But the master of Watkins Glen, Canadian Ron Fellows, leads them around. This would be quite the victory. His second consecutive and his second victory before becoming a full-time Winston Cup driver. Can you believe this, Chip?
No, I cannot. Yeah, we look back here. We got Marlin running in the 5th position, Jeff Gordon in 6th. But yeah, I cannot say enough about this young man, Ron Fellows. Dale Earnhardt definitely took a risk bringing a road course regular into one of his rides, but it appears to have paid off.
Yes, Ron Fellows is going to go two in a row at the Glen. He wins his second career Winston Cup race. Actually, we appear to have been mistaken there. Jeff Burton was a lap car at the end of that race, so Mark Martin actually extends his points lead. The 2002 Pepsi 400.
Wait, it's the Pepsi 400 again?
Yes, different Pepsi 400, brought to you by Farmer Jack, is at the Michigan International Speedway. Dale Earnhardt Jr., who won 2 weeks ago at Indianapolis, leads us from the pole today with Steve Park, who is outside. A major story in the failed to qualify list. That is that Ryan Newman missed the race. His teammate Mayfield did not, but since Mayfield is rumored to be leaving Penske, Newman will drive the 12 today. Meanwhile, Ron Fellows officially announced a 2002 ride in the Winston Cup Series with the new sponsor you see there, DHL. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Park lead them to the green here. We're racing at Michigan International Speedway.
We see their boss there is in 3rd place, and Dale Sr. And, yeah, all these DI cars have been pretty good here the last couple of years in Michigan.
Earnhardt Jr. takes the lead. His father looking to join him in the 2nd position as he passes Park there. And, you know, Chip, we really just have to praise that man that's running all the way back in the 8th position there, Ron Fellows.
Yeah, what a win he had last week, and that new DHL colors, they look awesome. But looks like the man to beat today is his teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr., who drives away from this field right now.
Earnhardt Jr. has won 3 races in the last 3 months. Won at Pocono, he won at Daytona. And we go on board with Earnhardt Jr.'s teammate, Steve Park, the defending winner here at Michigan back in June. He takes a look to the inside. Their boss, Earnhardt Sr., still in 3rd. Sterling Marlin in 4th.
And don't count out Bobby Hamilton, too. He had a great run at the 2-mile track, the California Speedway earlier this year. And, you know, had a great run there and nearly won that race. Was leading a white flag, although look who's about to be leading here. That's that one car, Steve Park.
Earnhardt Jr. actually gets the wall there off the corner a little bit as Marlin goes to his inside. And their teammate, Ron Fellows, continues to impress there in the top 10.
Yeah, Fellows having a great run today. We see behind him is Kurt Busch going to the inside of the 99 Jeff Burton. Meanwhile, Fellows looking to attack Dave Blaney here for, that'd be the 6th position.
Park still leading here at Michigan as the 40 car goes to the inside of Earnhardt Jr. Looks like Marlin's going to have to step in line as Earnhardt Sr. gets the wall off the corner, moving Hamilton to the 4th position. Steve Park still leading here, looking for a sweep of Michigan in 2002.
Yeah, does Sterling Marlin have anything for him? I don't know.
Also, Bobby Labonte has gotten up there, and we look back at Ryan Newman, who, as we mentioned at the top of the show, is running the 12 car today in place of his teammate Jeremy Mayfield. We hear that could be the end of Mayfield's relationship with Penske Racing, as he's all but confirmed to be running a 3rd Evernham car next year. Meanwhile, our championship leader, Mark Martin, looks to the inside of Dale Earnhardt Jr., who led much of the early part of this race. And we see the 96 car, another great run for Jimmy Spencer there, behind them near the back of the top 10. White flag in the air now for Steve Park, our race leader. And Bobby Labonte looks to the inside of Sterling Marlin now.
Almost contact there for Labonte and Marlin off the corner. And Tony Stewart's just looking at his chops there in 4th place, maybe hoping they wreck or something.
Oh, come on, Chip, you need to lay it off with hoping people wreck it.
Hey, it's not me. I'm just saying Tony probably wants that. Look at it. It's going to be a real aggressive move there by Bobby. And up, there they go. I called it. They crashed.
And of course they did, Chip. Anyway, Steve Park is going to come back and sweep at Michigan. His second win here, at second of 2002, and the fifth of his career, as Tony Stewart comes home second, Jeff Burton third. And Burton closes up the points lead gap to his teammate Mark Martin. As the two at the top of the points continue to go winless, we look further down the standings. Earnhardt Jr. up to 8th, Kenseth in 9th, and Park, our winner, up to 12th, heading into next week at Bristol. It's official. Jerry Jones, owner of the Dallas Cowboys and the NFL, is coming to NASCAR. His team, Team Lone Star, will debut in 2003 off the remnants of Andy Petrie Racing, bringing on drivers Ricky Rudd and Busch Series points leader Jeff Green. Tonight we're at the Bristol Motor Speedway for the 2002 Sharpie 500, NASCAR's historic night race. Bobby Hamilton leads this field with Kurt Busch to his outside. You see 6 drivers are going home, including Mike Wallace in that 12 car after Jeremy Mayfield was released from Team Penske after last week. He was not happy about the situation where Ryan Newman got preference in the 12 car at Michigan over him. All signs point to him making a debut for Evernham Motorsports in the coming weeks.
Yeah, that's certainly an interesting situation with Jeremy and Team Penske. I'll tell you another interesting situation here is this man in the 92 car, Bobby Hamilton. He leads this field to green. It's exciting to see Bobby up front tonight.
Yes, that it is. And of course, the last time Bobby won a Winston Cup race was in a Kodak car, but not this Kodak car. He moved from Morgan McClure Motorsports to this new team, Hamilton Melling Racing, this year. But we see behind him is the ride that he also won a race in a few years ago, and that is the 43 car for Petty Enterprises. Todd Bodine runs in the second position right now. That would be his best finish since moving to the 43 car.
Yeah, that's certainly looked really good for Todd so far, but they looked really good for Bobby so far as well.
Yes, as they come off turn 2 here, Hamilton has a healthy lead. Hamilton still leading here in Thunder Valley, but he's coming up on some lap traffic. We see Kevin LePage in that 16 car in front of him. Bill Elliott goes to his inside. That's a lap car, but we go on board with Jeff Burton, and he is going to take the lead, it appears, as we head through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, Jeff is having a good run tonight. And by the way, just a quick note, we see that 26 car behind him. That is Robbie Gordon tonight. We hear he's probably going to run the rest of the season for that revived 2016. But yeah, Jeff comes in second in points and is hoping to maybe come away with a points lead if he can keep this up. And of course, he's not won a race yet in 2002. He'd really like to change that tonight. We see Kevin Harvick there going to the inside of the 26. And here comes Kenny Irwin as well, right behind the 92 of Hamilton. Hamilton goes to the inside of the 26. Now there's just one car between him and the 99. But
Burton still leading here at Bristol. We see Hamilton has caught back up to him a little bit now that Burton is stuck behind more lap traffic. That's that 96 car of Jimmy Spencer. Burton goes high a little bit into the corner. That's going to allow Hamilton to poke his nose underneath.
Yeah, Hamilton is really good at these short tracks. All his wins in Winston Cup are a 6 mile or less. And he's pulling away here tonight. Easily passes Jeff Burton right there.
We also see back in the third position is Burton's teammate Greg Biffle going for potentially his best career finish. There's now a new second-place driver, a different Roush Racing car, not Biffle, not Burton. It's Mark Martin, the points leader. He has not won a Winston Cup race yet in 2002. He looks to the inside of Hamilton as he comes down the front stretch. Oh, he gets Hamilton loose and himself loose. Big bobble there out of the 6 car. Yeah, Mark's really got to watch out as Bobby continues to lead. You see 3 wide there. We just saw the stats.
Bobby, very good at these short tracks. Let's see, what's Mark going to do this time? Oh, no, looks like Mark gets into Jeff Gordon. He's going around into the corner. Big crash here at Bristol. Uh-oh, Bobby Labonte is upside down.
And it looks like Hamilton is going to easily win the race back to the caution. We believe this may actually be the end of this event, as there's only a few laps left in this race. But first, let's take a look at the replay here. Yeah, Martin just takes a look to the inside of Hamilton, then tries to move up, but there's no room. Gordon and the 16 of LePage were right there. And then, yeah, Bobby Labonte, after contact with Jeff Burton, goes into that tumble. So Bobby Hamilton just has to follow the pace car back for his 4th career victory, and the first for him as an owner-driver. Bobby Hamilton wins the Sharpie 500 at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Yeah, that's a big win for old Bobby. That's huge. So, see, Mark Martin continues to lead the points. Now, Jeff Burton managed to close that up a little bit after Mark made a mistake there, but still, those race cars looking for their first win of 2002.
We're here at the oldest superspeedway in NASCAR, Darlington Raceway, for the 2002 Mountain Dew Southern 500. Ken Schrader, surprise pole winner tonight, although perhaps appropriate that a veteran wins the pole at Darlington Raceway. We see Petty Enterprises, unfortunately, back to their 2001 form, as all 3 of their entries are going home, along with Shauna Robinson. Coming to the green flag here, Schrader and Nadeau lead them, and we are racing in the 2002 Mountain Dew Southern 500.
Great jump there for that 36 car. We haven't seen him out front much at all this year, but let's see what he can do here at Darlington.
Mostly single file as they come through the corner here. Here's some stats on Schrader. He has 2 top 10s this year at Bristol and Indianapolis, but he has not won since 1991, over 300 races ago.
Yeah, that's quite the long drought there for Ken Schrader. We see first Darlington stripe of the night goes to Dave Blaine, that 21 car. We also look back here, Ricky Rudd is having a decent run tonight. He has only 1 top 10 in the year so far. Still looking for that first win in 2002. As I know, looks like Schrader gets a Darlington stripe. That's going to allow Nadeau to slip on right through there.
Yes, we see Nadeau's teammate, Terry Labonte, also gets up to second place as well. Schrader falls back to 4th behind Kurt Busch, and Rudd is now up to 5th. He gets around Blaney as Nadeau continues to pull away here at Darlington. Nadeau still leads, but he has company in the form of Ricky Rudd. Ricky Rudd only has 12 races left, including tonight with Robert Yates Racing, before he moves over to Team Lone Star, owned by Jerry Jones. But he certainly would like to get one last win in this 28 car.
Yeah, and it has been announced that Texaco Heavily, a Texas-owned company, will be following Ricky over to the 33 ride with Team Lone Star in 2003. So the Heveline 28, made famous by Davey Allison, will be no more, but heck, it looks like old Ricky Rudd's kind of making it famous right now. He is now leading this Southern 500 at Darlington with Schrader back to second. And take a look who's in third, one of our championship contenders, Sterling Marlin. He's 124 points behind Mark Martin coming in tonight with 2 wins on the year, but eventually going to cut it out on those points if he keeps running like he is right now.
Yeah, Sterling trying to become the first driver since Jeff Gordon to be back-to-back Winston Cup champion, and certainly doing a lot to help with that bid tonight. Marlin has got the back bumper here of Rudd as we're past halfway in the Southern 500. You see he's taking a look to the inside. Rudd drifts up the track a little bit. What is the run going to be down the backstretch here?
Yeah, Rudd up for there's Darlington stripe for him. It looks like Marlin's going to get by, as is Schrader. I got to tell you, old Kenny Schrader's had a real nice run tonight. Stayed in the top 5 the whole time. That really just shows this is a track that benefits veterans as Ricky Rudd continues to ride the wall there. That's going to allow Sterling to get a good gap on the field here. Actually, Rudd's wall ride there is going to put him back into the clutches of Jerry Nadeau here a little bit.
Yeah, Marlin now out in front, all single file up front, Schrader following. And as we mentioned, Rudd back to the 3rd position now here at Darlington.
Lap traffic, Ken Schrader's been able to get around Sterling Marlin.
We see there's a lap car between them. That's 16 of Kevin LePage, and we expect this lap the leaders are going to be headed down pit road. We see Rudd Marlin and third place Marlin's teammate Tony Stewart all make that hard left turn onto the apron.
Yeah, green flag for pit stops here. You just want things to be smooth and no caution. That's the key here.
All these drivers started further up in the field, so their pits are closer to the far end of pit road. There's going to be a moment here as they cross the stripe until they get to their pit boxes. Looks like Marlin's going to be the first one in out of this group. Nadu came in the previous lap. We see him leaving, as does Ricky Rudd and Kurt Busch there. There goes Nadu. The 36 of Schrader's in his box now. We're expecting it to be 4 tires and fuel for all these drivers. And there goes the Jack on the 36. And Schrader getting ready to leave here any second. There goes the 42 of Irwin. He also pitted the previous lap. And oh no, we got trouble in turn 3. The 16 is around. Contact off of Dale Earnhardt. The caution is out, and what a break here for Dale Jarrett. He decided to stay on the racetrack, and he has lapped most of the leaders. He's going to get to make a pit stop here under yellow and come out with fresher tires, and all those other cars that just pitted are going to have to take the wave around. This is huge for this race.
Yeah, that's crazy. We look at, so here's Ricky Rudd. He took the wave around. And meanwhile, there's Dale Jarrett all the way back near the tail end of this longest line, but he is in fact the race leader. So single file restart here, it looks like, or sorry, not single file restart. We're not at that point of the race yet, but we do have a very long line here. So the question is, can those guys with fresher tires catch up to old Dale Jarrett here?
Yeah, I don't know. Rudd and Marlin and Schrader here have to make up almost an entire lap on Dale Jarrett and on a couple lap older tires. So this is going to be quite interesting. Their best hope is for another caution that would put these wave around cars. Oh no, and we do have trouble on the backstretch. The 27 car there bounces off the 19 of Casey Atwood, and that will bring the caution out. Dale Jarrett is still leading. That's the last thing he wanted to see, as Schrader, who had only made up about a third of a lap, is now going to be starting not too far behind him. Yeah, so on this restart, you see here's Schrader in turn 3. And we're going to pan up to Jarrett here in a second. He's coming off of turn 4. So yeah, only about a quarter of a lap, as opposed to 2/3 of a lap difference here as the pace car comes down pit road. We are back racing at Darlington. Is there enough time for Schrader to catch back up to Jarrett? Or can Jarrett, who's had an absolutely miserable season, steal one here at Darlington? Yeah, Dale Jarrett, we really just cannot say enough about how bad this season's been. Dale Jarrett, he's 33rd in the Winston Cup standings. That's the lowest of all drivers completing all 26 races. His last win was at Loudon last September. Yeah, we take a look at this second place, or not second place, but the fastest car all day, 36 of Schrader, is making some progress, but it's just hard to pass here at Darlington. The question is, and Jarrett getting passed by another car there. That's that 19 of Atwood, but he's not concerned about that. He's just concerned about staying in front of the 36 car, and so far that appears to be working out. Steve Park is kind of holding that group up, and that's allowed some of the other slower cars between Jarrett and Schrader to kind of be a nice buffer.
Yeah, that, like I said, these guys have made quite the comeback. See them coming off the corner there, but yeah, here's Michael Waltrip, and he's having a good run. And yeah, Jarrett is all the way up here, and he is coming to the white flag here, behind a lap here for Dale Jarrett. I think he might just do it.
Dale Jarrett, you know, his teammate Ricky Rudd, we thought might be the Yates car to break through tonight. But it looks like Dale Jarrett, the driver who's going to continue to drive for Robert Yates next year, is going to be the one to get the first victory for the team that won the most races in 2001 in 2002. Rounding turn 4. Dale Jarrett comes down the front stretch. He will win the Southern 500, his 29th career Winston Cup win, and the first for Robert Yates in 2002.
Man, if you're having a crappy season, getting a good win like that, that's huge. So, speaking of crappy, Mark Martin did not have exactly the finest day, and that allowed his teammate Jeff Burton to overtake him by a few points.
We're in Richmond, Virginia for the Chevrolet Monte Carlo 400. Kenny Irwin Jr. in a Dodge leads the field of green, but we see Jimmy Johnson there and other Chevrolet drivers will be running Looney Tunes cars tonight. We got 6 cars going home, including Ron Fellows was supposed to make a start tonight in the 81. There's 7 starts to prepare for his full-time schedule next year, but that will have to wait for another week. See, Irwin and Johnny Benson are going to lead the field to green here. Benson, of course, is the teammate of Ken Schrader, who had that remarkable run last week.
Yeah, we're here, and they come to the green flag here, but Pontiac may have shifted some of their support from Joe Gibbs Racing over to these MB2 cars the rest of 2002, since Gibbs really has not had that great of a year. They've only won one race with Bob Pontiac. All the way back to Chicagoland. See, we hear that Pontiac maybe looking for some new partners in 2003. But yeah, we take a look here. I tell you, he's not looking for a new partner. Dodge, Kenny Irwin Jr. is having a good run. Although we haven't heard a whole lot about old Kenny lately.
No, we have not. Another driver having a great run tonight is Shauna Robinson in that 84 car. We see she goes to the outside of Mark Martin there. They battle for the 3rd position. Martin, of course, trying to claw his way back to the points lead after losing some points to his teammate Jeff Burton last week at Darlington. And look at this, up front we had a pass on the outside. Johnny Benson is now leading this race. It's his 224th Winston Cup start. He's never won a Winston Cup race, but he does have a best finish of the year of 9th at Chicagoland. So this is quite the improvement. And we, again, talking about Pontiac perhaps diverting. And here comes Irwin back on Benson to the inside. Both of these two drivers have built up a bit of a gap to 3rd place Mark Martin there. We also see there's a new 4th place car back there. That's rookie Ryan Newman. As it looks like Benson was able to hold off Irwin on that straightaway. So yeah, let's talk about Ryan Newman. He's 5th in the Rookie of the Year standings. He's only qualified for 21 out of 27 events, which is part of the reason he's so low in those standings. But he does have an 8th place finish at Bristol back in March, so he's had some good runs. This would be a career best run if he can hold on to 4th. And speaking of career best runs, Benson continues to lead here at Richmond and appears to have pulled away. Benson now in some lap traffic. He goes around the outside of the 60 of Kurt Busch. Meanwhile, Ryan Newman has climbed all the way up to the 3rd position. He got around Mark Martin, and Bobby Hamilton is now in 4th. Another good run on a short track after his victory at Bristol 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Bobby's really on a roll lately. We go on board with Benson on the outside. Say, Kurt Busch is on the inside there, but the inside's just so much faster that Kenny Irwin is still able to make up some time right now and say, look at this, Ryan Newman is coming into this fight for the lead as these guys stay side by side here. He's going to be going to the inside of Johnny Benson if he's not careful.
Yeah, Newman to the inside of Benson. We see Ward Burton, Tony Stewart in view behind them. Newman now to the inside. Looks like he's going to potentially clear Benson down the front stretch here as Irwin takes the lead, but has still not gotten around Kurt Busch in that 60 car. So he may continue to be a roadblock for these leaders.
Yeah, it's just so hard to pass here, Richmond, with how dominant that inside line is. So when you get a lap guy.
We go back on board with Johnny Benson here. He has gotten back around Ryan Newman, and Kurt Busch continues to run in front of the leaders, so that has kept it close between Benson and Kenny Irwin.
Yeah, we got, Bill, I just realized something.
Chip, what's that?
We got 2 juniors that don't go by junior much at the front of the field. We got Kenny Irwin Jr. and Johnny Benson Jr., but we just call him Johnny Benson. But take a look at this. Speaking of Johnny Benson, here's Johnny. He just took the lead. I've been wanting to say that all year. Well, I guess I did when he plowed into people, but now I can say it for a good reason.
Oh boy, Chip. Of course he had to say that. But yes, Johnny Benson is leading here at Richmond International Raceway. Can he hold on and get his first career NASCAR Winston Cup Series win? Benson still leading here at Richmond. Irwin in second. We see the 92 of Hamilton is up to third, as Ryan Newman still is on track for a career best finish of fourth. Tony Stewart, meanwhile, is the highest of our championship contenders. We saw him just out of view there in the fifth position. But as they come off turn 4, we see Bobby Hamilton having another great run, and we are on the white flag lap. Johnny Benson just has to keep a pretty wheel, hold it on the bottom line around this racetrack, and he will be a NASCAR Winston Cup winner.
Yeah, it's been quite the journey for Benson. He drove for Rouse for a couple of years, got fired. I think a lot of people forget he's a Busch Series champion. He's got a lot of talent. He showed it tonight. Johnny Benson wins at Richmond Raceway. Johnny is here.
Yes, indeed he is. And meanwhile, Mark Martin was able to retake the Winston Cup points lead from Jeff Burton, while Tony Stewart's top 5 finish vaults him to third. We're at Texas Motor Speedway for the second time, for the first time ever, the 2002 Texaco Havoline 500. Our pole sitter today is Matt Kenseth with Terry Labonte to his outside. But Terry Labonte is not the only big Texas-related story today.
No, it is not. Although first we got to talk about something in our failed to qualify list. This is a No Bull 5 race, and John Andretti went home.
Yes, that's certainly a big deal. But the other big deal, of course, is Jeff Green in the 33 car. He will drive the 55 in 2003, but he's running 33 today because Kenny Wallace is still in that car. And as we mentioned, yes, Winston No Bull 5 is on today. The highest finishing driver will win $1 million. But there's only 4 contenders because John Andretti, who finished 5th in the Pepsi 400, failed to qualify for tonight's event.
Yeah, that's really just too bad for John Andretti. But it's a risk when you run a part-time schedule like that can happen. These big races with payouts like the ones here at Texas.
Yeah, you have to wonder if NASCAR continues that No Bull 5 program into 2003. Maybe there should be a rule that those drivers are locked into the race or something.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. I'm with you there on that one, Bill. But even without John Andretti, we're good for a good afternoon of racing. We are green flag here at the Texas Motor Speedway.
Looks like we're pretty even headed into turns 1 and 2 between Kenseth and Labonte, although look who really shot out of the gate there. That is the 2 car of Rusty Wallace. He goes to the inside of Matt Kenseth as they head down the backstretch for the first time.
Yeah, old Rusty, he really is getting a good run here. Looks like he's going to take the lead as Kurt Busch goes 3 wide for third and maybe second here. Kenseth's getting way shuffled back, and Wallace is going to lead the first lap here at Texas.
And Rusty Wallace may not be the leader for long. Here comes Kurt Busch. He has started outside the top 5, and it looks like he's going to be leading on lap 2 here at Texas.
Yeah, all these Roush cars having a good day. We see his teammate Greg Biffle in the 42 car of Irwin there. They're 3 wide once again for second. Another good run for Ken Schrader as Kurt Busch, who's third in the Rookie of the Year standings, leads lap 2, gets 5 bonus points.
Although I don't think Rusty Wallace is done with him, Chip. Rusty takes a look back to Kurt Busch's inside down the backstretch here. Looks like he's going to try the crossover heading into turn 3. Rusty drives it in deep. They both slide up the track a little bit. That's going to allow Irwin to close in. But as we come off of turn 4, Rusty Wallace is clear for the race lead here at Texas.
Yeah, Rusty really wants to get a win. It's been a long time, over 2 years. And
Rusty Wallace still leads here at Texas Motor Speedway, but his teammate Ryan Newman wants to change something about that.
Yeah, these Penske cars, they cut from 3 cars to 2 cars. Officially after Bristol, they were contracted to Mobil 1, one of them to run Bristol with Mike Wallace, of course, he failed to qualify. But Penske's been down to 2 cars, and what a difference they're making here.
Yes, it certainly is, as they've both now led this race. And we have to just talk about the strength of this rookie class this year. Once again, we see 2 rookies in the top 10, or top 2 spots right now. Say who's in the top 10 right now is last week's winner, Johnny Benson. So his NBV cars, both him and his teammate Ken Schrader having great runs today. You'll see the 96 of Jimmy Spencer having another great run as Rusty Wallace has gotten shuffled to the outside there. And look who's coming to his inside. Sterling Marlin, one of the drivers in the top 5 in points, as Ryan Newman continues to pull away here at Texas. Ryan Newman now in some lap traffic. We see Dale Jarrett, who won 2 weeks ago at Darlington, is to the outside of Buckshot Jones. Newman looking to potentially do a 3-wide pass on these guys. As Marlin is up to 2nd place. Looks like he's going to try to split inside. We are 4 wide. And oh no, Newman goes around. And huge crash. We see the 33 car of Jeff Green is involved. Lots of cars piling in here.
They're still wrecking on the front stretch. Yeah, this is, man, it's an absolute junkyard out here. Except for old Sterling, he's just on a Sunday drive out here, driving away from the field.
So let's go back and see if we can figure out what the heck happened here. So it looks like Newman just really tried to stick it in there where there was not enough room. And, yeah, poor Jeff Green has nowhere to go. It's a Jerry Jones' first attempt as a Winston Cup team owner. Is going to end in a crash, say. And the other Jerry Jones car there, our future driver, Ricky Rudd, also involved, as is our point leader, Mark Martin.
Say, Sterling's got to just be jumping up and down right now. The point leader wrecked, and he's leading the race. We head back to green here.
Yeah, quite the break for Marlin there in terms of the championship. By the way, it should be worth noting about Jeff Green, who we will not be talking about again much of the rest of the day, given that he's out of the race, that car is technically a Chevrolet, but it, out of the Andy Petrie shop, but they will be switching to Ford next year. Battle of the beer wagons here up front. Rusty Wallace has caught up to Sterling Marlin.
I imagine Sterling's not going to fight Rusty too hard. Rusty's going for a win. Sterling's going for a Winston Cup. So he may just let Rusty roll on by here. And say Rusty has a chance to kind of redeem Team Penske today. It looked like Ryan Newman might drive away with this race, but then he made a rookie mistake and tried to stick it between those 2 cars, and now he's on the record. So Rusty Wallace may be able to get the redemption for Penske Racing, although Sterling's hanging pretty tough here. And as we mentioned earlier, over 2 years for Rusty since his last win. He won at Bristol in August of 2000. He did get a 2nd place at Martinsville earlier this year, but he does not want to get another one of those, although Sterling Marlin might have something to say about that.
Yes, the 40 car still showing some fight in it. Marlin battles back to the inside. Meanwhile, Rusty tries to regroup. He goes high in turns 3 and 4. He's probably going to get a good run down the front stretch.
Speaking of good runs, say Steve Clark, haven't talked about him a lot lately. He's in the 3rd position right now. Another great run for the 36 car of Schrader there. And hometown favorite, Texas Terry Labonte there in 5th place.
And we saw there, it looks like Rusty is going to make another run at Sterling as they go into turns 3 and 4. There is some lap traffic ahead. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the 23 of Buckshot Jones. Earnhardt Jr., say he is a No Bowl 5 contender today, and none of them have fared particularly well. Say whoever has to pay out that $1 million is probably
hearing a sigh of relief right now. Yeah, that's for sure. I'll tell you who blood pressure through the roof right now. That's old Rusty Wallace, as he potentially has a chance to win his first race in years. He drives away from Sterling Marlin, used that lap traffic perfectly as a pick, as Sterling now does get around Dale Earnhardt Jr., but the white flag is out, and I don't think he has enough time to catch old Rusty.
It's been over 2 years since Rusty Wallace last won a Winston Cup race. He finished 2nd at Bristol last year. He finished 2nd at Martinsville earlier this year. Can he finally end the drought as he heads to turns 3 and 4? The first ever fall race at Texas will go to Rusty Wallace in Penske Racing. Rusty Wallace wins the inaugural Texaco Heavenland 500, snapping a 74-race winless streak. Man, that is awesome for Rusty.
That's incredible. Speaking of awesome, Sterling Marlin took advantage of Mark Martin's misfortune, and he is now our Winston Cup points leader with just 9 races to go. Can he go back-to-back? That would be something, wouldn't it, Phil?
Some more major silly season news. Today's pole sitter Ryan Newman's team Penske Racing is switching manufacturers for 2003. Penske will become a Pontiac team with an alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing, expanding Pontiac's fleet of Winston Cup teams from 6 cars to 8. Pontiac hopes this move will turn around their fortunes in the series as they appear on track to finish last in the Manufacturers' Championship for the 2nd consecutive year. Here we are at Dover International Speedway for the 2002 MB&A Gold 400. As we previously mentioned, Ryan Newman will lead from the pole with another man on the move next year, Ricky Rudd, to his outside. Kyle and Adam Petty are headed home, as well as Shauna Robinson and Elliott Sadler. And here they come to the green flag. Newman and Rudd, 2 Fords on the front row. We are racing in Dover.
Good start there for Newman on the inside. Looks like Jeff Gordon's going to get to the inside of Rudd as well as they come off of turn 2 for the first time.
Yes, Newman off to a great start. Say he led the most laps last week at Texas Motor Speedway. It'll be interesting to see if he can get the job done today. We also look back now at the 2nd position. Mark Martin makes a move to the inside of Jeff Gordon. He's 2nd in the Winston Cup standings. Still looking for that first win in 2002, but he did lead the most laps here in the spring.
They're going on board, Mark down the backstretch here. You see he's right on the back bumper of that 02 car. Looking to the inside, Ryan goes up the hill a little bit, and as we come off turn 4, it looks like Mark's going to be even, maybe a little ahead at the stripe.
Yes, Mark Martin takes the lead here going into turns 1 and 2. His teammate, Jeff Burton, looking to follow him through. 3 Fords out front here at Dover. Coming off of turn 2, Mark Martin, as we mentioned, led the most laps here in the spring, but did not win. Is today the day he finally can break through? Mark Martin putting on an absolutely dominant performance here at Dover, starting to lap some cars, coming up on the 20 of Jason Leffler. He looks to the inside now.
Yeah, Mark has really just done everything right today. I mean, he did everything right here in the spring, just could not finish the job. Look back here at his teammate, the 99 of Jeff Burton, in 2nd place with Johnny Benson right behind him. He's 4th in Winston Cup standings, 82 back. He's not won in a year and a half. Mark hasn't won since 2000.
Yeah, and of course the man behind him is somebody who won a lot more recently. Johnny Benson got his first career Winston Cup win just 2 weeks ago at Richmond.
It kind of looks like Jeff is holding up his pack right now a little bit. That Johnny and some of the other guys are a little faster as Mark comes up here to lap the 26 of Robbie Gordon now going through turns 3 and 4. He continues to dominate here at Dover.
That he does, Chip. That 6th car is just absolutely on rails today. Mark Martin still leading at Dover. He's now lapped Kenny Wallace in that 55 car. And we also take a look behind him here at some of the other cars that he's lapped. Have to go back a long way here to some of the other cars behind them. As we mentioned, yes, Johnny Benson having another excellent run today. He's 2 weeks off of that first career win. We also look at Matt Kenseth having a solid run today as he goes to the outside there of that 27 of Stacy Compton running in the top 5.
Yeah, Matt's, Matt used to be Mark's teammate, and yeah, he's got this place figured out, but look at this. Mark just continues to pull away. He decided to just let Kenny Wallace in the 55 there go. No reason to push it. That 6th car. Come on, what's going to go wrong this time?
Hopefully nothing. Mark Martin has led a ton of laps this season. If we look back at his teammate there, Jeff Burton, also still looking for his first win in 2002. It looks like that is not going to come today for Burton. But as Burton comes off of turn 4, we pan back up to Martin in turns 1 and 2. Just a few laps to go here for him to hold on for his first win since the 2000 season. One that could put him back in this championship fight as he comes up on the 7 car there of Ted Musgrave.
Yeah, Ted's just going to let him go. Very respectful. Goes to the inside there. Mark comes off of turn 4 here. White flag in the air.
Less than a mile to go for Mark Martin. He led the most laps here in the spring, didn't take the checkered flag. He's led the most laps here again today. And now, just half a lap from victory. Coming off of turn 4. Today at Dover, Mark Martin is going to return to Winston Cup victory lane. He wins the MB&A Gold 400, his 33rd career win and his first in 91 races.
That puts him in a tie for the season points lead. Sterling has more wins, but still, what a week for Mark. That's incredible.
For the second time, NASCAR heads to Kansas Speedway for the 2002 Protection 1 400. Johnny Benson continues his hot streak with a pole here. Jeff Burton to the outside, and last week's winner, Mark Martin, starting third. Brett Bodine, Adam Petty, Rick Mast, and Shauna Robinson all headed home.
So, yeah, let's talk about old Mark here. He's now tied for the points lead, got his first win of the season, first win in 2 years. Of course, he has previously finished second in the Winston Cup standings 3 times, and that's where he finds himself right now. Could he perhaps finally break through this season?
That certainly would be quite the story. Lots of stories throughout the field today as Benson and Burton get ready to lead them to the green.
Also want to point out there another good qualifying effort for Ryan Newman in that 02 car. Had the pole last week, led a lot of laps at Texas. Penske seems to have really found something, and they'll certainly be quite the asset to Pontiac next year when they make that switch.
That they will, as a Pontiac gets ready to lead them to green. NASCAR is racing for the second time in Kansas. Green flag in the air. Johnny Benson leads them.
Pretty even there in the start between Johnny and Jeff. Ryan Newman gets a little bit of a good run there into the corner, but now they start to slide up the track. Here comes Jeff Gordon. Looking to potentially go 3 wide on Mark and Jeff Burton as Benson's just happy seeing all this in his mirror.
Benson slides up the track there a little bit, though, into turns 3 and 4. That's going to allow Martin to close back in. He certainly would like to get those 5 bonus points to put himself over Sterling Marlin for the Winston Cup Championship. You see the 10 car of Benson gets those bonus points the first time around, but it looks like it won't be for long, although Jeff Gordon gets to the inside of Martin there. They're absolutely cannibalizing each other for that second position, and that will allow the 10 car to stay out front. Say Kenny Irwin Jr. won here last year. He's the only winner at Kansas Speedway. He has not won since New Hampshire back in May, but he finds himself in the top 10 here as Benson leads for the second lap here. Earnhardt Jr. now to the inside of Jeff Gordon for second, although he slides up the track. A little bit of contact between those two, and they scrape the wall. They're both going to fall back a bit, and that's going to allow Kevin Harvick in the 30 through for second place, and he wants more. Here he comes to the inside of Benson. He's leading the Rookie of the Year standings, but unlike Jimmy Johnson, he has not won a race yet in 2002. Maybe that can change today as he passes Benson.
Well, we got a yellow trouble here in turn 4. Looks like the 5 car, Terry Labonte, 28, a Ricky Rudd, a couple veterans here in trouble. Harvick did not make it back to the stripe before the yellows, so we will have a caution here with this order.
Let's take a look at the replay here. It looks like the 28 just gets in there a little bit too hot. Earnhardt Jr. in an accident for the second consecutive set of corners after contact with Jeff Gordon there.
Yeah, hard break for all those guys here. 1 lap car there on the inside. That's that 96 of Jimmy Spencer. We're coming back to the green here with Kevin Harvick as your race leader.
Harvick looking to clear the 96 of Spencer here into turns 1 and 2. Does not do that. That could allow Benson to reel him back in here a little bit as Harvick gets sent up the hill. Meanwhile, Mark Martin looks to the inside of Steve Park for that 3rd position, and here comes Benson on the attack into turn 3.
I just cannot say enough about what Johnny's been doing the last few weeks, and really should excite those Penske boys too about what Pontiac will be able to do in 2003. See Mark there, he's still not led this race. Once he get those 5 bonus points, he's going to settle into 3rd there behind Harvick, although look at this, Benson up the hill, Harvick with the crossover. And can Martin follow through for second?
It looks like that 96 car of Spencer is really holding up all these guys right now, and that's going to cause them to keep exchanging the lead here as Martin clears Benson for the second position. Here comes Park into view for that third spot. Harvick still leading here at Kansas, although here comes last year's winner, Kenny Irwin Jr., right behind that lap car of Spencer, coming up with another lap car here in front of them. That's that 28 car of Rudd. And right behind Irwin, who is now going to lead off of turn 4, is his teammate Sterling Marlin.
Yeah, we mentioned that championship battle. Sterling wants to get those 5 bonus points that Mark's not gotten yet today, too. So let's see, is Kenny going to stay in the lead, or is he going to let Sterling go? Looks like Sterling's going to get a run on him down the backstretch here. And we want to point out, at this point last year, he was actually behind Jeff Gordon for the championship lead. He went on to win that championship, so the fact that he is leading right now puts him in an even better spot than he was a year ago to potentially go back-to-back.
And here he comes to the stripe. He is going to get those 5 bonus points. So that puts him ahead of Martin for the time being.
Yep, it looks like he's going to clear his teammate going into turn 1, although they both slip up the hill a little bit. And look who's up in the 4th place, Ron Fellows, making his 6th start of the year. He has 1 top 10 in the oval. That was a 6th place back at Charlotte in May, so this would be his best finish on an oval if he can stay in 4th right now. And it looks like he's looking for more. Kevin Harvick is coming back into his sights. We see Harvick's teammate Dale Earnhardt in the top 5 as well.
Irwin still leading here at Kansas. His teammate Marlin has fallen back a bit, but his teammate Stewart is right on his back bumper now, as is Rusty Wallace. And take a look at this. Ron Fellows still running in these top 4 positions. Irwin slides up the hill a little bit, and they're going to go 3 wide for the lead here. Stewart in the middle, and Rusty Wallace on the bottom.
I don't know there. What's Kenny going to do? Looks like he got down in front of Tony, but Rusty here is going to get to his inside. They're coming back to the line here. Looks like Rusty is going to lead this lap. And what a story that would be. Rusty, of course, switching to Pontiac next year, and he got his first win in 2 years, 2 weeks ago at Texas. And can he get another win just 2 weeks later? Although, look at this. Ron Fellows to the inside of Rusty.
Yes, Ron Fellows has definitely improved his oval track driving in the Busch Series this year, and he is showing it right now. He takes the lead in a Winston Cup event here at Kansas. See some lap traffic coming up here. That 43 car of Todd Bodine, and that's going to allow Irwin to reel him back in. But even if he does not get the win here, Fellows has to be feeling very confident headed into his rookie season. We look back here at Mark Martin as well, quietly running in the top 10 right now. He is ahead of Marlin right now, so that is good for him in the championship battle. Here comes the 42 to the inside of the 81 now. Take the lead back, but like we said, just the fact that he led on an oval has to make Ron Fellows feel really good, even if he does not come away with the win here.
Yes, it does. Although, speaking of people leading, we've not seen a whole lot of that. Tony Stewart, he had a great start to 2002, but he's kind of the inside of Irwin, and, of course, he is not out of this championship fight.
Stewart leading here in the closing stages at Kansas Speedway. Same top 4, Stewart, Wallace, Irwin, and the 81 of Fellows. Stewart is third in the standings, 54 points behind the leaders. The 2 car of Wallace goes to his inside, and it looks like Irwin and the 81 of Fellows may follow him through. And we see Mark Martin there running in this lead pack back in the 7th position. Also, we've got Jimmy Johnson here now running in the top 5. He missed some races, or missed the Daytona 500, had a rough start to the year, has been less consistent than Kevin Harvick, but he is trying to fight his way back into this Rookie of the Year battle. He goes 3 wide for this 2nd position here now to the inside of Fellows and the 42 of Irwin, although it does not stick.
Yeah, although I think he still can get Irwin here heading into turn 3, but yeah, Jimmy's been really fast, but he's not as consistent as Kevin. But still, over the long haul, he may just be able to do this. But speaking of maybe just being able to do this, look who's on the back bumper of that 2 car. That's the 81.
We peer back here to Sterling Marlin and Jeff Burton, still having a solid run today, but they are going to lose some points to Mark Martin. as the 81 is all over the back bumper of the two cars.
Yeah, Ron is really wanting to prove he belongs in this series today, and it looks like he's doing that. The question is, how aggressive will he be with Rusty here as they head off turn 4, coming up on a lap car here at Dale Jarrett. And white flag is now in the air.
Mile and a half to go for Rusty Wallace. He won on a mile-and-a-half racetrack 2 weeks ago at Texas. Trying to do it again. Jarrett gives him a little bit of space there. That allows him to pull away from the 81. And as Johnson looks to the inside of Fellows here, that might be all Rusty needs to seal the deal here.
Although Fellows was able to close the door, looks like he's going to hold on for second place.
Yes, a very impressive run for Ron Fellows and an impressive win for Rusty Wallace here at Kansas Speedway. The 55th of his career and his second of 2002.
Possibly his final one with Ford as well.
So Mark Martin does take a 28-point lead over Sterling Marlin in the Winston Cup standings as Jeff Burton starts to fade away. Here at Talladega Superspeedway, Sterling Marlin has the pole with his teammate Tony Stewart to the outside. They're second and third in points to the man starting fourth, Mark Martin. Rusty Wallace, last week's winner, is one of four drivers today going for the Winston No Bull 5. The reason it's 4, Jeff Bodine failed to qualify for this event, so he finished 4th at Texas for the second time in a row. A part-time driver going for the No Bull 5 failed to qualify. Also, speaking of part-time drivers, Jeremy Mayfield making his first attempt since leaving Penske after Michigan, driving the 91 car for Evernham Motorsports that he will drive full-time next year. Scheduled to run 3 more races in 2002 for this team. Pace car heads down pit road. Field in the hands of Marlin and Stewart. 500 miles here in the EA Sports 500.
It's in the game.
Okay, Chip, that was your one time saying that for today. Here they come. Green flag waves here at Talladega, and we are racing at NASCAR's biggest and baddest racetrack.
Let's see, good start there for Sterling, although there's a little bit of gap there back to Park. So have to see what happens there. We see, I'm sure he wants to get up in front of his teammate Tony there off of turn 2. Here's the pack comes by for the first time, still getting up to speed. We see the 81 there, that is John Andretti this week, makes a move further back. We also see Tony's going to get a good run down this back stretch and gets back even with Sterling as Andretti continues to hop lanes back there.
Looks like Ryan Newman is going to be the first one to go 3 wide here at the front of the pack. He goes to the inside of Park and Mark Martin. We go on board the helicopter, and he's going to try to get back in line 2 wide, although Kenseth will not let him, as Ricky Rudd also drops down to that 3rd line near the back of the top 10.
Tony Stewart, who won here in the spring, leads that first lap. He's still 3rd in the Winston Cup standings. He's 63 points behind the man on his bumper right now. That's Mark Martin. And the other guy really in this championship fight there, Sterling Marlin, is in a 3-wide battle for 3rd. Well, here comes Mark to the inside of Tony. He wants to get those 5 bonus points for leading the lap here at Talladega. We go on board with him.
Yes, and those 5 bonus points crucial for all 3 of our championship contenders up front. Jeff Burton, of course, is now 147 points back. Not out of this by any means, but definitely going to be a larger hill to climb as Mark Martin leads through the tri-oval here. It looks like he is going to get 5 bonus points, although Steve Park may have something to say about that next lap as he gets next to Martin.
We see the 96 car, Jimmy Spencer, now heads 3 wide to the inside of Newman and Kenseth. And Rudd continues to make some progress on the inside. As the first, the No Bull, well, actually no, Steve Park is a No Bull 5 car. Got the red number and spoiler. We also got Ken Schrader there, 5th in line on the outside, is No Bull 5 as well. Park is the 6th in standings, but he's 362 points back, so it'll be pretty hard for him to make that up at this point, especially with that 6 car leading right now.
Yes, and we see the 36 has dropped down to the lower line there, making some progress, working on Marlin for the 8th position. He will get it, the 7th position. He's up to that now. As he pushes along Newman and Park. And Rudd still trying to get a third lane going.
Looks like Park is going to clear Mark Martin off of turn 2 here. That puts him provisionally in the lead for that $1 million bonus. Although, looks like Mark and Tony going to battle back on the outside here going into turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, Park probably not as well known for his super speedway prowess as his teammates and owner, but still in a Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. Steve Park still leading here at Talladega, although another No Bull 5 contender is up to second place. That's Ken Schrader. Ken Schrader finished top 5 at Texas, has been on a bit of a roll lately, as has his teammate Johnny Benson. And he would love to pull the upset here at Talladega and win that $1 million bonus.
Yeah, he's getting to the inside of Park here. He's going to have the lead. See what he can do with it as Sterling now goes 3 wide at the bottom. We also got Jimmy Johnson there up to second, still trying to battle Kevin Harvick for the Rookie of the Year title. And Mark Martin now pulls down in front of Sterling Marlin on the bottom.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. now in a sandwich there between Ricky Rudd and Sterling Marlin. Mark Martin is going to push Jimmy Johnson all the way to the lead here.
Yeah, Jimmy now leading at Talladega. That is huge. This 48 team. This kid was basically unknown coming to this year. Had one Busch win, and I tell you, Jeff and Rick really picked out quite the talent here as he's potentially looking at his 4th victory of 2002. That'll be a record for a rookie.
Yeah, Tony Stewart set the record back in 1999 for most wins by a rookie. That was 3. Johnson tied that earlier this year. We look at Jeremy Mayfield in his first outing in the 91 car, having a solid run here near the front of the pack, running in the top 20 right now. He rides between John Andretti and Shauna Robinson.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what Jeremy and really the whole Evernham team can do next year. I think they're ready to take the next step, maybe get their first win as a team. But look at this, Mark Martin pushed Jimmy out front, and now he's going to hang him out to dry. He knows he wants to win this championship. Every spot counts. So he's going to come to the line here to lead another lap, and here comes Schrader and Park back into this. They still want to win $1 million.
Yeah, especially Schrader, with how long it's been since he last won a Winston Cup race. Expect him to be aggressive here. He gives Martin a good push as Marlin now comes to the inside of Park and Johnson.
And Ricky Rudd's not out of this either. He wants to get another win with Robert Yates Racing before he heads for Cowboy Racing next year, or Team Lone Star. Sorry, that was a name they talked about now, but yeah, his Team Lone Star. We're excited about that. And here comes Jimmy all on his own to the inside of Mark Martin.
Yeah, what a move by that 48 car. Just with a head of steam on his own, getting a little bit of help from Schrader now. It looks like he is going to clear Martin off the corner through the tri-oval, and he's going to lead them back to the stripe this time. Jimmy Johnson trying to do what no rookie has ever done, win 4 races. Meanwhile, Ken Schrader looking for his 5th career win, and the first one in over 10 years goes to Johnson's inside with a head of steam. But he's got 3 championship contenders right behind him who desperately need a win.
Yeah, look at this. Mark Martin drops down behind Tony, and Sterling's going to stay right in the back bumper of that 36 car. I don't know. Let's see. What line do you take here for Schrader?
Looks like he's going to stick with Stewart there on the bottom. That's going to push him far out in front of Marlin, but Stewart now pulling out of line to make a move on Schrader.
Yeah, I think Ken might just be a sitting duck right now. We see Jimmy Johnson trying to get back into this. He's now 3rd in line at the bottom behind Rudd and Stewart. Looks like Tony Stewart's going to lead to the white flag, trying to go for 2 in a row here at Talladega.
What do you do if you're Ricky Rudd? Do you stick with Stewart to the last corner, or do you try to go 3 wide now?
Looks like he's going to stick with Tony for now. They're going to easily pass by Schrader. Now what do you do, Ricky?
Rudd with Stewart. Now he's going to the inside. Stewart is still clear right now, as 3rd line trying to form there with Ryan Newman. Here goes Stewart to the outside to block Schrader, but that's going to allow Rudd and Johnson to come to the inside. And don't look now, here comes Jimmy Spencer as well. Rudd just needs to block all the lanes. Look at this. He goes up to block Stewart. That's going to allow Johnson to come to his inside. It's going to be a drag race all the way to the start-finish line. Too close to call, and the winner is Jimmie Johnson. Gets his 4th career win, a record for a rookie. We're going to have to see the replay on that, aren't we, Chip?
Yeah, let's take a look from the helicopter here. So you see off turn 4 here is really where this starts. Ricky gets a great run on the inside, but he decides he needs to rock Tony. That was the wrong move. As Jimmy got a good run, you see it also doesn't help that Schrader pulls out of line. That hurts him in on the outside. That allows Jimmy to get back to the line here. Man, is that close.
So as Johnson wins, Mark Martin extends his championship lead to 37 points over Sterling Marlin. Meanwhile, we see Johnson is closing in on Kevin Harvick for Rookie of the Year. Here we are at Lowe's Motor Speedway for the second time in 2002. The UAW GM Quality 500. Steve Park on the pole with Tony Stewart. Nearly won last week to his outside. 6 cars going home today. Musgrave, LePage, the Bodines, Compton, and Mast. And that's partially due to some additional starters, including this man in the 0 car right here, Jack Sprague. He will be driving this 0 full-time next year for the all-new Haas CNC Racing. He's currently 5th in the NASCAR Busch Series standings for Hendrick Motorsports, the team that Haas will align themselves with next year. He will join Ron Fellows. We see 2 spots behind him there on the outside. In the Rookie of the Year battle for the next year, which, if this year has been anything to go by, that should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, it should be. We'll have to see. Rookie of the Year, big deal right now with Jimmy now just 7 points behind Kevin Harvick. He's got a chance for sure. But speaking of having a chance, Tony Stewart now 45 points behind Mark Martin for championship lead. Starting on the outside here, what can he do today at Lowe's Motor Speedway?
Pace car down pit road. Green flag in the air. We're racing in Charlotte.
Good jump there for Park. We see, too, his teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr., starting pretty high up today, too. Ryan Newman also up to the 3rd position now.
And here comes Mark Martin, and on the outside there, and Sterling Marlin on the inside. He's trying to take 4th from Earnhardt Jr., as Stewart now looking to the inside of Park off of turn 4. It looks like Park is going to get to the stripe first this time, but Stewart wants those bonus points. We go on board with Stewart in turns 1 and 2. Park's car dancing around a little bit as they go through the banking. Will that give Stewart an opportunity as they head down the backstretch?
Yeah, it looks like not yet, but Tony's patient. I think he'll have a chance to lead this race here pretty soon. You see Matt Kenseth now clear for the 5th position, and yeah, Park goes up the hill here. Looks like he's still going to lead at the line this time, but Tony may be getting bonus points next time around.
Again, all 3 of our championship contenders currently in the top 6 today. Jeff Burton appears to continue to lose ground on this fight, although he's having a solid top 10 start to the day so far. Tony Stewart pulling away from this pack now as Newman moves up to 2nd with Marlin looking for more there on the inside. 3 championship leaders, 1, 2, 3. Stewart, Marlin, Martin here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Stewart's the only one to lead this race so far, get those bonus points, but the 2 behind him would like to change that right now.
Yes, they would, although take a look at some of the other guys in the top 5. We've got Dale Earnhardt Jr. there, looking for what will be a 4th win of the year for him. And Kevin Harvick looking for a 1st career win, and on the run from that 48 car, he needs to be the highest finished rookie today, or Jimmy's going to be even closer to him in those standings.
Marlin goes to the inside of his teammate Stewart, looking to get his bonus points, as Mark Martin looks to follow him through. And behind them, the next 2-wide action is Matt Kenseth there at the back half of the top 10. We take a look, Kevin Harvick running 5th. He is leading the Rookie of the Year standings. Of course, the best 19 races count towards that award in a special point system that only includes rookie drivers. So it doesn't matter where he finishes. And Sterling Marlin now has amassed a massive lead here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. We hear some pit stops are probably in order here soon, as here comes Marlin off the banking now. See some of those lap cars going by there on the racetrack. Has to make the long journey under green down pit road here towards his stall. Which needs no mistakes, and we'll have to see where he merges onto the racetrack.
You see some of the cars that pit a lap before here. Tony Stewart, one of them there. So we'll have to see kind of where he blends as these guys start to get up to speed. 4 tires all around is what's expected for everybody here as they finish the service there on that 40 Coors Light Silver Bullet. And looks like Marlin is away. Let's see, where is he going to blend in relation to especially Stewart and Martin?
Now on the apron. That's just a lap car there blasting by the outside, the 23 of Buckshot Jones. He is looking to blend back onto the racetrack. No other cars in sight yet. Just the lap car of Jack Sprague there. Martin and Stewart are almost half straight away behind Marlin as they run second and third right now. So smooth sailing for him to potentially gain a little bit on that championship lead. Sterling Marlin still leads here at Lowe's Motor Speedway, looking for what would be his 3rd victory of 2002, and one that could put him back in the championship conversation with Mark Martin. We look back at Martin, who runs second ahead of Tony Stewart, with both Martin and Marlin poised to finish ahead of Stewart today. That is going to make Stewart's bid for the Winston Cup just that much more difficult.
Yeah, he was already over 40 back, and they're going to spin out. Although I don't think this race is quite over yet. See, Marcus going to get to the inside of the lap car of Jason Leffler here. White flag is in the air, but the next car on the racetrack is the 40 Sterling Marlin.
Yeah, I think Martin would just need a couple more laps to get to him as Marlin goes to the inside of Rusty Wallace to put him a lap down. I think that is going to settle it here at Lowe's Motor Speedway, but still a masterful performance by all of our championship contenders today. Marlin comes off of turn 4. Mark Martin wants to win Winston Cup. Sterling Marlin says not yet. He wins for the 13th time at Lowe's Motor Speedway and cuts the championship down to just 27 points.
Speaking of cutting things down, take a look at this. Jimmy Johnson just 6 points to Kevin Harvick now for Rookie of the Year.
We're here at Martinsville Speedway for the 2002 Old Dominion 500. Tony Stewart has the pole, one of our championship contenders, with Ryan Newman, who is outside. Another good qualifying run for him. We're sending Brett Bodine, Rick Mass, Joe Nemechek, Shauna Robinson, and Mike Skinner home today.
Yeah, we continue to get these just giant entry lists here for all these races. It's certainly made this season interesting, that's for sure. So we see the 81 in the back there, John Andretti's in the field today. Of course, he had a win here at Martinsville Speedway. I think that, of course, will be Ron Fellows' car next year, but he's already made his 7 starts for 2002.
Yes, it will be. Here we come, taking the green here at Martinsville. We are racing. Good launch for Stewart, although looks like Nadeau's going to at least look a little bit to his inside going into turns 1 and 2. Thinks better of it.
Yeah, and old Ryan Newman gets stuck there on the outside. Let's see, yeah, it looks like Jerry's going to get in under him, and Dale Jr.'s probably going to follow him through as well.
Stewart coming across the line to get those 5 crucial bonus points in the championship. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to go 3 wide for the 2nd position underneath both Nadeau and the 02 of Newman. We go on board here with Mark Martin running in the back half of the top 10. We see he is still stuck on the outside. Got Jimmy Johnson down low there. There's Sterling Marlin goes by, the other driver in the championship hunt. Mark Martin still on the outside. Can he get in that hole between Rudd and Marlin? Looks like not yet. They head down the back. It looks like now Mark Martin's going to get that hole and possibly maybe get to the inside of Newman here.
Yeah, meanwhile, Tony Stewart continues to lead here at Martinsville.
Yes, Stewart putting on a great show, though it looks like Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to challenge him. Of course, they've had a couple run-ins throughout this 2002 season. Hopefully this is a clean battle. Go on board with the 8 of Earnhardt Jr. now. He has stayed on the back bumper of that 41 of Stewart. Looks like he may try to make a pass this time as they head into turns 3 and 4.
And Dell drives it in real deep there. Looks like Tony goes up the hill a little bit. And yep, there goes the 8 away. And looks like his teammate Steve Park is going to try to follow him through as well.
Earnhardt Jr. now leads here at Martinsville. So we look back at Marlin, continuing to have a decent day. He's in the 4th position right now, 2 spots behind his teammate Stewart and ahead of Mark Martin. So that's good for him. Say Mark Martin is still stuck on the outside lane. We see Adam Petty looking to the inside of him. And say good run there for Adam today. He's running inside the top 20. But yeah, we got trouble here at Martinsville. Casey Atwood around, and looks like Hermie Sadler gets into the back of him as well. That is going to erase the lead that Earnhardt Jr. has built up here. We see Sterling Marlin is now up to the 2nd position.
Yeah, that's just what Sterling wanted to see, that's for sure. Let's see what happens here. Meanwhile, I think Mark Martin's gotten back into this a little bit. You see, he's up to 3rd. And, yeah, what a comeback for him. Yeah, he was back outside the top 15.
Coming back to the green here, single file restart in the closing laps at Martinsville. Great jump for Earnhardt Jr., but even a better one from Marlin. He is to the inside of the 8 cars. They head through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, that'll be huge. Of course, Sterling's going for two wins in a row here. Uh-oh, we got more trouble.
Yes, the 31 of Kenseth gets spun off the front of the 42 of Irwin, and Marlin's going to win the race back to the flag. A little bit of contact there between Mark Martin and Jimmy Johnson, and it looks like they are going to sort it out there behind the leaders. So once again, a restart here at Martinsville. Marlin now the leader, and Earnhardt Jr. Make the same move he did on the previous restart.
Doesn't look like it, Bill. He's going to follow him through turns 1 and 2. We also got to watch out there for 2nd and or 3rd and 4th position. You got Kevin Harvick currently ahead of Jimmy Johnson. That's crucial for that rookie points battle. We got to watch which one of them finishes ahead of each other. Sterling leads another lap here.
Looks like Tony Stewart is headed down pit road. We're hearing this is an unscheduled stop, some kind of a problem on that 41 car. And oh no, Jason Leffler is around on the front stretch in front of the whole field. And with so few laps left, this may be the end of the race right here. Earnhardt Jr. takes one last look at Marlin off of turn 4. Lots of cars on pit road. And Sterling Marlin heads back to the caution flag. He's just got to follow that pace car around now to win for the 2nd week in a row. Rounding turn 4. Marlin in the lead. His championship rival, Mark Martin, in 4th. Tony Stewart going to finish deep in the running order. Sterling Marlin wins his 4th race of 2002 and the 14th of his career. And let's take a look at the point standings. In the driver points, Mark Martin's points lead closes to just 12 after Marlin's win.
And see here, Kevin Harvick is up over 6 points by Jimmy Johnson. Say that. 2nd in the rookies.
And now we're at Atlanta, which hosted the season finale last year. Now the 4th to the last race, the Napa 500. Ryan Newman, another front row start for him. He gets the pole today with Jeff Burton to his outside. 8 cars getting sent home today, including Ricky Craven. We're hearing that 32 team is not too happy about getting sent home today.
Yeah, the 96 has been doing better than him. Say, one of the cars in the field today, not him, is Kerry Earnhardt making his debut on the season there in the 81. We also got Jack Sprague there in the 0 again, and we got to talk about Ken Schrader.
Yeah, so we're hearing that he will move to PPI Motorsports starting next week, remain there for 2003. Jamie McMurray, who's in the Busch Series right now, is expected to take over that 36 car.
Yeah, well, as we mentioned, the team's not been too happy with Ricky Craven. The 96 has been doing a lot better than him with Jimmy Spencer, so good opportunity for Ken to get acclimated with his new team starting next week, and for Jamie to make some Winston Cup starts. But yeah, I hope Ricky can land on his feet, because that's a tough deal getting released with 3 weeks left in the season.
Yes, that it is, Chip. A pace car is heading down pit road, field in the hands of Newman and Jeff Burton, and we are racing at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Mark Martin goes all the way up there 3 wide. The outside of his teammate and his championship rival Sterling Marlin there. Looks like that's not going to stick, and looks like Jeff Burton will hold on for the 2nd position right now. Meanwhile, Ryan Newman's just saying, you guys can keep fighting this out back there in the rearview mirror.
Looks like Marlin's going to look to the inside of Burton, who slips up the racetrack a little bit through turns 3 and 4. Newman taking a higher line off the corner. He is going to lead this first lap. Meanwhile, Mark Martin trying the 3-wide move once again on the bottom this time.
Yeah, we got our 3 championship contenders all lined up in a row there. Tony trying to get back into this after losing some points last week. There goes Mark to the inside of Jeff Burton, and here comes Sterling to the inside of Ryan Newman, going to get 5 bonus points so he can hold on to the line here.
Going to be a drag race back to the stripe this time, but Marlin does get it. Meanwhile, Stewart has now to the inside of Jeff Burton as Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Park try to battle their way into the top 5.
Yeah, Sterling, of course, he's going for 3 in a row right now in that 40 car. He's won the last 2 at Charlotte and Martinsville. He really turned on the Jets this time last year. Of course, he won the fall race at Atlanta last year. So he's having a great one. Meanwhile, look at this kid.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick having another great run today. Again, he's now only 6 points ahead of Jimmy Johnson in the rookie standings. And that has a special point system only accounting for the rookie contenders and their best 19 races. So Jimmy Johnson, despite finishing behind Harvick last week, actually gained points on him because that replaced a worse finish out of his 19, finishing second out of the rookies. Meanwhile, we go on board with Dale Earnhardt Jr. He is looking to the inside of Mark Martin for the lead. Mark Martin got 5 bonus points there for leading a lap, as Harvick now starting to battle his way into the battle for the lead right now. And our championship contenders are going to go 3 wide down the back straightaway behind Earnhardt Jr.
Don't get much better than that. Got 3 championship guys. Who knows? Maybe they'll all wreck Bill, and that'd be an interesting twist in this championship. Maybe Casey Atwood could get back in the championship battle if that happened.
Earnhardt Jr. Still leading. I do feel like it should not go unqualified chips for Mark earlier about the championship contenders wrecking. For the moment, I did the math. Casey Atwood chip, I hate to tell you, could not get back into this championship battle even if they all crashed.
Well, dang it, Bill, you had to ruin my fun there.
Anyway, Earnhardt Jr. and Mark Martin head down pit road now. We see some cars that came in the lap before. Scott Wimmer in the 29 and got Mike Skinner in the 14. See Ryan Newman is the 3rd car on this lap to come down pit road.
Yeah, but to see it's these green flag stops are always kind of interesting to see who can get off pit road the fastest. There goes the 8 in, and here comes the 6. And there's the 02 coming in. He had the pole, so he get that number 1 pit stall.
And the 6 is away, and that's ahead of the 8. So Mark Martin potentially with the chance to take the lead here at Atlanta if he can beat his competitors on the merge here.
Yeah, say Gordon and Bush and there's Casey Atwood. Those guys are. Of course, all lapped down. See Ken Schrader back there in the 36. Meanwhile, we go back to pit road. Say the 8's still on pit road. I don't know what happened with Junior, but Tony Stewart, Jeff Burton coming off pit road now. The question's going to be, where are they going to merge in relation to Mark?
Mark Martin currently on the front stretch, headed towards where these 2 guys are in turns 1 and 2. Let's see, currently Stewart is ahead, but he is still getting up to speed. We see the 6 car coming into view now. Mark Martin roaring down the back. Stewart is going to merge, but it's not going to be in enough time, I don't think. Going to be close. Martin to the outside. Off the corner. Let's see. Looks like Martin's going to have the momentum coming down the front stretch. He leads the line. Can he clear Stewart? It looks like he will going into turns 1 and 2.
Yep, and look at that. They just both blew by Sterling Marlin on the apron there. So there's Ted Musgrave, too. He's lapped down. They're passing him, but except maybe they're not out of the woods yet. Look at this kid. Jimmy Johnson just merged in front of them.
But looks like Martin and Stewart will go ahead and pass Johnson there. So we go on board with Mark Martin. There is some lap traffic ahead for him, so he's not out of the woods yet in relation to Tony Stewart.
Yeah, you're going to have to really navigate these guys. Of course, we got some rookies in this group. Got Kurt Busch up there, and Jason Leffler's got to watch out for that. Looks like he's going to go to the inside there, try to pass Adam Petty and the 55 there of Kenny Wallace. And looks like Jimmy is going to try to follow him through, as is Tony. But now Kurt Busch holding him up a bit.
Yes, he is, and we see they're all still running nose-to-tail single file there. We see Jeff Burton starting to come back into view, as does Kevin Harvick in the 40 of Sterling Marlin there. Johnson takes a look to the inside of Martin going into turns 3 and 4, but not going to make anything of it, as Martin goes 3 wide underneath Johnson's fellow rookies, Kurt Busch and Jason Leffler. Now the 2 car of Rusty Wallace is the next one to lap. He's probably going to put up a little bit more of a fight here. Really holding up Mark Martin right now. That's going to allow Leffler to actually get back past these guys, back onto the lead lap momentarily, as they come up on Leffler's teammate of the 18 of Bobby Labonte, as well as the 77 of Joe Nemechek there.
Mark looks like he's finally going to maybe get to the inside of Rusty down the front stretch here, so that's really allowed Sterling to get back in this battle as the white flag comes out. Can Mark hold on for another mile and a half? Those guys, look at that, Jimmy's right on the back bumper. He's just hoping Kurt will come down or something right now.
Of course, it's crucial that Johnson is running in second right now, because he's in that rookie fight with Kevin Harvick. He's set to be the highest finishing rookie in this race and gain some more points on that. Coming off of turn 4, he's going to try to make a run at Mark Martin, but I think he's going to run out of time. At the line, Mark Martin, the points leader, extends his championship lead with his second win of 2002. So with his win, Mark Martin extends his lead to 32 over Marlin and 111 over Stewart. And meanwhile, in the rookie points, Johnson now just 3 points behind Harvick. We're here in NASCAR's home state of North Carolina at North Carolina Speedway for the 2002 Pop Secret Microwave Popcorn 400. Last week's winner, Mark Martin, is the pole center with his teammate Jeff Burton to the outside. Only 7 cars going home this week. We've got a Winston Cup debut happening today. Actually, 2 of them. First of all, Ricky Hendrick. This 17 car, 5th car for Hendrick Motorsports today. He's in the Busch Series right now. Also, Jamie McMurray, as we mentioned last week, making his Cup debut in that 36 car. Ken Schrader is actually running the 96 today. The 32 is low in owner points, so he failed to qualify. Part of the deal in the boot of PPI Motorsports was that he'd be guaranteed in the field no matter which car made the race these final 3 weeks. So he displaces Spencer in today's race, and Mark Martin leads them to the green.
Yeah, a lot of movement happening in the back of the field. It's good to see Ricky Hendrick in this race today, although I don't know if we need any more Hendrick cars out there. They're pretty dominant already. But, yeah, single file off of the back stretch here, first lap. Mark up to that second row there. Looks like Kevin Harvick gets a wall there a little bit off the corner as Mark gets those 5 bonus points to lead the first lap there.
Bonus points mean everything right now. Just 12 points separate our 2 championship leaders. We got a spinner here. 2 former champions, actually 3 champions involved up, and Bill Elliott probably not done wrecking.
Yeah, I know that seems like fun, just plowing the Bobby Labonte there if you're Bill Elliott. But yeah, Mark's going to win the race back to caution. Let's see what the heck happened here. Man, it looks like that's just an amateur hour by Bobby there. Looks like he almost got his brother taken out, and then yeah, poor Jamie McMurray gets taken out in his Cup debut in a 36 car.
Meanwhile, Mark Martin is going to come down pit road, and based on what I'm seeing behind him, it looks like that might be kind of a lonely place right now.
Yeah, that's going to leave Dale Jr. out to be the race leader, although we'll see those tires may help Mark out in this race.
Well, Mark Martin deep in the field right now, the first one without any damage. We see Jamie McMurray and Kenny Wallace behind him. See, the lap car of Terry Labonte will be to the inside of Dale Earnhardt Jr. on this restart. Tony Stewart has got to be pretty happy about the position Martin's in right now, running in third.
Yeah, that he has to be if we come to the restart here. Great jump for Dale Jr., but yeah, he comes into this race 100 points back of the leader, so he definitely needs to make some up, and that's the way you do it right now.
Meanwhile, his teammate Sterling Marlin, who's trying to pass him for that third position right now, he is currently provisionally the points leader. Also, can we talk about these Petty Enterprises cars of Adam Petty, Todd Bodine? They are running in the top 10 right now. They just passed Sterling Marlin there, and they're in the top 5.
Yeah, that's great for them. So we also got Kerry Earnhardt in that 4th DEI car is running up there right now, having a strong run too. We also got the 91 in the field today once again. Danny Mayfield is making his second start for Everham Motorsports there, having a good run. And here he is. Here's Johnny again. He's having a good run today at Rockingham in the top 10. And top 5 actually trying to close in on Tony Stewart for that 3rd position. Man, look at Todd Bodine still in there. He's battling Kevin Harvick for the 5th position.
Look at this. Marlin heads down pit road, as does Atwood for green flag pit stop. So maybe Mark Martin's crew chief Pat Bryson had the smart strategy call there after all.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of different strategies going on right now. See, Mark has made up some spots. He's passed Irwin. He's passing Bobby Hamilton in 92 right now. Now he's set sail on Rick Mast here. But, yeah, we'll have to just kind of see how this works out. Up there's Rusty playing up a little bit. Mark's good him, too.
Meanwhile, Jimmy Johnson has taken the race lead here over Earnhardt Jr., and Tony Stewart is closing in on Earnhardt Jr.'s back bumper as well. We go on board with him.
Yeah, Tony maybe wanted with the target on his car, but Jimmy is the one with the target on his back right now. Man, I just love me some targets.
Yeah, you definitely do, Chip, and Jimmy Johnson still leading here, but Tony Stewart is still closing in.
Yeah, that target machine, that's awesome, man. We love target.
Yeah, that's the second time you said that today, Chip. I'm beginning to wonder if that's a paid endorsement. Meanwhile, we are back on board with Tony Stewart, as looks like Jimmy Johnson is going to give him an opening here off of turn 4. They head down the front stretch. Johnson leads that lap, but as we go on board the helicopter, it looks like not for long.
Yeah, Tony to the inside there, off of the corner. Beautiful pass, and he's leading here at the rock. And that's great for him. Going to get those 5 bonus points. Meanwhile, look at this kid in 3rd place. Old Johnny, he's having a good run. He's passed Dale Jr. for that 3rd position. Of course, he got his first victory 2 weeks ago at Richmond, so that's pretty cool to get a second one. We look on the far out pin here, see he's catching up to them leaders. Meanwhile, speaking of where other drivers are, got Kevin Harvick there running back half the top 10. Having a decent run today, but once again, leading some points to Jimmy in them rookie standings.
Yes, certainly Harvick has got to figure something out if he wants to keep Johnson down for Rookie of the Year. Also, we just have to give another shout-out to Kerry Earnhardt there in his rearview mirror. Meanwhile, look who has all of them in his sights. That's Mark Martin, as he's battled back into the top 15, just past Jeremy Mayfield there. Coming up on Ken Schrader in that 96 car.
Yeah, he's having a great day. Ken had a good first outing for PPI Motorsports as well. So I wonder what PPI stands for. Of course, that stands for pounds per square inch. So maybe that's what PPI stands for in racing too. I don't know.
Well, Chip, I have no idea either. But Tony Stewart is still leading here at Rockingham. Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, and I've been waiting to say this all day.
Oh boy, just go ahead and do it, Chip.
Here's Johnny.
Johnny Benson, yes, you're right, Chip, has caught up to leader Tony Stewart here. He took a look to the inside there through turns 1 and 2, but has not made the pass yet. But as they head through turns 3 and 4, looks like he's going to stay right in the back bumper of that Target Dodge. And take a look to the inside down the front stretch.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson, say he's, hey, Pop Secret, he's got his popcorn. I was going to say he's got a popcorn, but yeah, Pop Secret, love that.
Another paid endorsement for Chip, I see. But yes, Jimmy Johnson does have a front row seat for this great battle for the win. We go on board with Benson. We're going to give you a front row seat as Benson looks to the inside of Stewart. Going to make a great pass off of turn 4, and he is going to lead at the line here.
Yeah, that's great for Johnny. Say, look who also is coming. That's Mark Martin here. He looks to the inside of Ryan Newman. He's back in the top 10 now.
Yes, he is having a great day. See, he's passed several cars there. The 81 of Earnhardt, 45 of Petty. They're all having good days, but no match for Mark Martin. Meanwhile, Jimmy Johnson has gotten around Stewart for the 2nd position. And Looks like Steve Park is working on him for third as well. Benson now in some lap traffic. Will that allow Johnson a chance to catch up? Johnson's teammate, Terry Labonte, is the one holding him up. And Johnson goes to the inside there as Benson gets the wall a little bit. And we got cars on the apron. It's just crazy for the lead right now.
Yeah, Jimmy's got to slow way up there in turn one to get around all these lap cars. That's going to slow him down. Meanwhile, looks like Tony got back by Johnny, and now Johnny's managed to clear all these lap cars.
Yes, that was masterful driving for the driver of the 10 through that pack. Meanwhile, we look back at Harvick. Yeah, just he has to be slamming the steering wheel right now. We thought he had Rookie of the Year all locked up, but as they run right now, I think Jimmy Johnson's going to be about tied with him for that. And speaking of Hendrick Motorsports and Jimmy Johnson, take a look at this. Ricky Hendrick is slicing and dicing there in the top 15 with Ken Schrader, Jeremy Mayfield, and Adam Petty ahead of this group as well. They're all having a great day.
Yeah, it's fun to see these guys having good days. Meanwhile, look at this. Mark Martin's march to the front. He's about to pass Jimmy Johnson, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, Mark Martin, do I have that right? He's up to the fifth position, because, yeah, Park is still ahead of him right now, too. But that is incredible right now.
And there comes Benson. He took the white flag. Nobody in sight. Jeff Gordon's a lap car. Crazy to be saying that. And he's just got to keep the wheels on that thing, and he'll have himself a second career Winston Cup win.
Johnny Benson may not be in the championship hunt, but certainly he is racking up the money this season. Johnny Benson gets his second Winston Cup win, both coming in 2002. Tony Stewart takes the second position. A disastrous day for Marlin in the points as he falls to third, 99 back. Stewart closes into 86 points behind Martin. Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick just 1 point ahead of Jimmy Johnson. Race 36, which was previously the record for most races in the season, takes place at the Phoenix International Raceway. Tony Stewart, last week's runner-up, has the pole. His teammate Sterling Marlin to the outside. We've got Mark Martin starting fourth. Meanwhile, Ken Schrader heads home again in the 32, but once again he will be driving the 96 today. Two less cars. And the Chip Ganassi Dodges are going to lead us to green here at Phoenix. And we are racing on the Checker Auto Parts 500.
Of course, that's 500 kilometers. Just to be clear here, Bill. They're changing it up here. We got the metric system. They didn't teach me that in school. Anyway, so yeah, I'll have to read up on that over the office, how that metric system works.
Yeah, you do that, Chip. Coming off of turn 4. Oh, man, Marlin scrapes the wall a little bit. Tony Stewart can lead that first lap, and looks like not for long. Here comes Jimmy Johnson to his inside.
Yep, Jimmy Johnson continuing his battle back into the Rookie of the Year fight. Of course, he was down big time to Kevin Harvick. He's now just 1 point behind Kevin Harvick, the Rookie of the Year, so that'd be big. Meanwhile, take a look at this. Mark Martin goes to the inside. Tony Stewart off of turn 4.
Yeah, and Tony, just like his teammate last lap, is going to get the wall there a little bit. Say that's going to cost him spots to Terry Labonte, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Johnny Benson, last week's winner. They head down the backstretch here. Jimmy Johnson continues to lead with Mark Martin in second, Labonte in third. Jimmy Johnson still leads here at Phoenix International Raceway, but he's got company from last week's winner, Q Chip.
Here's Johnny.
Yes, Johnny Benson is in the second position right now. We look back at Kevin Harvick, once again having a good day, running in the top 10, but Jimmy Johnson is just outrunning him right now.
Yeah, these two guys, I tell you what, if they ever in a championship battle as good as this Rookie of the Year battle, that's going to be something. They are pushing each other to new heights. So speaking of pushing each other, Johnny is going for the lead here. Can he go 2 in a row? That'd be 3 out of the last 10.
Yes, what a move by Benson. Johnson knows that while he'd love another Winston Cup win, that's not really his fight. It's just Kevin Harvick he has to keep behind him, so why not let Benson go? Although it looks like he's going to try to battle back to the inside, make the crossover down the front stretch.
Yeah, here goes Mark Martin. We got the white flag in the air. Mark Martin's coming into view, and Jimmy's back to the inside of Johnny. They are side by side. I think Jimmy's got the advantage as they head down the back here. And although Mark, he may not be out of this. These two guys wrecked or something. And, well, Jimmy gets the apron there a little bit. Going to allow Johnny to stay in it. Going to be close off the corner. Johnny, watch out. Up, he got the wall.
And Jimmy Johnson gets a 5th career win as a rookie. That is by far the record now. Mark Martin has 91 points on Tony Stewart heading into the final race. It's not insurmountable, but he really just needs to finish. And Johnson now the Rookie of the Year leader by 2 points. And for a record 37th time, the Winston Cup Series will suit up for the final time in 2002. The Ford 400 is led off by Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kenny Irwin Jr.
Hey, 2 juniors on the front row. That's pretty cool.
Meanwhile, we've got 8 cars going home, including Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s brother, Kerry. We take a look back here at Jeff Green is in the field with us today. So he attempted at Rockingham as well, but did not make the show. He will be in this AT&T colors all year next year. That'll be the 55, not the 33. This man here, Jimmy Johnson, trying to become Rookie of the Year. He's won a record 5 races, but technically Kevin Harvick could take it back from him today if he had the highest finishing rookie performance, and Johnson did not. Meanwhile, we take a look here. Mark Martin and Tony Stewart there on that row together. Mark Martin comes in with an 86-point lead, so he just mostly needs to finish today to finally take the Winston Cup after all those years of trying. As Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kenny Irwin Jr. get ready to lead them to the green flag. Chip and I just want to say thank you once again for joining us for this great season of NASCAR racing. And we are under green flag here at Homestead, Miami Speedway.
Yeah, Junebug got a great jump there over Kenny. Say he's driving into turn 1 and 2 pretty deep. Say there goes Kurt Busch inside of Kenny off of turns 1 and 2. Kenny gets the wall a little bit, and Tony knows he's got to go. So you got to just do everything you can if you're Tony, although it looks like he's going a little too much, got on the apron there. But yeah, he does not control his own destiny. Even if he wins this race, he's going to need Mark to have a bad day. So just, Tony, if I was you, I'd just slam on the brakes right now and run Mark off the road, and then you can't control your own destiny.
I am so glad you're not a crew chief, Chip. Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick also barely able to control his own destiny at that. Say, not only does he need to be the highest finishing rookie, but he needs Jimmy Johnson to not be the second. We go on board with Mark Martin. He looks to the inside of Tony Stewart for that second position as Dale Earnhardt Jr. continues to lead here at Homestead. Mark Martin does not need to win. He probably doesn't even need to finish in the top 20. He really just needs to keep it clean today, so expect him to put up a good fight with Earnhardt Jr., but a clean fight, because he just needs to finish to win that Winston Cup.
Yeah, keep the eyes on the big prize, not fries, although I would like some fries. Say, Bill, if you'd like to place an order, that'd be awesome. Okay, Mark's looking to the inside here of Dale Earnhardt Jr. And there goes Tony coming back into view as well.
Yeah, Tony Stewart cannot be too happy that Mark just got 5 bonus points for leading a lap. That's just one less opportunity he has to make up points on him. But that's not going to stop him from trying to drive it in here in turns 3 and 4.
Come on, Tony, just finish them off. Wreck old Mark.
Jeez, Chip, you knock it off with this wrecking stuff. Anyway, Mark Martin leads at the line this time here at Homestead, as Tony Stewart looks to lead the next time by. What does Earnhardt Jr. do?
Yeah, I don't know, Bill. Looks like he's going to try to follow Tony through the inside, but Mark will get that cutter run off the top going down the backstretch. Look back here at Kevin Harvick. Say he is ahead of Jimmy Johnson right now. He's passing Ryan Newman and Kurt Busch, but that may not be enough. As Jimmy, it's just hard to make up those rookie points with how the drop weeks and all that math stuff. I'll have to learn how to do that in the off-season too, along with the metric system. But say Kevin, though, I don't think he controls his own fate right now.
Tony Stewart, meanwhile, still leads, also not controlling his own fate, as Mark Martin runs in the second position right now. Okay, we've got Greg Biffle there in 4th place, having another good run today. Of course, he's still looking for that first career Winston Cup win. As here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. back to the back bumper of Mark Martin.
Yeah, he's really stayed with these two guys. You know, sometimes you lose that clean air and you start to fall back a bit. But yeah, Dale Jr. having a real nice run today. And yeah, we talked about Greg earlier having a good run, and of course he's about to get passed by Kevin Harvick for that 5th position as Jerry Nadeau runs up there as well. We're heading on turn 3 here. See Dale Jr. just trying to pass Mark, which is hard to pass him. It's so flat. Although I hear they're going to renovate this place in the off season. Yes,
they do plan to do that, Chip. They're going to put in progressive banking here at Homestead Miami Speedway.
Progressive banking, is there such a thing as like conservative banking too? What about libertarian banking, communist banking, fascist banking?
Not that kind of progressive, Chip. I mean progressive in terms of that it increases over time.
Hey, just saying, maybe they have those things. I'd be real interested to see what a libertarian banking looks like. Will they like choose your own banking or something? You have to build it yourself.
Anyway, as Chip continues to look into that, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has better things on his mind, like taking the lead of this race. Mark Martin's going to lead them back to the stripe this time, but Earnhardt Jr. looks like he's going to get past Tony Stewart as well.
You know, last year it did take Sterling winning this race.
And Mark Martin caught behind the lap car of Dale Jarrett. That's going to allow Jerry Nadeau and Kevin Harvick to get back into this battle for the lead as well. Mark Martin up the racetrack a little bit there, and looks like that's going to allow Earnhardt Jr. to at least stay with his bumper down the backstretch. Meanwhile, Harvick, first one up in that second lane, trying to make it work. That has not worked all day in clean air, but if Jarrett can hold up these leaders, he might be able to make it work under these conditions. He's up to 4th there, now going for 3rd on the outside of Stewart. They're going to head down the front stretch here. It looks like he's to the outside of Earnhardt Jr. as well.
Yeah, Mark's not going to risk going up there in the marbles. Looks like he's just going to stay behind Jarrett. Looks like Kevin, man, he goes way above the cushion there. It looks like he's going to make it stick. Kevin Harvick leading here at Homestead in the final laps.
Kevin Harvick has finished runner-up in the Winston Cup Series. He's had the most laps in a Winston Cup race, but he has not sealed the deal yet. He's also trying to seal the deal on a Rookie of the Year title, although that is looking less and less likely.
Yes, it is. We'll have to see what the points come out to be with everything. I'll tell you one thing that is very likely, that's this man, Mark Martin, taking on the Winston Cup. He's got to be real excited.
Yes, just a few laps remaining for Mark Martin to finally get his championship. He's finished 2nd to Dale Earnhardt before. He's finished 2nd to Jeff Gordon, 2 of the greats. Meanwhile, we look back at Jimmy Johnson, who does appear to be poised to win Rookie of the Year. Actually, as we're reading it, Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick would tie for Rookie of the Year, but because Johnson would have 5 wins to Harvick's either 0 or 1, that would give him the tiebreaker.
Man, that is just nuts that it could come down to that. Still, though, I got to say, even if Kevin doesn't win a tiebreaker, he's had one heck of a season. That is just really this whole Richard Childress Racing organization. They won one race with this man here, Matt Kenseth, and of course Dale Sr. Where's Dale at right now? He won 2 races early in the season. And yeah, there's Dale. So he's looking at the inside of James McMurray there in the 36 car. And yeah, they just had a banner year. They're going to win, if Harvick holds on 4 races, that'll be the most they've won since 95. And yeah, they've got a great young team right now.
As Harvick continues to lead here, Mark Martin putting a little pressure on him, but not too much. We just have to say what a rookie fight it has been this year. We've had 6 amazing rookies. Kevin Harvick looking to take the 6th victory for a rookie this year. I think next year is going to be even better, perhaps. We've got Ron Fellows, we've got Jamie McMurray, we've got Jack Sprague for that new number 0 team, and just announced this week, Robert Yates Racing, and they're going to change the 28 to the 38, and they are going to run Casey Kane of the Busch Series in their second entry alongside 1999 champion Dale Jarrett. So we've got 4 great rookies for next year. Should be an exciting battle, although we've got one more exciting battle left in 2002 for us, as Mark Martin has decided why not try to win the race too, and not just the title today?
Yeah, why not if you're Mark? Go for it. He's not going to push Kevin too hard here, but, he doesn't want to have to share first race celebration. That's no fun.
Oh, I think it'll be plenty fun if he wins the title. But white flags in the air. Harvick leads them down the front stretch. Looks like Mark Martin's backed off a little bit, but who knows? Maybe he'll make one more try. But we just have to say what a season this has been, and what really encapsulates that is that we're about to break another record. If Kevin Harvick wins this race, he will be the 20th different winner in 2002. That will be a record. Just like this man here, Jimmy Johnson set a record 5 wins, the most for a rookie. It looks like he is going to be the Rookie of the Year on the tiebreaker, but Kevin Harvick is going to win the race, and Mark Martin is finally a NASCAR Winston Cup Series champion. That is absolutely an incredible story. He's the 26th driver to win the Winston Cup. He's previously finished second in points 3 times. Tony Stewart is the runner-up, 111 points back. Meanwhile, we see, Johnson and Harvick tie 9 points ahead of everybody else. And here's our 2002 most popular driver, Dave Blaney, the breakout star. He won 2 races, his first 2 races ever. And that's got to be incredible for him. But even more incredible is this man, Mark Martin, the 2002 NASCAR Winston Cup Series champion. Until next year, this is Bill and Chip signing off.